I've had a little bit more experience than most. And yes, I do have the ability to handle stress
Let's,
and fear.
I mean, it's very interesting. And again, did you learn that in your former occupation when you were a soldier?
I've learned this throughout my life.
And, but yet you freaked out and took off, right?
Yes. Okay. Do you understand the level when you say freak out? I say, oh shit, I don't want to be a part of this anymore because that's not what we plan to have happen, to have people running out screaming for help up the street. Yes, I panicked. I no longer want to be a part of this. So my choice to drive away was based upon that reaction I saw from that individual running out. I no longer wanted to have anything to do with being a getaway driver anymore.
Well, I mean, I understand that. But again, so you freaked out, even though you can handle stress.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
There's a mitigation of fear there.
Okay. And again,
A super freak out would have been slamming on the gas pedal, screeching tires around the corner, and leaving the apartment completely and not being around you two gentlemen at all after this. The mitigation of fear was eliminate self from point A, go to point B, reconnoiter,
okay, so
reevaluate my situation,
so go back and think about it.
what my next plan of action is. Correct.
Next plan of action, correct?
Correct.
Now, again, you testified that Rory Wilson came in and didn't have much of a discussion with me, but said that, where the money is, or, they heard that something about the money with the treehouse, correct? He's the one that brought the money to the money issue up, or going to the treehouse.
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear again, you didn't want any compensation for driving there.
I agreed to do it for gas money.
Gas money.
Yes.
And again, you're aware it was going to be an armed robbery, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I have admitted my participation in this from the beginning, Mr. Tucker.
Excuse me?
I have admitted my participation in this from the beginning. That's why I was charged.
Okay. And let's see. So, did Captain Phelps offer you any deals?
No.
And did she ever say something like, I'll take care of you, or, anything like that? Any kind of special?
Judge, he just answered the question.
Didn't say deals.
The objection, it's a subtle difference. So.
She said I would be safe.
Safe. And safe from what?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay, so what would you have to be safe from at that point?
My understanding of her word, you'll be safe today versus what it was then, is a completely different understanding of what that term meant. And at that point, she meant safe in jail. She didn't mean safe, per se, from you or Mr. Tucker. But it was a politically correct way of her saying, you're going to be in jail now, you'll be safe. That's what I understand it now to have meant.
Just clarify, you said you or Mr. Tucker. Did you mean me and Mr. Wilson?
You and Mr. Wilson, correct. My apologies.
And again, we've established that you weren't afraid of me, correct?
No.
Okay.
I was afraid of you two together.
Okay. Did you ever run into Mr. Wilson while you were in jail?
Yes. Not physically, but we were in Alpha unit at one point in time together, yes.
Okay. Did you ever have an altercation of any sort, verbal or physical, with Mr. Wilson while you were in jail?
There was some yelling back and forth in the cells, but nothing.
Okay. And what did you yell at him?
I didn't yell anything at him.
Oh, he was yelling just at you, though.
Yes.
And did you ever go back to solitary again, or Alpha, whatever you want to call it, in jail after you were released from Alpha?
A couple of times, yes.
Okay, and what were those couple times for?
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Yeah, we'd have to approach.
They're just getting irritated with him, with Ty. But you know what? It's his right to represent himself. Come on. Sidebar.
Okay. Now, let's go to after Mr. Mansfield offered you the deal, what happened?
After he offered me the deal, I proffered, took the deal, was released from jail.
Okay, and about how long did it take you to get released from jail after you signed the deal?
About a month.
A month.
The wheels of justice turn slow.
Sometimes. All right. So you take the deal from Mr. Mansfield and you agree to testify against myself and Rory Wilson.
Correct.
And the exchange is you're on 5 years probation
Correct.
with, if I understand correctly, I think Mr. Mansfield said it, I'm not sure, but you get early termination after appearing today, right?
Correct.
So you'll be a free man.
Correct.
Now, I know you said your dealings with your lawyer were sporadic or whatever, or short. Did he ever show you any of the discovery in the case?
Judge, I'm going to object to the communication between him and his lawyer is protected.
All right, I don't think, I understand that. I think showing discovery is outside that attorney-client relationship, so I'll overrule the objection as long as we don't delve into the communications, but I mean, what he may have seen about discovery, I think that's a fair area of inquiry.
Thank you, sir. Did he show you any of your discovery?
I already had my discovery.
What, you had it in your cell?
I had it from my previous attorney, Kevin McCarthy.
Okay. I wasn't talking specifically about Seth LeBay, but okay. So you had your discovery and you got to see your discovery, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see the DNA results?
Yes.
Okay. And what did those DNA results say?
Judge, again, that's going to be
Here's the
hearsay.
sustain the objection in
Okay.
terms of, yeah, that's hearsay.
Okay. You said Rory Wilson had a pipe, correct?
Yes.
And that I had the knife, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you testify that the pipe was in Rory Wilson's right hand?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Rory Wilson is left-handed?
Yes.
Objection, Judge, again, testifying.
I'm asking a question.
Okay, I'll just overrule the objection.
Okay.
Did you answer?
Yes, I did. Yes, I'm assuming I did testify it was in his right hand.
Okay. And are you aware that he's left-handed?
I am now.
Would you agree that it might be odd for a left-handed person to hold a weapon in his right hand?
No.
You've had plenty of military experience, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do people often do that? Do they usually hold a
Objection,
weapon?
Yes.
Judge, to the relevance.
I'll overrule the objection.
Based on experience here. Based on your experience, does somebody usually fire a weapon with their left hand or their right hand if they're right-handed or left-handed?
Depends on their ambidexterity.
The ambidexterity.
Correct. The ability to use both hands.
I don't know what that means. So, that you're aware of, is Rory Wilson ambidextrous?
I'm not 100% aware of what he is, other than a human being.
Okay. And all right. Now, you were in jail. They allowed you to witness any of the videos or anything like that after that? Did you watch any videos?
No.
So those are. And Ken, did you speak to anybody else about the case while you were in jail?
In passing, sure.
Do you remember anybody you may have talked to?
Was in there for a long time, Mr. Tucker. I talked to a lot of people. I'm
About
not
the case?
exactly an introvert.
About the case?
It had come up multiple times in multiple situations in multiple weeks, days, months, years that I was incarcerated. Of course, it came up in discussion.
It's safe to say you really wanted out of jail.
Of course I did, as most human beings do.
Get that. Okay. As most human beings do. You know, what do you think most human beings would do to get out of jail?
Objection, Judge.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Let me just go over this one more time just to make sure I've got everything here. Okay. And you said you came down around the end of Fantasy Fest, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to ask and answer.
Sustain the objection multiple
As I asked that.
times.
Okay. As I asked. Okay. And your girlfriend was Shayla at the time.
Shayla Premer. Yes.
Shayla Premer. And was she aware of your arrest?
Yes.
And do you still talk to her?
She passed away last year. No, I do not speak with her anymore.
Francis. Did you speak with her prior to that?
Say again.
Did you speak with her prior to that?
Prior to what?
Prior to her passing?
Yes. She came down to see me
But did
after
you?
4.5 years of being out of touch with each other.
Okay.
And
Did she
then
see
she
you in-
died the night she went home.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't hear.
She died the night she went home.
Okay. I'm sorry to ask this, but can you tell me, please?
Judge, I'm going to object
How?
to the relevance.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. What was the question?
I asked how she passed.
Sustain the objection.
Did you ever talk to her about the case?
Yes.
Objection,
Was
Judge.
sustained. It's not relevant.
All right. And let's see. I got here. And just a second. You said there was damage to the warehouse from Hurricane Irma. Can you be a little more specific about what damage?
There's no power. There were holes in the roof.
No power, holes in the roof. Okay. Holes. And were you aware at the time that Rory Wilson was going through an eviction process with the warehouse?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of that?
There wasn't much of an understanding. I was just aware of the process
Okay, you just aware of it. And how did you become aware of that?
because David Gross was also under the same, it was involved in the same process.
Okay, David Gross was getting evicted too.
Yes.
And that is your friend from the beach.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go back to Penny Phelps shows up at the warehouse this is the night of the crime, correct?
Correct.
You said you talked to her, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did they do anything else while they were there?
Objection, Judge, asked and answered.
Actually, that hasn't been asked.
I'll overrule that objection.
Which incident in contact with Penny Phelps are you referring to?
Night of the crime, when she showed up at the night of the crime.
The first interaction with her was not very informative or anything like that, and very short. The second interaction when she came back after the raid, that was the second interaction that I had with her.
I'm talking about the first one, the night of the crime.
Okay, that was a very short interaction.
Short interaction. And did she ask you if anybody was sleeping inside? Or if anybody was inside?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell her the door was locked?
No.
Okay, you didn't. Do you know if they went into any of the neighbors' apartments?
They did not.
Okay. They did not. Okay. And why did they leave? Did they tell you, or did they just up and leave?
Their investigation was, she was over. It was over. She just left. The interaction didn't give her anything she wanted, so she left.
Who didn't give her anything she wanted?
The interaction did not give her any information
from
she could
you.
use.
Right,
correct.
the interaction there. But I mean, okay, was she there for you?
No.
Judge, objection.
I'm trying to understand.
I'm gonna sustain the
Okay.
objection.
I'm trying to just clarify here. Okay. She wasn't at the warehouse for you. So what was she there for?
I'm gonna sustain it. We've been over this
Okay.
ground.
Okay.
It's-
All right, fine. So she just up and leaves,
Yes.
to your knowledge.
Yes.
Did she ask you for a phone number?
Asked me for my phone number?
Yeah.
Of course she did.
Okay, she did. Okay. And you didn't have any interactions with her until was it the raid, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any interactions with anybody else from the MCSO in between
I do
those
believe I
times?
did. Now that I think about it, I think she did contact me about the eviction scenario that was going on at the apartment and what I knew about it because of my association with Mr. David Gross and the fact that he was going through an eviction process as well. I had learned that there was something up with the zoning requirements, that it was no longer a residential area. It wasn't a residential area. It was a warehouse district, this and the other. And she wanted to know if I knew anything about that. And yes, I did share what information I knew, who owned the building, and what process of eviction Mr. Gross was in at that stage.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did they take anything from the warehouse when they left after the raid?
When I encountered them, no, nothing else was removed.
Nothing was missing?
Of mine,
Just in
of
general?
yours, I don't understand what would be missing. I don't understand.
Again, I'm asking you if were you aware of anything in the warehouse missing when they left?
No.
And you did say they came back a second time, correct? After the raid where you weren't there.
When I was not there, I don't know what happened. When I came back, they showed up one time
Okay.
and left. I did not make contact with them again that night.
Okay. Your Honor, I think, can I, for lack of a better word, excuse the witness for a moment while actually, can we sidebar, Your Honor?
You can approach the bench.
Oh my God. Ain't he funny? I mean, it's a serious situation. I know. Someone's life was taken and attempted life. But mainly this is about for me right now is this man's freedom and all these liars that have came on the stand. So we got 30 sidebars or 30 objections so far. I wish they would hurry up. Oh.
Looks like a good time to take an afternoon break. Members of the jury, let's shoot for 3 o'clock. Again, you don't have to stay in the jury room. Just let the bailiff know who's going to want to go out. 3 o'clock, they'll be available. Follow the cautionary instructions, and we'll go from there. All right, so they're gone. So there's here without the jury on the record. So there's some impeachment materials. So in the form of some video or transcript or
It's quite a bit of stuff, Your Honor. It's everything from documents to video to audio.
well, again, you know, have to let the opposition see what is, and if there's an objection, I'd have to make a ruling on it. That's,
Your Honor. Again, I'd like to excuse the witness for a second.
yeah, if it will somehow or other ruin your element of surprise if he's here, I suppose that would be reasonable. So you're still going to be testifying, but during this session, Mr. Johnson asked you to vacate the courtroom, but don't go very far, you know, and don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
He's wearing shorts. What? Dude, were those shorts? Hey, I feel bad
All right.
for Ty because he's unable to get his questioning out. I don't feel bad. You know what I mean? Just not right. However,
I'm not sure at this particular point in time if I'm needed here. Because,
Actually, Your Honor, I wouldn't imagine so.
well, again, I hope this isn't 2 hours of viewing here. It's
Your Honor, to be honest, I actually don't know how much it's going to be because I've gained more information as we went along. So I'm probably going to have to grab some more of it.
well,
Actually, Your Honor,
very.
in the name of expedition, again, I have no confidential spouse testifying. I'd actually be willing to pause my cross if they'd like to.
no, well, that's not a that to me that's an appealing option to allow her to testify and to you know, have more time to.
Why don't they want Paula to testify?
Okay. Well, I know I thought that was the case earlier, but now I'm
Learned since the last time.
not, yeah, now I'm not as optimistic. All right, I'll come back at 3, but I ask you to keep an open mind about Mr. Tucker's suggestion about interrupting this cross, putting the expert on the stand, finish her, have, like, as you know, tomorrow I've got the other dockets I have to deal with. So to the extent that more time would allow you all to assess what the defendant has by way of cross-examination or impeachment, might be a better use of time, but maybe I'm being overly cautious, but we'll see. I'm coming back at 3 to see how far this viewing, this disclosure is going to take you.
Hey, Grandma, have you noticed that the judge is not being mean to Ty? I wonder if the judge watched my video. Because thousands have. Because I felt he was disrespectful and he has no right to do that. He ain't as bad. No, he's not as bad today. He's not yelling at him. He's not doing any of that other crap. However, the state is an issue here. How many objections? 30. Yeah, but he was still able to get the question out. He just had to phrase it differently. We should look into that. I hope so too, because I'm not done with him. I am not done with him. Oh, you need to retire. Yeah, that was funny. Hey, did you like that? That Donna. That Donna. Yes, we're on break until 2. 3 o'clock your time. Donna, that was so funny. I had to laugh. They tried it. She wouldn't let the cops take her phone. No. She thinks she's so entitled. Who does she think she is? It was funny. The beginning was funny. The beginning. And she felt those people needed to like wait on her. Give me a drink of water. No, that's not enough. Get me some more. It was fucking awesome. Oh, my bad. Swear word. Hey, it happens. How are you today? How's your legs? Yeah, she is. Wendy's next. Yes, she does. Oh, that sucks. You know it. Yeah, I used to have that. It was horrible. It was horrible. So I know what you're going through. Anything else good going on? Anything? Let me look online here. Oh, I found another video of Hot Mike. I thought I'd grabbed them all. and I didn't. Everybody, okay. Everybody right now is covering like Adam Montgomery and then that missing mom. What's her name again? Which, I think he did some things to her body. Nobody is covering this case, okay? Which I like. However, when it gets to the very end, how many people do you think is going to be covering it? Because it's such an interesting case. And hopefully I will get the interview. I know he told me, because I talked to him in DMs, and he told me anything I want to ask, go right ahead. So I was going to get a list of questions. And he knows it. I just want him to be careful and not really talk about the case. But I think I want to talk about the civil suit because that included some cops that took the stand and lied. Yeah, Ty said that to me. I checked my messenger today. I'm like, oh man, he messaged me 3 days ago. When they come back, Grandma, if I don't reply right away, it's because I'm in my kitchen. I'm going to make me some rice. So if I don't respond right away, that's why. I know you do, and you have good questions. You always do. You know what? You might not think I pay attention, but I do. I let it sit there and simmer in my head. Just another point of view. You know what I mean? I'd never hurt you. Ever. Yes, I ask because I want to know if you or anyone knows. Because you're really good at big words to me. And you have so much knowledge. But I got knowledge in different areas. You know what I mean? Or understanding or whatever. Because I'm not an attorney. I am not a reporter. I'm none of that. I'm just a YouTuber. That's it. My grammar sucks. We know that. But I cannot help it. I wish people would realize that. I can't help it. I know, right? Get it, girl. So the next trial I'm so excited for, because we don't got Boswell and what's her name until 2025. Leilani. It was Donna's. You know what? I tell these people over and over that I've had a stroke. I'm lucky to be able to walk, talk, do everything. And then people say, well, have another one. It's like, God, you people are evil. And I've heard, oh, my 9-year-old nephew can speak better than you. Get the fuck off my channel. You know what I mean? You don't like me, go. I never understand it. I don't have this in real life. The guy was a dick. Sure was. Well, I'll tell you something later. They're creeping around. Let me tell you that crew. Oh yeah, they're keeping an eye on me. Stupid, because I didn't do nothing to any of them. But that's what they do on here.
I was told I was wanted or needed in here.
Oh, good.
I was told that I was wanted or
Yes.
needed in here.
I figured they'd want to go.
Let's start with the first thing, Mr. Tucker, you want to start first item, you want to offer to the court?
First one was the phone records I showed you. That showed that Travis Johnson knew me prior to a few days before the murder, unlike he said.
The phone records said they're not authenticated in any way, shape, or form. It suggests the phone records prove that he had talked to Travis Johnson
Prior to knowing, according to him.
Travis Johnson testified that to his memory, I met you, when I said I met you, I don't remember talking to you prior to that.
What he said is he'd be surprised to learn that.
He said, I don't remember meeting you for the day we met.
See, this is where we're having problems, Your Honor. Apparently, we're hearing different things, and they said they would like to get a read back from the court reporter, and apparently I need one too, Your Honor.
Well, what are the records? I mean, what are these records? Well, whose phone records are we, I mean, whose telephone is this a record of?
This would be John Travis Johnson's phone and my phone.
Okay.
He should be able to
And-
have that.
Okay, so, well,
Okay, Judge, count to 10. Breathe
I
in,
did ask him about it.
breathe out.
I thought he was somewhat equivocal, but I don't see a problem if he wants to show that to him and he says, oh, this refreshes my recollection, or
yes,
yeah, I
Judge.
guess we did talk. I would overrule the objection to that if in fact he can say, yeah, that's reflects my telephone.
Come on, Judge. Do the right thing. And I'll leave you alone. I hope so. Travis is a liar. 2 days.
I don't see any big problem. It's implicit in inherent in every trial. It's
Okay, let's see. And like I said, Your Honor. Yeah, sure.
yeah, sure.
Okay, the next one that I offered to him was, okay, I asked if he could have a testimony or.
I hope they start being more fair. Oh, okay.
Well, what is it that you want to? What did you want to show him?
I'm sorry. I misunderstood. No, it's literally, this is the proper. I can't see. Else not be able to see. That's it.
This is Detective Matt Pitcher, dated January 24th, 2019. Well, again, I'm a detective.
Okay, so all right, so we can stop it right there. I mean, you're certainly not going to. Okay, so he did say that he didn't, his recollection provide a proffer a statement before your bond hearing? I don't know. So,
I think he said, I think timing, he said he's not sure. There's never a proffer. This was a questioning. The detective and the prosecutor were going to clarify a few things. This was never a proffer as it relates to potential plea agreement. This was a discussion about details that they needed clarified. To the extent that, yes, you did meet with these people, I don't think he denied meeting with Colleen Dunn and Penny Phelps. He's never denied that on the stand. He doesn't know if it occurred prior to the bond hearing. He said, well, when was your bond hearing? I don't know. So
I would overrule the objection again, in an abundance of caution, if he wants to, Mr. Tucker wants to show that, hey, look at here, you made a statement, you were with your lawyer, it was before my bond hearing. Okay, I mean, you all can clarify that on redirect, but I think it's within the scope of so-called impeachment that I would overrule the objection. The only question is, what exactly you're going to do to publish this or to show it to him? That's my question.
And Your Honor, I would submit, I don't need to show much of this video as a impeachment. We just need to know what happened. That's all, right? That's it. Instead of, man, I don't want to play the whole video for the jury. I know you don't.
No,
So
it wouldn't be.
I would defer to you, Your Honor, as far as how much, or just how we do this to just, again, to show that it happened when he said it did.
When you
Judge,
suggest,
my only thing is, I think that if the defendant asks the witness again, did you ever meet with Dunn and Phelps? He would say yes. The question is, was it on the eve of his bond hearing? Nobody knows when that was. I don't know when it was. The jury doesn't know. I know you know, but nobody else knows. So was it on the eve of the bond hearing? Potentially, who knows?
I also asked.
There was never a deal with Colleen Dunn. Well,
okay, but let me,
She approached him with you. He said that.
okay. Nevertheless, it would seem to me that, Mr. Johnson, I'd like to show you this, this videotape, and, I don't think it needs to go more than, like 10 seconds or something like that. Sir, do you see the date? Do you see the time? Is that you there? Is that your lawyer there? Is that, you aware that this occurred prior to my bond hearing? I think, just a couple seconds into it with that information on the screen, that should achieve your purpose. All right, so.
Okay, so this one, 12 here, this one I would submit, Your Honor, we're gonna have to listen to the whole thing. And this is because John Travis Johnson says he went around once, right? When the case is on, so to speak.
Right.
He goes around once, black sedan is no longer there, correct? That's what he said.
No, that's not what he said. He said he went around once and came back to the warehouse.
No, okay. I think we're getting confused here. Okay. Remember we came up in sidebar about this.
Yeah.
I was confused.
Right.
The first time they went up there, apparently they went back to it.
After they made the checked out the place and came back to the
And then
warehouse.
when they came back, the truck circles around once and then it, comes back to the second.
Right. After they saw the black vehicle in front, went around again, and it was gone.
Okay, good. Because this is the 911 call, right? This is Gabrielle Torini, and she literally, in real time, is talking about seeing somebody jump into that black sedan after, John Travis Johnson supposedly gone, and watching them come from the treehouse, jump in that black sedan, head off the other way down home. So if the sedan's gone, how is she seeing this?
I'm not following what this.
We talked about that car. Go Ty. Go Ty. Go Ty.
Okay. So what is the, what state?
But my objection is, the person refers to somebody's money.
Well, we gotta wait until it's done. Well, we gotta wait until it's done.
But again, she's asking for a description of who, and that is CBS asking for how much, or she needs a description of the person that she's identifying car. There could be other cars in the area, just not black sedan in front of the church house. It's very vague, it's to a car. She doesn't say right from the very, she doesn't photographs of the street, cars up and down the street.
Look at how calm he stays. How does he do it?
Well, it's all right. It's no big deal. I'm just hard to see what the significance of this is. Right. Okay. Well, what did this, well, first of all, apparently somebody's making a 911 call, and what are they reporting? Right.
Well,
What does
honestly,
that person say?
after Christmas, it was hard on me. I came across the video of my mom in 2019 when
No,
she died.
that's,
Well,
that could be any vehicle. That certainly
had to
doesn't
have a little
impeach or.
breakdown. So yeah, I haven't dealt with her death yet.
In any event,
But I've been talking to my
it doesn't entail any big
over-
argument. This doesn't seem to be debatable to me. That's not valid. It's not a direct impeachment. It entails, encompasses many different possibilities, and I don't see where that contradicts what Mr. Johnson said. So I would have to sustain the objection. Yes, sir.
If he said, if he says there's no cars that are on that street when he came back and parked, comes back and parked, there's no cars on the street, and this is literally seconds. I mean, not seconds, minutes, maybe a minute, right? Okay, and now there's a car on the street, parked.
It's a city street, right?
I get this, but coincidentally, it's another black sedan.
Anyway, I just don't see how that is a valid impeachment, and so I would not sustain. Excuse me?
So that's what, just to be clear, our objection on that was sustained.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Yeah, I was telling my daughter about it.
Actually, let me-
She's messaging me, my youngest daughter. I still haven't dealt with her death. You know, you get the feeling like you cry
No.
and then you shut it off. I don't know. I mean, I see my doctor every month on Zoom.
Captain Phelps provided the narrative. Again, he offers no information about the case until Phelps tells him this. And he says, because she didn't tell me anything that I wasn't already going to say, but again, she told it to him before he says it. So she never forgot that.
One step at a time.
Yeah, my youngest daughter. She's 30.
That she was spot on, dead on the money, that she got it, and she figured it out, and that her version of it was exactly what happened.
Tone your voice down, buddy.
They told him to put it in his own words, and then he gave a statement. So again, where's the impeachment? He never denied that Penny Phelps laid it out for him.
Okay, let me just understand. What do you want to present?
Well, you know, it wasn't his story to begin with.
But just tell me what you want to present.
Captain Phelps telling him the story. And then right before that, he's lying and telling him she says that.
So you want to play an audio or a video?
It's actually a video. I'll show it to you now.
Well, no, I don't need to see it. How long?
It's not very long.
And so you want, I mean, just want to understand this. You want a law enforcement officer to recite their theory of your guilt, and you want to, I mean, to me, most people would want to keep that out of evidence, but you want it in evidence, a recitation of the law enforcement's theory of your guilt. Just so I'm clear.
Yes, okay. There's a big difference between somebody coming up with their own story and just confessing to the police. The police telling them.
I understand, and we heard what Mr. Johnson said, but if you want to play this, I just find it an interesting strategy, but if you want to play it, go ahead.
Yeah, Grandma. Remember, we're going to do it in the evening because we both are doing something.
Is this something else?
She gets into it.
Well, I said you could play it, but I don't
You don't need to see it.
I don't need to see it.
So, but you said that's okay.
I questioned the strategy, but I said, okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
that's fine.
Okay, so go ahead and go to. John Travis Johnson.
Is this some different evidence now?
Yeah, this is different impeachment material.
Different than what you just talked about Penny Phillips. What is this?
This one, okay, this one, John Travis Johnson says, I'm the one who brought this codes, one, talk about the tree house, and the tree house, actually, there's one there. I'm the one who actually executed, not Lori Wilson.
Well,
With what he said in Lori's trial, and he says now, right? Okay, so that would be impeachment.
okay, there's no objection. All right.
You know how many people he can impeach? Any.
I know what you're thinking. As unfortunately says two different things, even in the same state.
Did you see him grinning? Oh my God. Oh my God. That was funny.
So how much earlier talk about going on in there before 8 o'clock at night? So who knew there was money up in that house?
I wonder how they're going to get to Paula or when.
Was there a doubt?
Well, I mean, you can interpret it multiple ways. I mean, who knew? That doesn't mean exclusively, but nevertheless, if you want to play the man's statement again, I mean, again, it's hard to understand why, but I assume the state's not objecting.
No objection.
Well, I understand you can, I'm not, they're not objecting. I'm just, here between us, I'm just querying the wisdom of playing a damaging statement over again to reinforce what the witness already said, but you can do it.
Okay, but that's not what he said.
I understand how you
Look, I
want to interpret it, but let's keep going here.
Anyway, we'll go back to this.
Hey, Judge, simmer down.
He says he voluntarily gave up the church. 2004. Suppose.
Right there, you know, you just do whatever. Okay. Perhaps I can't tell you how happy it is.
I must be off. I have something else to do, so I'm assuming I'm off. Let's go over here. Okay, and I think we did hear this already, where you have the discussion. Response gas and struck. Let's go back.
Okay. Yeah, she's a star witness, ain't she?
Okay, he did specifically say. Give me a picture. Sure. So, okay, that's a simple one enough, right? Yeah. It's right before the crime.
Okay, is there any objection?
I don't see him on the video yet.
Well, it's not video. It's a picture.
Okay, so let's do this. Okay, show me the picture.
All right.
Oh, this is actually one I do have to ask. Okay. Good one. I should probably ask about it.
What about the, new water truck? Does anybody ever lie with you? Let's see. Who else is in that truck? Eight stuff in the truck? What about all the stuff? What about, for, you ever been in the truck? What about, you ever been in the truck?
Yeah, no, this is the part, absolutely, this is the part where he still hadn't owned up to what he did, so he's still denying everything. Go ahead and show it to him, and he'll explain, yes, that's what I was still not, listening to what I did, so that's fine.
Well, Mr. Tucker, this is it. This is like it. We're pull more videos.
Well, I mean, he lied about a lot of things.
Well,
Wow.
well, no, sir, this is all day apparently Travis Johnson, you know,
I mean,
it's a-
I'm trying.
well, good, I am too, and we're, you know, it's just. Mhm.
But anyway, that would expect you to know exactly what it's going to say.
No, I would expect you to be prepared and follow the basic rules. So again, this is the day, so whatever you have, you know, that's. Nobody's objecting. You can present.
I don't want to play an hour-long video of lies that he tells prior to prove that he, you know, that he says he told the truth the whole time, right? He said he never lied about it.
That's a mischaracterization, but we're not here to cut, you know,
I mean, I just.
split hairs. So
I don't wanna
anyway,
get- I
so
don't wanna
let's
get
see what else. So far, you've been able to utilize the vast majority of what you want to, so.
So, I'm just trying to avoid this.
Case go on, you know, with the cousin, the eviction. You know, I told him not to do it right there all the time. So I don't know why I would have any problem.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I do remember him saying specifically that he never lied, he always told the truth.
Mr. Tucker, you can certainly make whatever argument you want to. I don't interpret his testimony in that manner, but be that as it may, just proffer your next item. And
My feeling was it was a really bad blood between you. Some very bad blood, you know. Not at all. When I was trying to figure out what could you have done, I mean, no, but I think to, you know, I think that in the impact, you can find the impact that doesn't whatsoever. I'm not aggressive. I don't start fights. I don't. I've seen enough violence to last a lifetime.
this is part of what you want to.
That was my fear when I listened to
That he felt tells
the
his story.
detail of inside of the story that we remember here. My feeling was, man, this guy must have really brought something.
So, I mean, we could, again, I don't know exactly how long he goes on like this, but.
Well, I haven't heard him.
I just didn't, I don't know. What
It says like, it makes it sound like it's honest stuff. He literally said, I can do about this the entire time. And no, he hasn't.
I
He
didn't.
told many lies. That's the thing.
I didn't hear him claim to be truthful. Was there something on that?
I mean, I did hear that. I mean, I'm not trying to disagree with
No,
you as far as our ears. I mean, get it right back.
But I think the distinction is, once he fessed up, he's been truthful ever since he fessed up. Mr. Tucker has gone back in time before the fess up.
Oh, shut up.
Hours where he's not owning anything. And he says, Mr. Tucker, let me finish to the judge, okay? Here you go, again, talking over people.
Okay. Let's just, yeah. Let's,
Okay, go ahead, Judge. He wants to talk over everybody.
let's just hear what you have to say and then
I
we'll.
would just like to finish your thought, Judge, without Mr. Tucker
Yeah.
cutting me off and opining his brilliance.
Well,
Aw.
we're doing fine thus far. Again, it's,
Mr. Tucker has gone back in time prior to Travis Johnson owning up everything. And he's like, oh, he lied about all this. Travis Johnson never denied that he was untruthful in the beginning. But once he gave his story, after Penny Phelps laid it out, he agreed with her. He gave his story. He's been truthful since then. There's a distinction. So,
okay.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I specifically asked, did he make vacillate, did he pick up another story prior to Penny Phelps giving him this story? He said, I've been honest the entire time.
No, that's not quite what he said, but you know what? Again, you want to play it, play it. You know, if that's some private. Well, I know what you, I know what you think. The only thing is, be careful what you open the door to. I mean, you know, that, so.
but let me just say, at this point in time, because he's called into question a fabrication,
Yeah.
under, I think it's 19.603, I plan on introducing this prior consistency.
I understand that.
So, I mean, he can play this, go ahead.
That's what I just, I didn't say it in terms of the legal phrase, but that, I said open the door, so, Mr. Tucker, now you're talking over me. Just to be clear, you can do it, but it is true. Then you're going to open the door to the state being able to, then in their redirect, present statements that refute that. So in a layman's terms. So in any event, I will. Well, oh,
Do you mind if I ask Mr. Mansfield a question?
no, I don't.
Thank you. Ms. Mansfield, just to be clear,
Just behind the microphone or closer to a
I would
microphone?
like to know, I mean, I think, and I want to know what you.
Who is that talking?
what I'm gonna put on this. Well, but, again, you said you put something up, just refute this, I'd like to know.
Okay, and when we get to that, I will, and if Mr. Mansfield has something, then he'll let you see it. But at this point, I think there has to be some anticipatory, you know, information. All I'm saying is from what I see, it doesn't appear to me to be inconsistent with the basics, what Mr. Johnson testified to in terms of the sequence of events. But if you want to play it, you can play it. But then the state may be able to present testimony or evidence that rebuts that and shows that in fact, you know, this is his testimony that refutes that. So
He should have just,
do you want to put it? You can do it.
okay, I hope he don't, but I hope he has the phone.
That's why you need a
Yeah.
lawyer, or people want lawyers.
My lawyers are the ones that gave me this advice.
Hey, it's one thing to be given advice, it's another thing to be able to use it and to manage it in the context of the trial.
I would have just stuck to the phones and not do this right here.
So, I mean, you've already said he can play this, right? Okay. We don't need to listen to it anymore right now.
Well, I hope he changes his mind. Because that's just going to open up some other stuff here. That's why the prosecution has no problem with this one.
Said his truck, you know, keep it out.
Somebody text him and say, no, be careful.
I have no objection to Mr. Tucker paying the entire.
Yep. Yep.
What else was we?
This is actually, I'm gonna try and make it so you can see the pictures. Just give me a second.
Oh, tie.
These are all pictures. Just trying to see this. Now, this is you said you have to Dutch truck after dark, the big time. This is what was found in this truck, and we searched it. It's quite a bit of material.
That's because once he went to jail, Mr. Ashok.
Yeah, he should leave it alone. Yeah.
With all of his truck, it was still in the driveway, he did all this stuff out of the house.
Oh, boy.
So that's why when he went to jail, the truck was empty,
And no, I'm not an attorney.
now the truck has all this stuff.
I don't know.
Okay, so any objection? All right, we got to bring the jury in. I mean, they've been waiting for, you know, so I'm just curious here. I'm just curious, like, this may take us till 5 and.
Oh, yeah, Judge, we're sending our DNA analyst home, we're gonna get her a room, and she's gonna come back tomorrow.
And.
Oh, the
how much
DNA
longer we thought
person.
we're going
Dang
for,
it.
I don't know, but, you know,
I vote for, listen, we work till 5 and we have a break and come back tomorrow and pick it up again, that's probably what we'll have.
okay, so, I'm just going to, go into my chambers for like a minute and we'll come out.
Oh, man. He should have just stuck to the phone records. Yep. They were going to have the DNA person today, which I think is more important than this right now. Because there's no DNA, blood, or handprints that are ties. When they come back, I'm going to go make my rice, so just so you know, okay? Yeah, in the mask, and that was Detroit, right? Okay. Can you imagine the paperwork for this case? How much discovery they have? Remember Letitia's was like 12,000? And Lori Bell's was like double that? Yeah, it was 24 below yesterday. Let's see what it is right now here.
Please be seated. Okay, so Mr. Johnson is around.
Yes,
Shit, now I don't want to go cook. I want to watch his face. Dang it.
Back on the witness stand. Let's bring the jury in, please.
Your Honor, if you may, before,
Sorry?
if I may, before you,
What?
I just talked to Mr. Mansfield and we agreed that we're going to play Penny Phelps' full interview. And again, I'm going to go ahead with everything else and we'll do that tomorrow, if that's okay.
Do what tomorrow?
Play Penny Phelps' entire interview.
No, I didn't agree. I think we just keep moving. We have the interview, let's play it.
Right, we're going to 5.
No, I'm with that. I'm with going to 5. It's just, that's a long interview and we agreed that we would actually play the entire thing.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Well, because neither one of us have the entire thing right now.
I don't know. I plan to go to 5. I've never seen a trial where we waste so much time, frankly. But nevertheless, I don't understand what the concern is right now.
Well, no, it's just, okay, all of the interviews that were taken by the police at the time were chopped up into multiple sections. If we're going to play the entire interview, then we would have to make sure that we have the other sections. We don't have them.
Did you want to weigh in here, or
Judge, I mean, it's his impeachment, so I assume he has the interview. He's telling me he doesn't have the whole interview. I'm checking to see if we do, so we can move this process along. And I think we do have it here. Let's pop it in real quick and see.
Sorry, guys.
Mr. Tucker, do you know where the mouse is? Oh.
I'm trying to get
Big file. No, one that says 457 on the right. One more, 2 more down. No, wait, it's not right there. No. Mhm. Okay, that's good, 'cause I don't know what kind of detectives do. And Judge, just so that the record is clear, what we're looking at here is the interview that I believe Mr. Tucker is referring to. Is that right? If it happened, what you do? Stop it.
It's not the site, it's not the site. It's not-
Anyway. Is this what you'd like to play?
Your Honor, I'd like to play maybe just before this. I don't think there's too much between this.
I think she's coming now.
Yes, you're coming in soon, but I'd like to give at least a little context.
Okay, so where would you like to start it?
Let's go ahead and, just like, again, a little bit prior to where they're at. It's about, just like, let's say, give it context.
Right here is the beginning of this one. Is that all right? You want to go back to the previous one? I mean,
Yeah, let's go back to the.
All right.
We'll do it from there. That's not okay.
Listen, I can't keep this jury waiting any longer. So this is what, this is,
I don't care if you know, I just want to verify something.
gonna go to 5 and find a cutting place and then tell them to come at 1 tomorrow. And you're gonna have to return at that point in time. Mr. John, bring in the jury, please.
What is going on? I've never seen anybody wear shorts in a courtroom. I bet he is tired. He should have someone helping him, like in the courtroom. Why are they done for the day? It's only what, 2:45.
Thank you. Please be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. Please accept my sincere apologies for this lengthy delay. I hadn't forgotten about you. I knew you were back there. Thank you for your confidence. We weren't taking a long afternoon break. We were doing some important things here. Now we're ready to proceed with continued cross-examination for scheduling, planning purposes. We're going to go to about 5, and then wherever we're at, we're going to break and start again tomorrow. So you don't have to worry about being held after hours. Just thank you for your continued patience and attention for the rest of the day. So we'll have Mr. Johnson back up here on the witness stand, and Mr. Tucker, you can proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay, that should be good.
Now, Mr. Johnson, we just put this video up here. Do you know approximately what time this was or when this video was?
11/22/2017.
Okay. Okay. And where are you at?
Sheriff's Department headquarters.
Okay. So this is when after they had brought you down under the guise of your truck, correct? Okay. And you know, if I remember correctly, you stated that you always told the truth when it came to your story.
I've told the truth. Yes. After I admitted my guilt in this,
Okay.
I've told the truth.
So, but you again, clarify, as far as, but did you tell that story
There were
that
some
narrative.
inconsistencies in the beginning, of course, because of my fear
Okay.
of being incarcerated.
Okay,
But in the long run, the truth came out.
but you vacillated, you didn't lie.
No, I didn't lie.
Okay.
There were no outright lies.
Okay.
There were misperceptions of individuals because I don't know you too well. I may have confused you two once or twice with each other. There may have been timelines I'm not 100% sure of, but no, there have been no lies.
Okay, let's get to that. I believe I asked you, did you, prior to Captain Phelps giving you that narrative, did you tell any other stories other than that? Did you lie?
Nothing I'm aware of, no.
We'll go ahead and go to the tape.
So John, again, I want, the question needs to be more specific. The witness testified that once I owned up to what I did, I haven't lied since. This video goes before that.
I just asked him if he lied prior to that.
Well, in any event, certainly there'll be redirect, and right now you can proceed with the presentation of this evidence.
Oh, of course, no more stuff. The video stuff. Oh, there we go.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, I'm not sure what your position
Oh,
here
I'm sorry.
for. I thought we were. Wait, can we please stop it a second?
Oh, and turn it towards you're absolutely correct. I'm sorry. Let me go ahead.
I'm just unclear if you're going to be questioning him during this, or.
I can stop any questions as soon as
Okay, but I would prefer that you be out that way rather than over here.
Do
Thank
you
you.
mind if I turn it towards the jury?
Oh, yes, I don't mind if there's a better view for,
So
the
we would
jury.
ask that he be at the podium when he's asking questions of the witness.
Well, it's hard to work the thing and be at the podium at the same time. That's all. It's just
So that-
logistics.
Can everybody see the screen? Okay, the gentleman seated at the far end is a little bit iffy. Okay, does that help, sir? Thank you. So the state can see it. Can you see it? Okay, so if Mr. Tucker's positioned out toward the podium, then that would be preferable. Let's roll them.
Now, let's see. Now, as we said, this is before Penny Phelps gave you the story, correct?
Okay, so 414, talk to Roy, you're probably at the beach, so you definitely go, you're not gonna walk that. And I don't care if you go, I just wanna verify something, I wanna verify something of what you're telling me. I haven't been able to verify one statement you made before we have. So it's important to me to verify something. You've got to understand what I'm, I do. This is a motivation. Yeah, I do understand that completely, 100%. So if you tell someone you can't verify, I'm scared to death. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm scared. Well, I am. It's the reason I was involved in it. I've been around and thank you for it. I wish you knew every little detail, exactly what you want to know about the day. You mind if I look at your mouth? Go ahead, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. No, I really want to get into. I want you to give me some stuff so I can verify. So we got from 414, you probably had to be. I understand you could, I mean, honestly, what did I do Friday? I was working, but it is hard to pinpoint downtimes. I get that. And no doubt. We have a license plate review. Have you ever seen those? Heard of those? Okay, they have like on some paths for toll, they have different variations of that. We have it here. So we have your truck. I have pictures of your truck. Hitting tag rating. Hitting tag rating. And that's why I asked, did anybody else drive? Is it common for someone else to use your truck? Okay. So and we have video. All right, so you tell me a time or something in a ballpark, we can verify, okay, he was going to this location. He wasn't with Roy, or he wasn't with Tony, he wasn't with this person, or he wasn't with this person. Remember, we talked to these other two gentlemen for a long time, they told us a lot of things. Okay, things that may or may not help right now. Things that may or may not be true, you know, exactly, so that's all good. I'm glad we're on the same page, yeah. All right. So do you remember meeting with Patty? Maybe. Okay, so keep going from there. Told him not to come back to the house. And got a cell phone from him. Because there was one of the things that they wanted to get other jail.
Just to be clear, you just asked about Maddie. Is that the Maddie that I asked you about earlier, Matthew Gideon?
I don't recall. I don't.
Okay. Don't recall. You don't recall. That's fine.
Was asking me to get his stuff. To make sure that we had it. What do you think they told you? What do you think Tyrone would tell us about you? I have no clue. No. No idea. No. I'm not going to 1 second. Yeah. We're really curious about something. Yeah. I talked to you 2 months ago. Yeah, I think we're in the we're not close. Well, I'm gonna go after the court date, and we've got phone numbers and contact me after my truck. And I want to see if let them know what's going on at the house, so I don't know whether you know what's going on there. I'm curious about trying to get around the compound, and trying to get your comment or what we're trying to do, we got to talk about. I'm asking if there's any balance. All people on that, there's even anything that not on the next month. That's not a problem. It's problems. I see guidance there. If he's there, you heard that conversation? No, I don't know. I don't remember. I just remember calling. No. I don't remember these things. Yeah. I don't. There's been a few days where I well, but I mean, I don't remember everything they don't. Rory with the girl. You're calling that, or he's calling you at 4:17 in the morning? 4:17 in the morning. Yeah. And you understand because the police is there. And he's telling me, I think he was asking me what was going on. That day on that Saturday, 4:17? Yeah, in the morning on Saturday. Saturday? And then the Friday night, so that was okay, that's what I was a little confused, but yeah, no, that was because the police were for the house and did everything, and he's calling me asking what's going on. So he was thinking.
Now, so far, Mr. Johnson, would you consider any of that a lie?
No, I mean, I really don't, and don't have 100% recall of what was discussed, what was communicated in phone calls. And I'm not lying at this point. I don't think I've divulged the truth. It may be by omission from fear
You
of
don't
being
remember-
implicated.
You don't remember what you were talking about with Rory Wilson on the night of the crime?
No.
Right afterwards?
I do not.
But the cops are reaching out to that, didn't happen. Did you say that that's not what he called you? Not that I'm aware of, but I'm pretty sure that the only thing he interested me is what's going on. You know, what the fuck is going on? So. I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to help you out. Right. That's why everything, all of a sudden I'm catching you that, something's not quite on it. Because I know you said you scared about driving, right? Put yourself in our shoes. None of this is looking good, and you're not helping me out there by anything. Well, I mean, I'm trying to do the best I can. I mean, I safe and they're arrested for it. Like, yeah, I just got like, you know, other hours. Been arrested for tickets. Anything else about it? No. Maybe, assault with deadly weapon or something? No. Assault with a deadly weapon? No. Okay. Not me. Don't have it on the record. I've got like a class A misdemeanor. That's, heading up, it was some $150,000 bond in Texas. You know. So we ran your right. I don't know. I don't have it. I've been on probation one time for the other one. Yeah, whenever I was 21 years old. Yeah. Roy did the same thing with some. He didn't keep the little bit with the hair. You have a problem. You have a problem with it? I don't have a problem. No, it's your problem. I thought I thought they were trying to keep down, you know, I think they were trying to keep the voice over the head. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, really had enough common sense. You ever crossed them in a bad way? You ever took them off or anything? No. Never done anything. So they take anybody? No, I mean, like, as far as I knew, you know, we were all over the place. We were cool. I was there, you know, back in the day, trying to help keep the shit, you know, try to get the lights back on, try to get, you know, a court case going on, you know, with Cosmo, the eviction. Like, you know, I told them I did whatever I could do.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean, I was having trouble stopping where I wanted to. So did you just say you were homeboys, your friends
We were,
with Rory Wilson?
for lack of better terms, yeah, we were in acquaintances with each other's. Yeah, we had no negativity toward each other at this point in
Okay,
time.
but homeboys is a little different.
It's a lack of a better term, per se. But friends, no.
Still don't think you're lying.
No, I don't, Tucker. I'm having a hard time accepting the truth is what I'm having a hard time dealing with. The hard time accepting the fact that I'm caught. That's what I see. I see fear in my eyes of being persecuted, being prosecuted for this crime. That's what's starting to come into my awareness is that
Okay, I wasn't asking what was in
I'm
your
being
head.
caught.
Mr.
I
Johnson,
need
Mr.
to
Johnson,
admit.
Mr. Johnson. I wasn't asking what was in your head. I was
You're asking me if I lied.
One step
I did not
at a time.
lie.
He gave a responsive answer, so now we'll
I
move
was-
on to the
I
next.
haven't got to my question, Your Honor. I was asking, I didn't ask what was in his head. I'm asking what came out of his mouth.
I did not
Well,
lie.
I believe that encompassed, if you still think you're not lying, is asking what's in his head. So I think it was a responsive answer, so we can go on to the next.
Without that. So I don't know why I would have any problem with it at all. My feeling was there was some really bad blood between the two. You know, some very bad blood. You know, not at all. So now I'm trying to figure out what can be done. I mean, no, I think I should do, you know, I think I didn't do anything back. You can't find anything back. There's nothing whatsoever. I'm not violent. I'm not aggressive. I don't start fights. You know what I mean? I don't. I don't. I've seen enough violence to last a lifetime, man. You know, and for him to say that he's mad at me. Matt, no, I just, my feeling, listening to him, the details of his side of the story that we're going to hear. My feeling was, damn, this guy must have really crossed something. Going in here talking like this with us. I mean, I don't sound like it. No big deal, don't sound like it. Good, a good, decent life. We spend a lot of time trying to get, I have my vices, I have, you know, the things that I like to do. There's a big difference when he gives us a time or something, we've been able to verify.
If you let me explain to your honors that there's sections here. That's what, this is not the complete video. The videos were given to both the state and to the defense in sections.
Yes, members of the jury, this section of this one long interview or interrogation is now going to be succeeded by the next section. So it's not all on one drive. So.
Wish I did. I mean, I can't wait for that shit. You know, really wish I could remember times that, you know. And I was like, everything down so I can remember that shit. You know. And you hired that a good conversation from the last one, I'm gonna tell you what just happened and why I'm so upset. We are picking up April right now, and we're taking it to the state house. And the people who have to do this, is because hard right, so yes, yes. So two of these people in the story. Yeah. They were crazy who had nothing to do with any of it. No. They're not people. You better stop talking. You better start running. Because if anything wants to the police, I'm going to take care of you in the baby. And I've got a 7-year-old first time mother who is scared to death that she's going to get killed. Merely for telling the truth. And I told her to call this morning. She didn't remember it. Because I can't back down. Remember, I told you guys, told you, and I got my stuff and got out of there until April. She told me now. And they all get me a call. Come back and come. Trent, the really sad part of the story is that
Yeah.
we had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people.
Okay, just to clarify, we just heard what Captain Phelps told you about me supposedly threatening April, right? And you did talk to her that morning, correct? Talked to her the morning when you gave her your phone number and all that.
April?
Yeah, April Walker.
Yes, it did.
Okay, and did she seem distressed? Did she seem like, did she seem like she had been threatened?
From my assessment, no.
Okay, thank you.
And most of the people in the story are pretty decent people. And you're one of the good decent people in the story, right? You really are. The guy falls back from hard luck and is really taking his life and moving forward and positive. You did everything you could with a bad situation. And the hurricane, you get victimized. You lose your tools, you lose your cooking utensils, you scratch your truck, and you still stay positive. You're not going out there saying, we're going to beat you, kill you. What you're doing is you look right then, talking with the police, trying to get this stuff straight. You're one of the good guys in the story. Rory's one of the good guys in the story. Detroit is right by April. He doesn't have a lot of money, but he's working. He got a somewhat decent place to stay. The conversation we had last night. It's not because of all that you're looking, but it was a room, and it was a place, and it was safe. I'm trying to make it safe. I know. That's the trash is right by him. Rory is right by April. He knows she's scared. He knows that it's her first baby. He's proud to be with her, and he's proud to be having a son. He's waiting for that baby to come into this world. So there's good people in the story. You're a good person in the story. April's a good person in the story. Whoever, Detroit is a good person in the story. The asshole in the story, you and I both know who the asshole in the story is. You know, we both know, don't answer the question. You and I both know who the bad guy in the story is. We know. They only making it worse strategy. How the hell do you go to?
Just out of curiosity, did you just say, is it Ty?
Yes, it did.
And she, again, why would you say that?
I don't know, because the simple question is, You know who it is? Is it Ty? That's a responsive
I'm
answer
the
in
asshole. To quote, I'm the
a
asshole.
conversation. Yes, this is with the
Okay.
applications.
The 27-year-old, 9-month pregnant woman and tell her to her face, I'm going to hurt you and your baby. I'm going to take care of you and your baby if you don't stop running your mouth. What's April trying to do? Find out what's going on with your children. She's home alone. Scared to death. Ask a simple question. You know what she's trying to do. How come Rory's stuff is on the internet? And Ty just, and you honest with her and said, well, Hurry's in jail and Ty's not. And her statement to you was, how did that happen? Brett, I think what happened is, let's talk about the people in the treehouse. Let's talk about the big people in the story and not the big people in the story. That's what the people live in the treehouse. The crack, selling the body, the crack, people coming and going worse than the place that you're living in. Because there's no one in that treehouse that's trying to take care of the property. That's too old. Where's the treehouse? The place across from CBS. Okay, I've heard of that part. The crack. Yep, the crack. You know what? You know the kind of people that are hanging out at that.
Now, be clear, you're not lying here.
No,
You don't know the treehouse. You haven't been there.
no, never in my life. Before I moved, before I
But I
come
mean,
here
when
after
you're
the
giving
hurricane,
this, when
I've
she's
never
asking
been there
you,
before.
had you been to the treehouse already?
After this, yes, this is after the incident. Of course, this is November 22nd. The incident happened November 17th. That's a ridiculous question. Of course, I know that where the treehouse is now.
That's not what you're telling me.
I didn't know that's what it was called. I knew where it was. Nobody referred to it. We're going to the treehouse. I didn't know what it was called. We're going over here to this place where the crack is. That's what I knew of it. I didn't know it called the treehouse. Never heard it referred to that till this incident.
The crack den is what she calls it, right?
Yes, I called it that.
So you think you're being honest here?
I know I'm being honest here.
Let me just hear. Sorry, Your Honor, my eyes are not as good as these.
And I believe that. Never go there. Like, I don't. Yep. Yeah. But I think here's what happened. They get a little bit of money. And a little bit of money in Stack Island is $100. A lot of money in Stack Island is $1,000. And there's word on the street that $1,000 has changed hands. So all at the treehouse got $1,000. And I think there's discussion, there's a plan. Let's go get $1,000 to crack it. We'll go in, we'll make it quick, we'll come out, no one will know us, we'll make sure that we got that, we'll make sure nobody knows the stuff. They don't need $1,000 to smoke up crack, we need $1,000 to live. We'll do right with the money, we'll do right by all of us in the place on Second Street. That's just it, fast and easy. And I know you're hard to plan. Now I also know, hear me carefully, Travis, I also know that that plan never included hurting anyone at all. Because had there been discussion and you talked about hurting someone, you never would have participated. Because you're not that guy. You're not that guy that could sit down at a table with people and say, yeah, let's go beat somebody up. Let's go rape somebody. Let's go rob somebody. Let's go kill somebody. That's not you. You're a guy who's trying to survive. That's you, Trent. Now, could I hear you? Could I see you saying, let's go get some money? Maybe like a little bit easier for us? Yep. Because that's the kind of guy you are. You're struggling. I get it. You lost all your tools. You lost all your cooking supplies. The food that you're living is mold infested. Your mattress got wet. It's hard. You're struggling. And there's this, let's go get a little bit of money to make life a little bit easier. And you didn't go into the treehouse. You didn't. But you drove on that. You drove on that, Travis. We got your truck on video. The camera right where you parked it. when you pulled off the Long Island and parked your truck, and Detroit and Todd got out of that truck, all three of you on camera, video. And you did the right thing, because you dropped them off and then you got the hell out of there. You're gone. You don't know what they did in the treehouse. You don't know about it until after. The plan wasn't to go up there and hurt anybody. The plan wasn't to go up there and kill anybody. The plan was, go up there, get the money, get your ass back, and then we'll split the money. That's the plan. And then everything went bad. And it wasn't Detroit that broke bad. You and I both know who broke bad. Who went off script, Travis? Who? The same guy that threatened a 27-year-old 9 months.
Okay, Travis. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. That sounds pretty familiar as far as stories go, correct?
Sounds, yes, the implementation or implication of specifically who did this was off, but she was on point with her
Basically goes
narrative.
into detail, correct?
She was on point with her narrative, yes.
Now, again, you haven't said anything about your story at this point, right? The story that you've been telling. Okay, so you say Phelps gave you your narrative, right?
She created the narrative that existed. She brought to light
Okay.
the narrative,
But-
not my narrative,
but-
not her narrative, but the narrative in question.
Well, that's what we're here to figure out. But okay, to give them a question here. Okay, you say that she got the narrative, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now she couldn't possibly be throwing you a lifeline, could she?
No,
I mean,
no, she was being a good detective and telling me exactly what she was doing.
I mean,
Asking him if she's throwing him a lifeline and calls for him to speculate
Well,
what she's doing.
well, I'll overrule the objection.
now, Mr. Johnson, you testified already that you were afraid of a life sentence, that you were upset because you were afraid of a life sentence. Is that correct? That you were
Sure.
afraid right here, correct?
I was afraid of being, yes, charged with murder.
Okay. You're afraid of being charged with murder. When Penny Phelps told you this story, did it all of a sudden, were you afraid or?
I was in shock.
Okay. And just, you were in shock. Okay, let's play a little bit longer here.
Pregnant woman. And that's not you. He broke bad, and he did the one thing no one talked about. There was nothing he planned to hurt anybody or kill anybody. And now you've all been living with that for the last 5 days. Nobody's left. Everybody's had a different time. You know the one guy who's walking around loving it? Bragging to everybody today. I said out in Detroit. He's in jail for a free man. He thinks this is funny, Travis. He's bragging. He's not filled with guilt. He's not filled with remorse. He's not having trouble sleeping. He's not mourning the life of another human being. And old man, you know what he told us last night? Man, I heard he got stabbed 7 times. He was bragging about it. There's 2 sides to the story, Travis. The side of all the people. They got jammed up in a bad.
Now, Mr. Johnson, would you agree that, again, it seems to be that Captain Phelps is implying heavily that I had something to do with this,
Yeah, she's trying to coax the truth out of me.
but she's using me to do it,
Of
correct?
course she is.
And, okay, we keep on going.
Those are good people who make mistakes. The other side of the story is the bad person did a bad thing and feels really doing that thing. I do. I need to talk to it about Travis is, you gotta give us your side of the story. You gotta let us know, because I believe in my heart and soul, you're one of the good guys on the good side of the story. You're not over here. You've never, your whole life been over there. You're not violent guys. You've never demonstrated hurting anybody. You're a good person. I got just all Jen a really bad thing. And the really sad thing is, Travis, you weren't even in there. You drove them. We got you on camera. You drove past the house at 4 days. Real slow, so everybody could see where it was and where they were gonna go when they came up out of there. And a little bit after 8 o'clock, you come back and you park your truck right in front of that camera at the gate. And they get out, I get out, Troy gets out, and then you get the smartest one. You don't get out of the truck. You get out of there. Get out of there. And then everything goes to shit. And now there you sit.
Oh. Okay. I don't know whether it's stopped or whether it's paused. Mr. Johnson, just to clarify here, you haven't said anything about me at this point, have you?
No.
Okay. And as far as you know, nobody else has either, right?
As far as I know, that is what they're telling me. That's as far as I knew.
Yeah, I mean, but
Anything,
as far
that's
as you
all I
know,
knew.
as far as you know what they're telling you, correct?
Yes, all I know is what they're telling me.
And, you know, let me make sure that, that this video actually stopped and it didn't have any more to go. It didn't stop. Oh, well, here, I'll let you do it again.
So on to the next section. That segment's completed. So again, continuation on another section of the same interview.
Your guy, got up in his bathtub, trying to live past what the heck happened, trying to deal with it every day. I know you are, and we're here to make sure, I get it, and we're here to make sure that people are not gonna get hurt. April's scared of that too, she's at our legal house right now, Travis, so when I tell you that you are gonna be safe, I'm telling you you're gonna be safe. But in order to make that happen, I gotta know what happened. I gotta make sure, Travis, you're a good guy. You just told us. You just said it. You tell me it. That's what I think I need. Don't leave anything out, Travis, from the start. I get it.
Now, Mr. Johnson, what was your response when she said, is this what happened?
I told her what had happened. I told her that she was on point with her narrative.
Did you just say, you just said it?
Yes.
Okay.
I said, she just said it. There
Okay.
were differences.
What I'm saying is, so far you haven't told her anything about your story, right?
No.
Okay. And she just nails it on the head, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oops, hold on. Let's bring it back on. So, have to excuse me. Travis, sorry, Mr. Johnson. Would you agree that, yes, if you were actually there and participated, it would be very easy for you to know the details to fill in that story,
You know the details of what?
the narrative, Phelps's
Yes.
narrative? Would it be very easy for you to fill in those details
Yes,
if you actually were there, took part in,
yes.
and as more than the driver?
As more than a driver.
Well, she gave you, you're the driver now. This is where it comes from, right?
No, if this was the truth, I was the driver. It was my truck. Of course I drove it.
Okay. What the operative term here, I guess everybody's used is, were you the getaway driver?
Yes.
Okay, but this is the first time we've ever heard of this.
In this scenario from another detective.
Any
She was
detective,
identifying me as.
any detective.
Yes,
any-
I was being identified as the
This is the first
getaway
time.
driver.
This is the first time it's come up, though, right?
They did it earlier in the previous part of the interview.
They called,
David Fernandez was saying we have pictures of your truck.
but did he say you were the getaway driver?
I don't recall.
I know we just watched it, but okay. But for this purpose, yes, did Phelps just call you the getaway driver?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Now, again, you haven't offered up anything at this point. Like
No.
you haven't told anybody anything.
No.
Judge, I'm not objecting.
I'm gonna
That's the
sustain,
question.
sustain the objection. That's inaccurate characterization of what was just
Oh.
presented on the tape. He hasn't told anybody anything. It's not.
Oh, that's not true. You're right. You're right, Your Honor. I made a mistake in my wording there. Okay, you didn't specifically give them any details of your involvement in the crime prior to this.
No.
Okay.
And the other thing, nowadays, that it's been a big part of, my existence when I was here before I went to the.
Because back then, it was some stories on you, worried about me, worried about Detroit, because in this story, it's like, oh,
Hold on, I'll pause it.
Who were they that were talking about going to the treatment? Who's with you?
There we go.
Is there some difficulty in hearing?
I can try and do that.
Okay, let's try.
Let's see. Actually, if I may, just get a little closer to make it easier.
Okay, however it's easier to operate.
We're having that talk. It's the time where we have to talk at. Upstairs where you were, we're playing on. Take a breath, take a breath, take a deep breath, take a deep breath, you're good, you're good. We're not in a hurry, we're safe. Travis, you're safe. We got you, buddy. You're safe. You're in the way you can be, right? You're in your foot. Respect. I do, good job. I don't. It's exactly why we're talking. We know you didn't do this. We were never meant for it to happen. Get along with it, but in the house, you know, so that I would get victim by it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to explain. I don't know what to say. I'm trying to say the truth, and that's what you're doing, and that's the best thing. We want to do this, we just want to be published, it's all we want, and we're gonna.
Travis, did you just tell her you will do anything they want you to do?
So, but at this point, I would cooperate with him 100%, yes.
Said specifically that,
Okay, what are you implying by me saying that? I said I would cooperate with them. Is there a misconstruement of what that meant to you or to me? It's, I will
Mr.
comply.
Mr. John, he just asked a
And
simple
I answered
question.
it. I will comply. That's what that meant.
we'll move on.
When you go to camp with friends, okay? When you talk to the attorney or the city, okay? I don't think that it doesn't travel. I know that. I know that. Travis, let's get some of the details so I can talk to the city attorney, okay? So it's you and I, make sure everyone else there. And what time of the day is it? How long have you been? How long have you been?
It's been all transparent. 30 minutes,
Okay.
you know, it was just, boy, left for a little while. I think he went to Burger King, he came back, and he said to Tyrone, this is happening, you know, they're doing it. You know, let's go try and get this money.
Mr. Johnson, did you just say that Rory Wilson came back from Burger King and said, let's go get this money?
Yes, when Rory Wilson returned with the information that he had gotten it from Burger King.
Okay, so he's the one that wants to do the robbery on the treehouse,
Yes, he's
correct?
the one who got the information, correct?
Okay,
yes.
okay, just clarifying.
They said, you know, we could drive us over there. And I was like, I don't really want to be in part of this. You know, I'll try.
Okay.
Good. And, said, whatever, whatever. I'm not looking for cut or anything like that. I just, you know, want some gas in my truck.
Just like you did.
That's all I'm trying to do.
Travis, you're trying to survive, we get it, we absolutely get it. So how much earlier in the day did this talk about going over there before 8 o'clock at night? Okay. So who knew there was money in that house, in that tree? Who's talking about no one who's money in there? Was there a dollar amount for that? Did you know how much money was up in there? Did you say how many there was money up in there? Okay.
Travis, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. Did you just say that
Yes, I did.
I'm the one who said there's
Yes, I
money
did.
at the treehouse and I got it from Burger King?
That you, yes, that you did.
Okay.
That was inconsistent with mine, number one, confusing you two with each other.
What does Rory Wilson look like?
He's black,
Big black man, small black man?
right? And your name's Tyrone.
I know my name's Tyrone, but that doesn't make me black.
No, it doesn't, but that was
Okay.
the confusion between the two is the
Okay,
name
just-
Tyrone, in my mind, correlates to a black man. Unfortunately, I don't mean to, sound racist, but that's probably where the confusion in my mind started. Because I am not familiar with you two guys that well.
Okay. Well, again, just a minute earlier, didn't you say a minute, maybe
It
two?
was Rory, yes.
It's Rory
That's
Wilson.
an answer, Judge.
Okay.
Already answered this question.
Okay, it's crossed.
Okay.
We'll give him a little leeway, so. anyway.
I think we've established this. Now, in your story today, who is it?
It was Rory that came back with the information.
Okay.
And clarification, that, I don't even recall naming you as the individual with the information. I wasn't aware that I did name you as the one with the information till I had gone over some of these interviews with other people, but the clarification was that it was Rory, not you, that came back with the information.
Mr. Johnson, how many times have you gone over these videos with other people?
Like I said, I've only seen them 4 times. I've only seen this one. This is only the second time I've ever seen this video.
Okay, but you were here, right? You were actually there.
Actually, where?
As far as in this interview, giving this interview, telling this information.
Yes, that was me. That is me.
So, we're gonna go get the money. They ask you to drive the truck. What do they do to get ready to go get the money? Talking about what you see in Thailand, what they're doing to the government. They put on a pair of black pants and black shirt. Or are they just selling that later? Okay. Who had the net meter in? Thailand, okay. Okay. Did you see Detroit do anything with the net meter? I think he had it just look like a, what you could do, baby, okay, and, a pretty mask. What the mask look like? Okay, like, when you say demon, I see you say, tell me what it is about it, like, it's sharp teeth, almost like a dinosaurish type, okay, looking thing. Did Ty have a mask? Okay. So they get dressed in black shirts, black pants. Did both of them have gloves on? I think so. Okay. And I didn't see the gloves in there in the pocket, but thank you. Okay. And you see Ty put on a gator kind of his goatee. Then Detroit puts on this mask that looks.
Now, Mr. Johnson, you did testify there that yes, was it, I supposedly put on a neck gaiter with, if I remember correctly, it's Jägermeister's written all over it, right?
Yes.
Do any witnesses ever identify that?
Objection, Judge, improper question.
I'm going to sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Was there ever a neck gaiter with Jägermeister written all over it, recovered in any of the discovery you've seen?
No.
Objection, Judge. He's not the law enforcement officer who's gathering evidence.
Well, to his knowledge, he can answer to his knowledge.
That's what I was asking.
No, to my knowledge, that was never a piece of evidence that was
Okay.
labeled or taken.
Did they ever find another mask that, to your knowledge?
Outside of the demon?
Yeah.
I think they found like 3,
Okay. And where did those come from, Mr. Johnson?
the warehouse.
But again, they've never been attributed to anybody that you know of.
Not that I know of, no.
Okay.
Big teeth that looks kind of like a dinosaur. Do they have this stuff on when you first drive by the treehouse? No. Well, just three guys riding in a truck. So you're driving, where's Detroit sitting? Front seat, and where's Ty sitting? Behind you. That's everybody that's in the truck. All right. So you drive by, how do you get from the place you stay to go by the treehouse? Tell me where you drive. That's around. Now, what you're talking about, in that trip past the treehouse when you by real slow. And that, well, they told me that's it right there. Okay. And they said, stop right there. Okay. So the first time you just buy it, and you point it out and tell you where it's at. Okay, so now you go back to the house. Yeah. Okay. Are you sitting in the parking lot of the house talking again? Okay. So now what happens on the second trip to the treehouse? Seriously, they got their stuff in the back. They got out, and they came, or not they, just Tyrone. Okay, back, and I took them. Okay. The second time when you go back, you see, I don't know that. Okay. The second time you go, are you sitting in the same spot you're driving?
There are some consistencies here, some. Would you agree?
Somewhat,
Consistencies to your story that you gave today.
yes.
Okay, there are some, right?
And there are some inconsistencies, correct?
Now, again, when we we're talking earlier or questioning earlier, Again, when did I come back to the warehouse supposedly?
After I returned, after I'd left you guys.
Okay, and about how long did it take you to get back after you took off?
I don't know exact times, Mr. Tucker. A few
I'm
minutes,
ask-
few seconds. It was relative. For me, it seemed like forever, but it was probably only 2-3 minutes at most, maybe even 20-30 seconds.
Okay.
It's not a very far drive,
It's not a very far jog.
not a very far walk, not a very far drive,
Yeah.
not a very far run.
And to be clear, again, your route, she just went over your route. Is that correct?
That's, I believe, what she was doing. Yes.
Okay. And would that route be the same route that you were walking with Rory Wilson? Now, the Florida Keys electric video, when you're seen walking with Rory Wilson,
That's
that's the
Second
same,
Avenue.
that's the same road, right?
That's Second Avenue, correct?
That's, and that's the one that you took the truck down, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you got the horse in front, and tie the back and Nike. Now, when they got their stuff, when they said they got their stuff, what did they bring in the truck to go get it? Where did you find the got his mask and their clothes and gloves? Okay. Tie had a, well, razor knife.
Hmm.
Not a razor knife, but a diet knife. But this, like the kind you strap to your leg, yeah, okay. Was it finished? Okay. Good guy.
He was.
I believe it's the end of the video. It just cut off. That's all. Now, Mr. Johnson, you said that first you didn't, again, in this, did you say that you didn't know whether or not they had gloves, correct?
Yes, I did say that. I don't know if they had them 100%. I wasn't aware. I don't recall seeing them today. I don't
Okay.
recall them.
No, it's okay. When Phelps asked you this question again, did you say that they have gloves now?
That's what it sounded like. Yes.
And did you say I had a razor knife?
I said, you had a razor knife? No, wait a minute. It was a dive knife.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, I guess we agree there are some major inconsistencies here, correct?
I wouldn't say major, no.
Is there a big difference between a razor knife and a dive knife?
Yes, and I corrected that immediately. If you don't recall, rewind it, listen again, and I corrected that.
Okay, you corrected that.
Yes.
Okay. Did Captain Phelps tell you each part of this story?
No, she did not. She told me her narrative as a detective, what she thought might have happened. Okay. Due to detective work.
Okay.
I filled in the blanks because she was dead on with her narrative and her motive.
Okay.
And I explained and filled in the pieces for her, Mr. Tucker.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, does she continue to feed you facts as we watch this?
Facts. Yes.
Okay.
She feeds me facts
Okay.
and I verify them for her.
And you
Sure.
verify them for her,
Yes.
right? So again, now what would happen, Mr. Johnson, if those facts aren't true?
Objection, Judge.
Yeah, it's an unclear
Okay,
question.
Okay, let's put it this way. Has there ever been any evidence or discovery that you have ever seen that verify Captain Phelps' facts?
Objection, Judge, to that kind of a question.
I'm gonna sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay, we'll keep on going. Did you queue up the next one, Mr. Mansfield?
Sure.
Thank you. Oh, it's up there. Sorry.
She was just explained, just the 95 o'clock. And she, okay, what color was the sheet? Black. Okay, did you see Lori looking at it? You just, the one I saw the top. Because Lori had a knife and he's not doing it. Okay, so now, talk to me about how you leave the house and how you back to the tree house. And how you leave back to the tree house. Like there was just one
impacting them.
Okay,
Like they did in the.
okay, so we never went back, so let me get this straight, so that you leave the house. And when you leave the house the first time, everybody's ready to go.
No,
Okay,
they wanted to take a look.
okay, so they take a look, and then you go back home, they go get their stuff, they come back to the truck. So now you're heading back to the tree house. How do you back up? The street is up.
Out there, like, right, took it out.
And then you're gonna get back down, and you sit. And that's it. And then you get
Just because there's been a little bit of confusion here. And did you just tell Captain Phelps that you went from the warehouse to the tree house and then did like a ride around and then came back?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and this is where we were having a little confusion earlier, and I'm just hoping you can clear this up. When you went there and you went around, is that when you saw the black sedan?
Not the first time, no.
And not the first time? Okay. Mr. Johnson, what is it you're signing there?
I'm not signing anything. I'm drawing a map.
Oh, you're drawing the map. Okay.
Okay, so each time you do come to this loop, just go straight down Second Street. Okay, so when you come this way the second time, where do you park, where do you stop? Okay, okay, and
I think we're talking the end of the street.
okay. And, way down the line,
No, see, it's not way behind, but.
okay,
Yep.
okay. And then get out, you see them go through the tree line?
No.
Okay. You see them, but you saw them walk in the rest of the tree house. What are they wearing when they're out of the truck? What do they got? Company logo and tree. Okay, do they have the mask on? Not yet.
Mr. Johnson, did you testify today that you saw us go into the gate?
Yes.
Did you just tell Captain Phelps?
I told her I didn't see you go into the treehouse
Okay. Oh, so again,
because I didn't.
okay. Okay. You didn't see us go into, you saw us go into the gate, but not into the treehouse. Is that what you're trying to, is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
Yes.
What do you see from the mask? You have this on the, what about time? Yeah. Okay. Okay. What color hat?
Black hat, almost.
Okay.
White wasn't big.
Was there any design on his jacket or was it just a dark color on top?
Said Jägermeister.
Okay. And you should go toward the treehouse.
Mr. Johnson, did you just say that I wore a hat that
Yes.
looked like yours?
Yes.
And that, again, Nick Gator, Jägermeister, or maybe Jägermeister, right?
Yes.
You say, is it when you speak, how you run?
Yeah, whenever I walk, I see it across the street. I was like,
Okay. Describe the name of someone across the Okay. So you see a flashlight, and you're thinking with the guy, white guy, black guy, fantastic. Can you hear things from that? Can you hear people? Okay. Do you see Ty coming running down the road? How's he coming in?
I would, my passenger side window, or passenger side mirror is broken, so I couldn't, and I just saw him.
Okay. So did you take off and go down Second Street to go home?
No, I went straight, like, okay, where it was, turned right.
Went right home. Just got home. Parked the truck. Does Ty come right home? Does Rory come right home? No. When does Rory come home? Okay. When you and Ty get home, talk about the conversation you and Ty had. What do you see? What did he say?
He really didn't say anything.
Yes, you do. He's feeling blind. They have a knife with him. So the guy was gone. It's missing someplace. Does he have a gator on still? Gator's gone.
Okay, so earlier you testified that you asked Rory Wilson what happened when you got there. How was it to Tom Thumb?
Yes,
And what did he tell you again?
not to worry about it.
Okay, and now you just told Phelps, that I've seen here, I guess, would you agree that you just told her that I said,
Not to worry about it.
worry about it? Okay.
So when the black shirt, white pants, when Rory comes home, what's Rory got? White shorts, or he has a shirt on? Shirt's gone. So shirt's gone. He's sitting with the mask. Mask is gone. And you never really saw him when you see him in heaven, right? Did he come home with the knife? What does Rory say when he gets with the knife?
Mr. Johnson, did you testify earlier that when you met Rory Wilson at Tom Thumb, that he was still wearing a shirt?
Yes,
Did you tell Captain Phelps in that video that Rory Wilson was not wearing a shirt?
yes, I did.
Which one would it be, Mr. Johnson?
Well, I hadn't been shown the video yet of me walking, so I hadn't owned up to that part of me running into him up the street yet. So right now it's just me basically struggling for a description of him best I could.
Okay, well, again, and I think you said this earlier, I'm not sure. Oh, and you gotta excuse me. But, no, I think you said earlier, you know, it was you in that video,
Yes,
right? Because you lived it.
yes.
Okay. Well, why would you need to see a video to know whether or not Rory Wilson was wearing a shirt?
I didn't need a video to see whether or not Rory Wilson was wearing a shirt, but when I was showed the corroborating evidence, the facts hit me in the head like a brick that I was caught. So I needed to come clean about everything. And the shirt, relevance of the shirt, not being on, being off, wasn't registering to me as a problem at this time.
But again, you
I
said
still don't think it's a problem. I mean, inconsistencies, what I remembered at the time versus what the facts in the video show. I just don't believe that was a relevant question.
Okay. Oops, sorry. Mr. Johnson, this was, you understand this was a murder, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you understand it was supposedly a stabbing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that would imply, I would imagine, that you would understand that there would be blood, correct?
That's what happens sometimes when people get stabbed.
I understand this. Mr. Johnson, would you agree that if again, we're talking about a murder and a stabbing, that blood on a shirt might be relevant?
It would be relevant.
Okay.
100%.
guys go upstairs? Okay. Where did you guys split up the money? How much money did they split up? Lot, little bit? How were the bills? 20, 10, 5, what? 20, and 5. Okay. The money stuff like this. When you saw Tyler running towards where you were parked, did you see anything? So you just run. Did you say anything when you run? Just run. And you're gone. Gone, gone, gone. You see him running Rory when he gets home? Sure. He gets home and goes upstairs.
Mr. Johnson, again, you testified today that you saw me running down the street behind you with a bag in my hand,
Yes.
dropping things.
Yes,
Mr. Johnson, would you agree that that is not what you just told Captain Phelps?
that is true. That is not what I just told her.
Just to clarify again, would you consider this being honest?
Judge, objection to the question.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
No, I would not consider it being dishonest. I would consider it, for a lack of better terms, not 100% thinking about the chain of events clearly enough to convey exactly what had happened. It's only through time that the scenario, that the situation, that the facts had returned through my studying of myself and the discovery of what truly happened. Because at this time, I'm clearly distraught. I'm clearly under duress and not making a lot of sense. I'm sitting here watching, and I'm not making a lot of sense to myself because of how distraught I was. So details, 100% of the details are not coming out. I do not believe at this time.
Mr. Johnson, I understand what you're saying. Would you also agree that 5 years, 6 years at this point is a long time to get it right?
It's a long time to reflect. Yes,
And you did get to look at discovery and evidence.
I had my discovery correct.
Okay. And you did have these discussions with investigators, correct?
Yes, I had talks with investigators. Correct.
So again, would you agree that that is quite a bit of information for you to go over in 6 years?
I would agree. That's a lot of information to go over in
Okay.
6 years in that discovery. Correct.
Okay, so your story should be fairly well solidified at this point, correct?
It is solidified at this point. There have been additional bits of information that have come out, but the narrative has never changed.
Okay, if you
The
ever,
story has never changed.
never changed.
No,
Okay.
no, the scenario of me, Rory Wilson, and Tyrone Tucker
Okay.
being the participants in this robbery have not changed.
Mr. Johnson, have you ever said this story is false?
That this story was false?
That this story that we are watching right here is false?
I do not recall this. No,
Okay, the story you're telling right now is false. Have you ever said that to anybody?
no, I have not.
Okay, good.
At any time, did they tell you that night when they went and we stabbed somebody? When did you learn that the guy was dead? How'd you find out? Did you lose what did you think when you heard? Did Howard ever put you better on top of the safety? Did Robert understand? But I never, you were afraid. You just thought something. You, Travis, do you know who killed the guy? Did they ever tell you? If you had, if one person did this, yeah, who would you think would have done that? Did you see us put closer? Closer and they. Did you ever see Lori taking a book for one equipment? Like that, I had trying to get rid of it. Yeah, the same thing with you, like, take this stuff. And so it's $250 for that. That's pretty messed up, guys. Pretty messed up.
Did you just say it was your fault there, Travis?
No, I did not. I said, I feel like
I feel like
this
it's your
could be my fault.
Your fault, okay. And again, so you do this robbery, apparently agree to be the driver, right?
Objection asked and answered
Okay.
15 times.
Okay. I've
Sustaining.
heard it. And again, why would you want to participate in this for, you said nothing?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, answer it.
Rephrase the question again.
I'm sorry, let me make it a little more clear. Okay, at some point, Travis, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, at some point, you say that, you see us come down in dark clothes, what, a knife and a pipe, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you know it's going to be an armed robbery, correct?
Yes.
Okay, why would you want to participate in an armed robbery without getting paid?
I didn't want to get paid because I didn't know, number one, what was going to be taken. Number two, I didn't know you guys. Number three, I did kind of want to get paid because I wanted gas money in my truck. So honestly, there was motivation for me to get involved. Plus, the addiction in my mind of wanting to get high was another motivating, irrational, but motivating factor for me to
Thank you.
participate in this.
Oh, thank you. Now, Captain Phelps, if I remember correctly, just said $250 to kill a man, right?
That's what she said.
And you're saying that $50 was more than enough for you.
No, I didn't say that, Tucker. I said that's what I was given for my part. Not more than enough. Not that's my cut. I don't know where you want what you are trying to get me to say, but I'm saying that the yes or no answers to your questions. No, I did not say that $50 was enough for me to do this job.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, you went on this job, right?
I
That's what you just
participated
called
in
it, a
this
job.
I participated in this crime.
Sustain the objective,
Okay.
objection. It's
Okay.
argumentative. It's been asked and
Okay.
answered.
Okay.
So
Mr. Johnson,
get through this segment so we can adjourn for the evening. We've got a little bit more here. So if you have any questions that are admissible, you can go ahead.
Mr. Johnson, have you ever done anything like this before?
Objection, Judge.
I'm sustaining the objection.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Johnson. Okay. Let's continue with the video.
what did you think was going to happen if you told them, no, we're not gonna, what do you think was going to happen? What did you think they could do to your business going on? What do you think was going to happen?
Before we go to the next one. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Johnson, didn't you testify earlier that you're not afraid of me, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Would you repeat it in, testified earlier that he was.
I'll change the, I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Did you just tell Captain Phelps that you were worried about what we would do to you?
Yes, context, we, two people against me that I do not know. Yes, I was worried about that.
Okay. Again, now, I assume, again, well, maybe I shouldn't assume. Mr. Johnson, you know, how much training did you get in the military?
Ample for my MLS,
For your MLS? Yes.
ample training for my MLS.
Oh, ample. Is that what you said?
Yes,
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I just didn't catch that. All right, so you've got ample training for your MOS. What would that include?
basic training in AIT.
Okay, and what was your AIT?
AIT is called Advanced Individual Training. My AIT was infantry training.
Okay, and what would that entail? Would that entail hand-to-hand combat?
That would entail many facets of being an infantryman, hand-to-hand combat being one, yes.
Okay, would that entail firearms?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, how about knives?
Not so much, no.
Mr. Johnson, did you have a large collection of knives
I did.
when this occurred?
I did.
Okay. And were those knives ever taken into custody by the investigators
After they executed search warrant on my truck, yes.
after they executed a search warrant on your truck? Now, didn't you say
Mr.
that?
Tucker, did you have any more questions pertinent to
Oh, but
this?
pertinent this view, you're right. Hold on. For time. We're already over 5 o'clock, Your Honor. Would you like to go to tomorrow at this point?
Yeah, I wanted to complete any questions pertaining to this particular segment. And
I think
that's done, then.
I think we're good with this segment and previous at this point.
All right, thank you. So we're going to adjourn for the evening, members of the jury. Again, thank you for your patience, for your attention, for your time. I mentioned at the beginning that I do have to do a few other dockets during the course of this. This isn't the only case or the only division I have. So tomorrow morning, I have some arraignments and some special set hearings and motion calendar. So we're going to start at 1 o'clock. So if you can please have your lunch beforehand, and I'll do my best to pick up at 1 o'clock. Have a great evening.
Yep, 9:05. Tomorrow, Grandma.
All right, the jurors are gone. So just to get an idea, what do we, I assume we're going to continue with the cross and get an idea of how much longer you expect that to last, Mr. Tucker? Yes.
It's almost over. I mean, like, I think we're literally 5 or 10 minutes from the end.
Okay.
Well, there is such a thing called legal rights. So I'm going to concern for that. And Judge, we are going to have to put our medical examiner on after we're done with this witness tomorrow because he's not available Friday. So I believe our DNA analyst is available Friday, so we might have to just do a switcheroo there. That's not going to be a problem. I don't know. Well, we're going to have to figure it out. But we will finish this witness and go forward.
Okay, so hopefully it won't take that much longer. So, Johnson, you're back tomorrow. We're starting court at 1. I don't know if there's any instructions again. Mr. Mansfield's witness, to what time would you
We'll
recommend?
have you here 12:30. Perhaps right on 10:04. Yes.
All right, so otherwise, don't be discussing your testimony with anyone, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right, I have one question. Just out of curiosity, these video segments that we've just been publishing, they haven't been admitted into.
Judge, I was going to my redirect, but go ahead and move them in because they need to be in evidence.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. So, all right, so let's be prepared to start at 1 and move forward expeditiously. Have a good evening. Get over here, got everything.
So there's that. Boy, that guy had to know time longer than 2 days to be acting like that, right? Right. All right. Tomorrow they're starting court late and all that, but I wanted the people to know that we are going to watch it at 9:00 p.m. Even Miss Barbara has something to do. So I told her I plan on the evening. All right, I'm going to go. I'm feeding my face. Love you, Grandma. Thank you for always being here for me. And thank you, Viper. Who else came in here? Oh, my sis. Okay.
They did the switcheroo.
Oh shit, I was muted.
Let's say they did the switcheroo on you.
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up. Let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted. So mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you was just the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll fucking take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your hold or two. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. Oh God, adrenaline wasted. So mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you was just the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back.
Hello, my good peoples. How are you all doing? Okay, let's see here. I got Miss Barbara back here with me.
Hello, everyone. Thanks
Hi,
for
Grandma.
being here.
Thank you for being here. KB, hey girl, hey. Marianne, my sweetheart. Okay, this live is going to be about, of course, the Treehouse Murder with Franklin Ty Tucker. This is day 5. Okay, in my opinion so far, I don't see any evidence that points to him. So this is his whatchamacallit from today. He continues to interview Travis and then the DNA person. And I don't know what happened because I haven't been home. As you all know, I got into a car accident. Oh, here we go. Oh. Oh, Jesus. God, I'm shaking. Can't believe this shit. What's going on? Come on. There we go.
Car accidents shake you up, whether you're okay or not. Okay.
Yeah, I know it is. I even felt sorry for the people. The first thing I did was go to them, and I touch them by their arm. I'm like, "Hey, are you okay?"
It looks scary. I know that. Sure, it's got you shaken up.
Yeah. So there's damage all on the passenger side, front, and underneath the car. Thank God I was a mile away from my house, so I was.
And you're okay.
Yeah,
Thank God you're okay.
And I told them that, and I told the cop they weren't going to call the cops. They were just going to give me their information and leave. I'm like, no, I'm calling the cops. And then, of course, when they talked to the cops, they said, it's my fault. Well, whatever. I was honest with the cop, told him my side. And I said, to be honest with you, everything is so crazy right now. It could have been my fault. It might not be my fault. I'm not sure. The cop did not give me a citation. So that tells you something. But you know what? I'm going to get the intersection has, I want to say 10, 20, 30, 40 cameras. And so I'm going to get the footage and the body cam footage.
You know what's crazy? Years ago, if you would have told me about these cameras being everywhere, I would have probably argued that point. But now I'm grateful they're everywhere. They need to be more places.
Yeah, cameras don't lie. People do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I used to not believe in that. For some reason, in the last few years, it really has changed me on that
Right,
matter.
right. So yeah, I'll
And
be
I
okay.
definitely do believe all of the cops. I don't care, sheriff, city, I don't care who you are. If you're a police officer, you should have to have a body cam on.
Well, then for them to lie and say that the owner of the vehicle was driving, no, she wasn't. It was a man. They were in their 80s.
They switched seats on you.
I wasn't even paying attention. I just was in my car with my head on my steering wheel. After I made sure everybody was okay and I took pictures of my car.
And you're like, oh no, another incident in my life.
I know, right?
Yeah.
My dad's like, you got the worst fucking mom. I said, I
No.
know, right, Dad?
No, this is what you say every day, kid. I'm serious, it works. Every day, get up and say, I got the best luck ever.
Right.
Say it to yourself. You'll speak it into existence. I believe in that.
Well, I said to him, I go, because I'm more of a positive person than he is. And I said, don't say that. Come on now. I go, I'm superstitious the way it is.
I have a friend that used to say that all the time, and they changed saying that and started saying they have the best luck ever, and it changed their luck.
Right. And I'm just happy nobody was hurt. That's the biggest thing ever. Even though, my car went in the air a little bit,
Yeah, it looks scary. I don't mean to laugh. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And my car was thinking it was in the NBA or something.
I'm thinking, oh my goodness, another thing happened.
I know, my poor car. I feel so bad for my car. Now with the front end damage, my car's probably going to be totaled out. I bet you anything.
Maybe you'll see, you have good luck. You're going to get a new car out of it.
Right. They hit me. I didn't hit them.
Start
they hit
speaking the car you want into existence, Kit.
Yeah, they fit me. They fit me. They hit me.
When I decided to get a new car, I started talking what kind of car I wanted, what color I wanted, and everything.
You graced us with your
Right.
opinions, Mr. Tucker. Where were you?
Here we go.
The case
He was late again?
I was again on my way here, Your Honor. Again, I'm not the best judge of the traffic and everything in Key West anymore, apparently. I know I used to live here, but I also, I haven't been able to judge. I was actually planning on being here earlier today, Your Honor.
Well, this is the last time, sir, because next time I'm going to issue a capias. You will be taken into custody, and we will then know where you are, because we have 14 people who are here on time, 2 more over there, 1 more over here. These people, for about the 6th time, we've sat here waiting for you, and it now is interfering with the orderly process of this trial. I have been more than indulgent with every step of the way in your plodding along and showing up late and your cavalier attitude. Be warned, next time I will grant the state motion for capias and we won't have this problem anymore. So there's nothing need to be said other than if you need to leave earlier, whatever you need to do, be on time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's all I want to say. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. So in any event, we're back and Mr. Johnson is here.
Yes, sir, I'll get it.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Johnson. It's afternoon, but good day in any event. So we're back here in trial in State versus Tucker, 17 CF 841. You're back on the witness stand. We're going to bring the jurors here in a moment. I just remind you, you were sworn to tell the truth yesterday, and that oath remains in effect today.
Yes, sir.
All right. Bring the jury in, please. One more? Okay, well, you folks can have a seat while we're waiting for our final juror to join us from the jury room. Okay, thank you. Everyone can be seated. Good afternoon, members of the jury. Good to see you all here today, albeit the beginning of the afternoon. As I told you yesterday, I did have a docket this morning, and we did accomplish what we needed to with those other cases. And so we're prepared to continue where we left off in State versus Franklin Tucker. The witness, Mr. Johnson, is here. He is still under oath, and we're going to continue with the cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we approach the sidebar?
Yes.
Okay, Ty, if you're watching this, you need to be on time. Super serious, even if it's an hour early.
Yeah, I would sit out. I'd sleep in the parking lot before I'd be late for something like that. But he's probably stressed out.
Oh, yeah. Right.
But you have to be on time.
I'm always early anywhere I have to go because it's a pet peeve of mine. But this is his freedom here.
Right. This is his life.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had to camp out in the courthouse lawn to be on time.
Well, yeah, you'd had no problem too with your signs.
Oh, just get your tent.
There you go.
I mean, it sounds like he's kind of used to being homeless. Wasn't he homeless anyway?
No, not him.
Oh.
Everybody else was, pretty much. Well, I can't say 100%. I'm not sure because this is such a new case.
Wasn't he staying in that garage or whatever?
Yeah, I'm not.
It sounded like all of them were kind of just staying anywhere after that hurricane.
I want to know who owned it though.
Oh, we don't know yet.
No. Because remember, he's a co-founder of that gym.
Yeah, they had that court date for James Wade. And man, I woke up that morning and my water was frozen. So I wanted really to make that court date.
I know, right? We'll find out what happened though. I suppose I can skip to the, yeah, I'm going to skip here. Here we go.
To the residence where I was residing, yes, this is when I discovered the backpack in my footlocker.
Backpack in your footlocker. And you have no idea how it got there?
No, I don't.
And when was this footlocker out of your possession?
Several times.
Okay. Now, looking at the dates again, did you, you said that I helped you put your footlocker into your truck. Do you remember what date that was?
The date that I left.
Okay. So that would have been on the, what, 22nd? Oh, I'm sorry, no, it would have been on the 22nd. That would have been on, what? Yeah, that would have been on the 21st. Is that correct? Did that sound about right?
That sounds about correct, yes.
Okay, good. Because you said the day of the raid, right?
The day after, like the morning after, yes.
Morning after, so that would have been the 22nd. So I'm just trying to keep our timeline. Okay, so 22nd is when you moved, and supposedly I helped you move this footlocker. I seem to remember. Let's see. Let's go with my memory. Now, after the raid, I wasn't there, correct? I was at the police station.
I guess they took you into custody, yes.
Okay. Well, actually, you wouldn't have known where I was. That's true. Okay, so but I wasn't there, right?
Not when I got back, no.
Okay, and did I arrive sometime later?
Early that morning,
Early that morning. Do you remember about what time?
before sunrise.
Before sunrise. And do you remember me saying anything to you after I got back?
No.
Don't remember anything. Did I have to wake you up to open the door?
No, I don't believe so. I don't remember.
You, again, you did have the only key, correct?
No, I didn't.
Well, you said Rory Wilson had a key.
Yes.
Okay, but, you know, Rory was, to your knowledge, was Rory Wilson, man, was he actually still in jail at that point?
Yes.
So he did, you know, and obviously his key would probably be there with him, correct?
I don't know.
Or, again, would I have access to it most
I
likely?
don't know.
Actually, let me rephrase this. This is too much supposition.
So, I can't say with certainty, so we certainly
Thank you.
aren't going to cover what has already been asked and answered, but thus far, I can't say with certainty that's the case.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and get this a little bit better. Let's go here. Okay, let's see what we got here as far as recaps. Okay. We've already covered the routes. We've already covered the knowledge. Okay, again, could you, do you happen to remember your phone number from that point in time? I do not. Okay. Again, did your lawyer, again, make you privy to any of the discovery concerning phone records?
No, not concerning phone records.
Okay. Now, in the video, we did see the detectives, and if I remember right, you know, did you, I would imagine you saw with us, the detectives discussing your phone calls with Rory Wilson.
Yes, I remember.
Okay. And they discussed how your phone calls were right around this time of the crime, correct?
I don't remember what time the phone calls were, no.
Okay. You don't remember when we watched the video, what times they were talking?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you, again, I think you said your answer, again, I'm trying to clarify here because my memory may be messed up. I think you said that you told the detectives, did you tell the detectives something like, we were just talking, or we're just, just talking or something like that?
Again, I don't remember the conversation.
Okay, not even after the refresher we had?
No.
Okay. I don't know if we want to go and repeat the video, but I don't know, we may have to. Now, let me converse with the state, if you wouldn't mind, for just a second.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Oh, the state drives me nuts. Okay. Objection number 2 or sidebar number 2. There we go. I keep track. Okay, let me speed it up here.
Work, perhaps shelter, residence. These things take time.
I would understand that, and under normal circumstances, yes, that would probably be the case.
Normal
What I'm asking you is
circumstances.
under the stressful circumstances that you were in, does 5 days seem like a long time?
This has already been, we've already gone over this multiple times. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Again, how many conversations did you have with Rory Wilson after crime?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Do you remember any? You don't remember talking to him at all?
No.
And, let's see. You did, you said you didn't see Rory Wilson after that, though, correct?
Okay, what?
You didn't see Rory Wilson after the crime?
Yes, I did. I
Oh, I'm
walked with
sorry.
him back from Tom Thumb.
Walked back with him from Tom Thumb, spent the night with him there, correct?
Yes, the next few nights
Partying.
until the raid happened.
A
Yes,
second, partying, correct?
for one night. Yes.
Okay, and does that seem like the actions of somebody who's scared?
Do you understand what the actions of somebody who's scared are?
You have to just answer
I
the,
would like an
don't-
answer.
not with a question.
I
so
don't know how to answer your question. Yes,
that's
no,
all you need
yes.
to- All you need to
Yes.
say, if you don't understand the question, you don't know how to answer it,
Well,
just say that.
I'm just
Yes,
trying to, I'm trying to
Yeah, we
understand.
know, so let's just go on with between the two of you, question and answer.
I'm
That's what
trying.
we want.
I would like to understand, Mr. Johnson, why, if you were afraid enough that you took off and, left the crime scene the way you did, that you would sit there and party with these people when you got back.
Objection, Judge.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain the objection.
All right, so we established that, the very first, the crime afterwards.
I'll overrule that.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Johnson, okay, after the partying of that night, again, did you see Mr. Wilson after that?
I saw him up until he was arrested at the raid.
Okay, you saw him up until,
Periodically, like coming and going, yes, as well
Okay.
as you.
did you have any conversations with Mr. Wilson?
In passing, I don't remember specific conversations, no, but I'm sure that we spoke.
And you said that he held on to some of your belongings for you while you were in jail. Is that correct?
I said that he said that.
Okay. And did he in fact hold on to some of your belongings while you were in jail?
If you want to call it that, yes.
Okay. I don't know. What would you call it, Mr. Johnson?
Theft.
Okay. So you're saying he stole from you while you were in jail?
That was my belief, yes.
Okay. And again, did you inform the police they stole anything from you?
This is what I informed them that could have happened. I don't know if it was him or not.
Okay.
The investigators are the ones who were determining that. This
Okay.
was the only information that I could give them, is what I believed from what he told me and where my belongings were. This is what I told them.
And you told this to the police when you filed your report for robbery, not
That day.
after, not after
The day it happened, with the individuals, the officers that came when I called the police. That's
And-
who I told this to.
and you told them that Rory Wilson stole from you.
I told them I believe that the individual on the steps stole from me.
Did they question Rory Wilson?
I'm going to object to the relevance of this line of question.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Did they question Mr. Wilson? at all?
No.
Okay, they didn't question. And did you in fact ever get any of your items back from that?
No. Not the ones I reported stolen, no.
Okay, but that was the guys they used when they brought you down to the station, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't get any items back?
No.
Okay. And you said, again, that you emptied your truck. Okay, when they went to search your truck, if you emptied it, why would there be items still left in there?
When my truck was searched by the police, this was months after I had been arrested. Months after I had been arrested. My truck had been towed from said residence
Uh-huh.
and packed by whoever didn't want my stuff in their home anymore into my truck to have it towed to Mr. Martin Ochoa's residence. That's where the search was conducted, not at the time or point of
So,
my initial contact with police.
so to be clear, just to be clear here, your truck got towed from the residence you were at to Mr. Martin Ochoa's home. Is it a home or is it his business or something?
His home.
His home. Okay, so it got towed to his home with your belongings in it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said the search happened months afterwards.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did anybody else, to your knowledge, have access to your truck at that time?
Everybody that possibly wasn't me. I was in jail.
Okay. When the tow truck actually took it, did you have the keys, sir?
The keys were in my property. I did not have them, no.
You didn't have access to the keys?
No,
Okay, so that would mean the police had access to the keys or somebody else.
they were in my property.
And we did have the privilege of talking to former Detective Malone, who conducted the search on your truck. I think she described it as a lot. Does that sound correct to you?
A what?
A lot. You said it was Mr. Ochoa's home. She described it as a lot. Was it a lot?
I don't know. I've never been to his home.
Okay. And did you ever find out what happened to your truck after the police searched it?
It was repossessed by the bank.
It was repossessed by the bank. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so you have no idea what happened to it after that.
Correct.
Now, again, amongst your belongings that they brought out in the search was, I believe, an extensive knife collection, if you want to call it that.
Yes, it was.
Extensive. And if I seem to remember correctly, you like to take care of your knives. Is that correct?
I'm a blade collector, of course, yes.
You're a blade collector. Okay, and do you like to sharpen your knives and oil your knives and such things? And again, I'm not a very knowledgeable person in this thing, but I seem to remember that was something you liked. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that the residue from those things can be detected? The oils, the stone.
The stone.
And when you sharpen the blade.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess.
Okay. Well, again, now you said that the knife that has been used in this crime, you said that belonged to me, correct?
No, I did not.
I seem to remember you. Who did it belong to then?
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know.
No.
Okay. I'll save that one for redirect. And again, with the knife, you seem to have great detail when describing it in your interviews. How familiar were you with that knife?
Familiar enough to think that it was a dive knife.
To think that it was a dive knife. Did you know the color? Did you know the handle? Did you know the blade?
Yes.
Okay, all of those things.
Yes.
Okay, and again, how many times have you been in contact with that knife prior?
Once.
Once?
Yes.
And how long a period of time were you?
Don't recall.
Wait. Let me finish the question.
How long a period of time were you in contact with this knife?
Don't recall.
You don't recall, but enough to know the details of it, correct?
Sure. I'm interested in knives. I try to remember them.
Okay. So, but it doesn't take very long.
No.
A cursory glance, maybe.
It depends.
Okay. Let me go ahead and we're going to go ahead and, subject the witness to recall, I'll go ahead and let we can end this and go for redirect.
Okay. Well, when you say subject to recall, you're talking about in your case. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Mhm. Well, I guess the cross-examination is concluded.
It's concluded.
So, state would like redirect examination.
Yes. Judge, before I get started, I do want to move into evidence the video that the jury watched during the cross-examination. I have it marked here. So much better. Okay, I have it marked as P as in Papa. I seek to move this into evidence.
I take it there's no objection.
No, sir.
All right, admit as the state's next in order, number, what is it? Third. I thought you already had third. I thought we were up to 15. All right, admit it states 15.
All right, now the state's 15 is in evidence. I'll be referring to some portions of the jury correct, Judge. That's why I want to make sure it's queued up. All right, Travis. Couple things I want to clear up here. You said, way back in the beginning, you said you came to Key West, you actually advertised, was it on Facebook?
Yes,
And you advertised for what?
for a position as a painter.
Okay, and did you receive calls through that advertisement?
I did.
All right, can you say for sure whether you did or did not receive a call from this defendant during that early time in Key West?
I cannot say no.
Is it possible you received a call from him not knowing who he was or not knowing what your future with him would entail?
Possible.
Okay. So the first time you remember meeting him is when?
When I got out of jail.
And you were living at the warehouse?
Yes,
And when you first met him, where was he?
at the warehouse.
Was he with anyone at the time?
I was with Detroit Wilson, Rory Detroit Wilson.
And that's the other one that's involved in this plan this night of this
Correct.
robbery. Now, Travis, you agreed to get involved in this, I guess, this plan, and your expectation was to what? What did you expect to get out of it?
Gas money for my truck.
And at that point in time, are you familiar with the legal concept of the principal theory?
At this time, no.
Did you know that you could potentially be held liable for anything that happened inside of that treehouse, even though you were only the getaway driver?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, the plan, to be clear, was to go in there to commit a robbery. Is that right?
Correct.
And again, what was the goal in going into that treehouse that was discussed between you, this defendant, and Rory Wilson?
To get the money in the crack that the resident had.
And again, that lead came from somebody at the Burger King. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you said several times that lead was brought back from Burger King by Rory Wilson, right?
Correct.
And then at one point, I think on one of the tapes, you said something about Tyrone. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that a misspeak on your part?
Yes, it was.
As you sit here today, do you remember who brought the lead back to the
Yes, I did.
to the warehouse?
I did.
And who was that?
That was Rory Wilson.
All right. He brought the lead back, and who did he share that lead with?
Mainly with Mr. Tucker.
And at
And
some
me.
and you.
Yes, I was in the room.
Okay. And at some point, you got involved in the plan to go over there.
Yes, I did.
Now, there seems to be a little confusion on the cross about how many trips over to the treehouse were made prior to the actual robbery. So let's be clear. You had testified that you guys went over there and did, I guess, for lack of a better phrase, a drive-by. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And after the drive-by, were there people or cars at the treehouse at the time?
Yes.
And you guys went back to the warehouse?
Yes.
And when you went back to the warehouse, what was the purpose in going back to the warehouse?
For clothing.
And about how many minutes later, if you can estimate, did you guys head back over to commit the actual lick?
I feel like about 5 to 15 minutes. I'm not 100% sure of the timeline.
Okay. Now, okay, good. I retrieved item number 7, it's in evidence from the clerk. Chris, let's go into the electric one. Or let's go into the other one first, the Cosme. David. All right, Chris, let's go to 1943. Travis, it's coming up here, 1943 and 22 seconds. Okay, right there. Is that consistent with your truck pulling over the treehouse?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is that consistent with what happened on the day, November 17th of 2017?
Yes, sir.
Now, on this is your initial approach. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Did you guys stop or did you continue going after that initial approach?
I continued going
And again, if you refresh the jury, why did you do that?
because there was somebody there.
All right.
Or is this is the first one? No, this was the initial drive-by.
Not the initial, right?
This is the one before I stopped and they got out.
Okay. So after leaving the warehouse, when they were dressed in black and with weapons, this is your first approach after you left the warehouse?
Yes, correct.
Now, if you look to the right of this boat, between these two boats, back in this area, we see your truck go all the way through. Is that correct? Now, there's some talk here. There's a glare there, right, on the front of this boat?
Yes, correct.
Do we know where that glare is coming from?
No, sir, we don't.
It's obviously not your headlights, right?
Obviously,
I mean, where's your truck at this point?
not there.
Is there a glare coming from this window?
That's a light
A light?
on, yes, that's a street lamp at the CVS.
But the glare that we see there, is it fair to say that's not coming from your truck?
Yes, this is fair to say.
Because your truck at this point is where?
Not there.
Okay, not there. Where is your truck? Tell the jury where your truck is right now.
Driving around the block.
All right, fair enough. Okay, Chris, if you go to, actually, so. First night time stamp is gonna be 1945. Chris, if we can just advance 1945.
Your Honor, may I move up a little bit closer so I can see here?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Travis, I'm gonna again have you focus your attention to the left of that big boat in the middle.
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
My truck.
Okay, now, a minute and a half, 2 minutes later, right? Minute
Correct.
and a half later?
Correct.
All right, would this be consistent with you reapproaching the treehouse after the first drive-by?
Correct. Yes.
Now, focus your attention over here. Can you tell for sure where your truck is at this point?
100% no.
Now, there's a couple different glares going on here, right?
Yes.
Chris, you can back up to just a brief second. Okay, number 1945. Is that you there?
Yes, sir.
I, what we just saw, right there. Focus over here, Travis, if you would. We can see a flash from your headlights as it approaches. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
But do we know where the truck is stopped at this point?
No, sir.
Kind of hard to see in this video?
Yes, sir.
Now, we still see a light going on here, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that coming from your headlight?
Probably not, sir.
Now, your testimony is that this defendant invokes the guy on your truck, right?
Correct, sir.
Does that consist of what we see there?
Yes, sir.
And that's at what time now, 1945 and 47. Because we think it's 1951. Travis, if you look over here, do you still see a light over here?
Yes, I still see a glare.
Where's your truck at this point?
It's still sitting right there.
Is it in, can you see this frame or not?
No, sir.
Now, we just saw somebody run up the hill, that's, we said before, that's what went, correct?
Correct.
Right there. And again, who do we see running there dressed in black?
That's Mr. Tucker.
The defendant.
Yes, correct.
And you didn't see both of them?
No, sir, I did not.
All right, Chris, that's one, right, perfect. And I'm gonna bring your attention to some times here in a minute. Now, all right, Travis, so we've covered the videos from the night of the event. I want to go to what was going on with you after they brought you down to the station under the guise of looking for your items from your truck.
Yes, sir.
Now, you got to the station that night, right?
Yes, sir.
Initially, when they switched the script on you and they started asking you questions about what happened at the treehouse, were you surprised by that?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did it catch you off guard?
Yes, sir, it did.
And initially, during your conversation with them, did you come clean right away and give them,
No, sir, I did.
own up to what you had done?
No, sir, I did.
What were you doing?
I was backpedaling. I was scared. I was processing in my mind what avenue I wanted to take.
And so, as they asked you questions, were you being 100% truthful with their answers?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Were you trying to mislead them or diffuse them?
A little bit, yes.
Were you worried about minimizing your involvement in this crime?
Yes, sir, I was.
Again, at this point, were you familiar with the principal theory?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Were you familiar with the idea that you could be held accountable for everything that happened, even though you were in the truck that night?
No, sir, I was not.
As they questioned you, did they start to confront you with more and more evidence that they had in the case?
Yes, sir, they did.
Now, you specifically testified that Phelps put it together, right?
Yes,
She's the detective or the lead that was in there?
she was the captain, yes.
The captain, okay. And you said on, I believe it was on direct and on cross yesterday, she nailed it 100%.
Very smart detective, yes.
When she went through the events with you, were you surprised at how close she was to the truth?
Yes, sir, I was.
And as she talked to you, and we saw it in the video yesterday, did she present you with her theory of what happened?
She did.
Okay. Now, let's go, Chris, if we could, to 2019, please. It's at 2019. I'm not sure which one it's going to come up on. Maybe that one. Okay, we gotta go to 20 and 9 hour, 20, 19 minutes.
I'm like, full of time. I really got one key. And key was it?
And do you want some water? Okay, Chris, go ahead and stop. And pause, Chris. Now, we're at the point of the interview where you were talking more clearly with Captain Phelps. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are we at the point where you have decided time to come clean?
Yes.
What brought you to that decision, Travis?
Actualization of the fact that somebody was dead and I was responsible. And then, that I wanted to make sure that this was resolved.
Now, at that point, you decided time to own up to it?
Yes, sir.
And is that what we saw in the video yesterday where you got very upset? I think you had a moment where you really got overwhelmed?
Yes.
Why is that?
Actuality, reality slapping me in the face.
The reality is that you were involved in an event that turned into a homicide.
Correct.
Scary stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're talking to Captain Phelps, and she's asking you about the knife, right?
Yes.
Did she tell you what the knife looked like?
No.
Did you tell her what the knife looked like? I mean, they knew a knife was involved, right?
Yes.
The guy had been stabbed to death, right?
Yes.
So when she asked you about the knife, did you describe the knife? And how did you describe it?
I described it the way it looked, the way it is.
Red, black and red.
Black and red with a serrated edge. Yeah, black and red with a serrated edge and a smooth edge on one side and a silver palm along the bottom.
Had you seen that knife before?
Yes,
How many times did you see it?
once or twice.
Where did you see it on the night of the treehouse stabbing?
And I saw it in the house and then I saw it in Tucker's hands.
Tucker's hands.
Yes,
You guys sit right there.
yes,
It's in his hands when he came out of the house.
yes,
Dressed in black?
yes.
You told Captain Phelps. Now, when Captain Phelps was asking you about details about the knife, did she show you the knife?
No.
Right? You told her what color was the handle,
Black and red.
right? What about the blade? Did you tell her about the blade?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
Serrated on one side and sharp on the other, smooth on the other.
Serrated on one side, sharp on the other. Throughout your interview with Captain Phelps, what did she tell you she wanted from you?
The truth,
What?
the truth.
The truth, right?
Yes,
She said it more than once?
yes.
Matter of fact, at one point, doesn't she say to you, tell us what happened, and your response to her is what? You just said it,
Yes,
right?
yes.
When you said you just said it, what were you meaning when you said that?
I was meaning that she knew the truth. She had, through her theory, for lack of better words, nailed it.
And
she
what was
just
her-
said it.
Did you recall what her response was when you said you just said it?
She said she needed to hear it in my words.
She wanted to hear it in your words, right?
Yes,
You tell her what happened. And then you went and you started telling her exactly what happened. Is that fair?
yes.
At 2020, Chris? Yes, please. And I'm gonna let it play for a couple minutes, because then there's a couple things within the next 2 minutes I want to talk about, okay? Pause, Chris. She asked you if you knew who stabbed the guy, right?
Yes.
And she asked you if you had to guess, which one would you say?
Yes.
And what was your answer?
I didn't know well enough to develop a guess. I didn't know either one of them well enough to know who would done it.
Did she give you the name of Tyrone Tucker, or did you offer the name?
I offered the name because she said that I knew who did it. And I think I offered it in the form of a question.
So you offered the name of Tyrone Tucker, not Penny Phelps.
Correct.
You're the one that brought that name into this narrative. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Not Penny Phelps.
Correct.
So when the defendant says this was her narrative that you simply endorsed, that's not accurate, is it?
No, sir, it's not.
Go ahead, Chris, play. Chris, why is the video not? Okay, the video is not buffering, I'm told. It's the same as the audio, but the audio is what's important to me at this point. The jury's going to be able to look at this. It's in evidence. So let's just go with the audio. Chris, go ahead.
Can we sidebar for a second?
Yes.
Okay. And if you remember, right, Grandma, remember we watched his first interview and they said, who do you think did it or something? Or no, she said to him, it was Ty. And he acted all shocked in his face. Do you remember that? Ty, I can't believe it. I don't know. You're both lying.
Something definitely is strange going on here.
Yeah. Can you
I
imagine?
mean, did you see how upset he got when he was questioning? But now the prosecutor's questioning him. He's saying yes, sir, and
I know.
you know what I mean. He never treated the other guy with that kind of respect.
Well, it's kind of
He
funny.
was getting mad.
Yeah. He got all those years in prison and then he got off really because he's testifying right now.
Chris, if you could go ahead and hit play then.
Poor guy. Is it coming back on?
Their audio is horrible in this courtroom.
Chris, can you turn it up at all?
What do you think they would do to you if you didn't go along? What do you think was gonna happen?
Next piece.
So one of the things you make me feel like fear, you're afraid. No, you're not.
Excuse me, you building up to a question here or just?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
All right, Chris, go ahead and pause. I was hoping to get to the part, Travis, but let's just talk about it. At one point, you offered to draw a map. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what was that map? What were you requested to draw? Or what did you request to draw when you wanted to draw a map?
The route.
And did Captain Phelps tell you what route you took?
No.
Did you tell her what route you took?
Yes.
Matter of fact, at some point, she says something on the map and you correct her, don't you?
Yes.
She's pointing in the wrong direction and you actually corrected her as to which direction your truck was going.
Yes, sir. I believe that was.
All right. At that point, is this your narrative or her narrative?
Mine.
Yours, right?
Yes.
You gave a detailed description about the planning of the robbery, correct?
Yes.
Did they know about the details in the plan?
No, sir.
Where'd those details come from?
They came from me.
What about the details in Rory Wilson's mask? Is that something they provided to you?
No, sir.
Where'd that information come from?
They came from me.
What about the gaiter that this defendant was wearing? Did she provide
Objection,
you with
Your
that
Honor.
information?
I'm
No.
sorry, what's the objection?
There's been established those wearing anything.
I disagree. That might be a point of contention, but it's a legally cognizable question, so I'll overrule the objection.
Let me ask it again, Travis. So the gaiter that this defendant was wearing, did Phelps give you details on that?
No, sir.
Where'd that information come from?
Came from me.
Now, describe the defendant. He looked different back then, 6 years ago. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell the jury about how he looked. Do you have a bigger goatee, smaller goatee?
Had a goatee about this long. Straight.
Long.
Long.
All right. Did he have a full set of teeth?
No.
And the gaiter that he pulled up, does that cover his goatee?
Yes. Yes. I apologize.
The knife you gave the details on, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, the money that you got, you said it smelled like perfume.
Yes.
Is that something that they told you, or is that something you gave to them?
Something I gave to them.
The defendant brought up the scenario about April Walker. Again, who was April Walker?
Rory Wilson's girlfriend.
Rory Wilson's girlfriend. Was she living at the warehouse as well?
Yes.
The defendant asked you about these threats and the timing of these threats. Do you remember on cross?
Yes.
When you left for Big Pine, was April still in that warehouse?
Yes.
And you said to the defendant when he asked you, she didn't appear to be nervous or scared, right?
No, sir.
I believe that's what you testified to on cross.
Yes.
Now, you were up in Big Pine for at least a day, then they brought you down to the station, right?
Yes.
In that tape, when we see Captain Phelps come into the room and tell you that April Walker's nervous and scared, is that before or after you left the warehouse that morning?
After.
After, right?
Correct.
So when you left the warehouse, had April Walker received those threats?
Not as far as I know now.
When Captain Phelps came in the room, what did she say?
She said that April had received threats.
Had just received threats.
Just.
Defendant also asked you about whether you saw blood on on him or on Wilson that night, right?
Correct.
What color clothing were they wearing?
Dark, black.
Is it easy to see blood on dark black clothing?
No, sir, it's not.
Were you looking for blood on them that night?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Had you suspected that somebody had been stabbed to death inside the treehouse?
No, sir, I hadn't.
So when you walked with Wilson back from that CVS, I'm sorry, I apologize. When you walked with Wilson back from Tom Thumb, were you looking at his body to see if there was blood on it?
No, sir.
When you and this defendant were in the warehouse right afterwards, and this defendant was mad at you for having left him, were you looking at his body for blood?
No, sir, I was not.
Again, what color clothing was this defendant wearing?
Black.
After you left, that place in Big Pine, you said your truck was empty when you left, right?
Correct.
And you unpacked the stuff into the house, right?
Correct.
Then the police came and looked at your truck, right?
Correct.
And then they invited you to come down to the station and look at this other stuff they had, right?
Correct.
Did you ever see your truck again after that morning or that day?
No, sir.
So when you left Big Pine, you never saw that truck again?
No, sir, I didn't.
When you left Big Pine, was the truck empty?
Absolutely empty.
So how did you find out that somebody had taken all your stuff out of the house and put it back in the truck?
When I received the search warrant affidavit.
Were you surprised to find that all that stuff was in your truck, or did you figure that's what was going to happen with your stuff?
I figured it was, I really didn't know, but yes, I was surprised to know that it all had been piled into the bed of my truck.
Now, you are a knife collector, right?
I am.
You had a pretty extensive set of knives. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And were those knives back in that truck again after they cleaned out the house that you were staying at,
Yes.
or that you were going to stay at, right?
Yes. Yes, the knives were in my possession when I went to that house, correct?
Okay. Now, when you finally decided to own up to your involvement, that's when you, I guess, came clean with the detectives, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that before or after they showed you the videos from the electric company and from the Cosme Marina?
Before.
So those videos that this jury has seen, you were not shown those until after you gave them your statement. Is that accurate?
Correct.
It's been 6 years. Can you still in your memory clearly see this defendant running from the court, the treehouse that day?
I can.
The defendant asked you today, you wanted to get out of there quick, right? You were scared, you wanted nothing to do with this, right?
Correct.
But you still wanted to get high, right?
Of course, that's the insanity of addiction.
So you weren't about to leave until all the drugs had been smoked at the very least, right?
Correct.
Let's talk about these deals. You came in and you gave statements, right?
Yes.
And we just went through the one that you gave to the detectives back in 2017. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
We played that pretty much in its entirety yesterday, right?
Correct.
Now, in April of 2022, you were approached again about potentially becoming or potentially entering into cooperation with the state.
Correct.
And before we talked about any deal, did you in fact give another sworn statement?
I did.
And that was prior to any deal being made. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, the state is going to move into evidence what has been marked as P as in Papa.
Objection.
We said yesterday, Grandma, that was, he shouldn't have brought this evidence in.
Stage or let the state set the stage.
The full records? Yes, not this. And he talked without an attorney, without a problem.
Do we have an exhibit that's marked?
Yes, Judge,
What
it's
is
marked
the-
always in hospital,
What are you doing with it?
seeking to move it into evidence.
Okay, is there an objection?
Yes.
Okay, so now we'll approach the bench.
I cannot wait for the DNA part. So, Grandma, you think he was, but they haven't proven reasonable doubt for sure. And Miss Barbara, you keep going back and forth. I'm just, on the fence.
Oh, I believe it was probably one of his knives. He knows what happened.
Oh, I thought you meant Ty did it.
Oh no, I don't think he had anything to do with it, but I go back and forth on what to believe that guy with the knives says. He's just everywhere.
Right.
About the defendant wanting to play the.
I believe it sounds like to me that cop that interviewed him told him what to say.
Oh, yes, she did.
I've heard that before.
She's got a horrible record. That's why I don't think she's a cop no more.
Okay, so now the question is this within that rule? So what's the rule?
Judge, it's 90.801, parentheses 2, subsection B.
What subsection?
I'm sorry, Judge, subsection 2B.
Okay. The statement is not hearsay if the declarant testifies at the trial or hearing and is subject to cross-examination concerning the statement. And the statement is subsection B, consistent with the declarant's testimony. It is offered to rebut an express or implied charge against the declarant of improper influence, motive, or recent fabrication. I don't think this is recent fabrication because recent fabrication would mean that somehow or other he's being alleged to have in the very close to his testimony fabricated, and then the advocate for that witness says, no, here's something that he said months ago that shows that this isn't recent fabrication. So it seems to me it's improper influence that the Penny Phelps interview was played by the defendant to say that Penny Phelps fed you this narrative, to use the term that's been employed here, and you basically said, yeah, that's it. And it was her idea, not his idea. So, just the timing that I'm wondering about here. So the timing was several. Phelps interview was in, when did we say? In
2017, Judge.
The testimony here is in 2024, and the statement that you want to admit is in 2022. So could you just make explain the argument again, Mr. Mansfield?
Right, Judge. So now that he has attacked the veracity of his statement as having been coerced by Penny Phelps, well, he gave another statement almost 5 years later, and it's consistent with the testimony he gave this jury on direct examination. So again, if it was the Penny Phelps story, well, 5 years later, he gave a consistent version of those facts, identical to what he testified to this jury today.
Well, yeah,
sorry,
because he's
during the
got
trial.
paperwork, documents.
And so, anything further from the,
He had time.
Yeah, he's been doing his studying.
Yeah, in my opinion.
Allegedly.
Why would that be any different in that statement?
not the inconsistencies, I believe the whole implication that the defense is trying to say is, it's basically the whole thing is a lie, that it's Penny Phelps' version of events that Johnson has just adopted as his own in so many words, and he's fine-tuned it a bit. But,
Yes.
Your Honor,
yes,
if
sir.
I may, the statements that he made, again, Penny Phelps' time, yes, we do believe that they were fed to him.
Yes,
However,
I agree.
yeah, he's had 6 years now to fine tune those statements.
Damn right.
So, again, even all the, yes, he was there. He can draw a map. Yes, he's there. He could do all that. He could do everything that the state's saying. That's true because he was there. That's very simple. And yes, because he was there, he can give all that information and probably keep it accurate. Part of this problem is that Penny Phelps gives him the one key that he needed to get that deal.
Right.
On the get-go drive.
I'm no attorney.
He keeps arguing the very nature of why I want to move. He keeps arguing that Penny Phelps unduly influenced this defendant.
She did.
And the rule allows for me to play a prior consistent statement that corroborates his version because the defendant has attacked it as being unduly influenced.
Your Honor, if I might want.
It's true.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this prior and consistent statement, I mean, that would make sense if he had actually given that consistent statement prior to Penny Phelps. I'm sorry, consistent statement prior to Penny Phelps, then it would make sense.
Penny has gotten in trouble in the past for not giving evidence. Oh yeah, she's not a good detective. She's got a track record. Which I'm going to get into at a later time. We're going to go through her record.
Yeah, we know people like that. That's what a lot of people do.
All right. Yep. Although I am not an attorney.
Judge Jones?
Yeah, you are.
In the abundance of caution, because I don't want to create an appellate issue. I'm
The
not gonna move
YouTube
it.
one,
I'm not gonna
yes.
move it in.
I think that's a wise choice. And it's because one way or the other, it's a close call. I mean, one way or the other, it's a close call.
I truly believe this is the kind of trial that you get one shot at, so I don't want to create that issue.
Fine. May I ask, do you have a witness standing by?
Yes, sir, we do. 2 of them.
I'd like to do recross.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen, Mr. Tucker. You've had more than ample opportunity to cross-examine to everything multiple times, so we're not going to be having any recross, sir.
Okay.
That's not the norm to begin with. I made an exception, but anyway, I won't repeat myself.
Judge, I just have a brief follow-up and I'm done with this witness and we'll move on to, I don't know what time.
All right, bring in the jury, please.
I'm sorry?
Is it the Emmy or the
Whoever's sitting out there.
one of the two? Okay.
Okay, the clerk is concerned if there's some exhibit that's in the machine that she doesn't have. She's very mindful of keeping track of everything, which is definitely desirable.
See, I wish he had an attorney on standby next to him. I've never heard him hardly ever object to anything and writing up motions ahead of time.
Well, and the prosecutor's got someone there with him. He should have somebody to help him.
Thank you for your patience.
Right.
We've handled our business and back to the redirect of the defendant.
Thank you,
the
Judge.
witness, excuse me.
I'm sorry, sir. So picking back up, Mr. Johnson, so just to confirm, when you were approached in April of 22 about working with the state, you gave another sworn statement,
Correct,
and then you testified to the jury today.
correct.
Were you consistent with that statement?
Yes.
Just 1 second, Judge. Judge, at this time, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, sir.
1 second. We're going to need to approach the bench here.
And just so you know, today was only a 3-hour day for this, so.
Sir, if you please step forward through the gate right there.
How late was he?
No, they were supposed to be there today at 1.
Right in front of the
Judge had to do something else.
I feel bad for this guy.
right there. Face this lady, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, thank you. Have a seat on the witness stand, please. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. Judge, may I proceed?
Yes.
Dr. Stegmeyer, you all set up? Okay. I am. All right, good. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Dr. Stegmeyer, could you state your name for the jury?
Absolutely. I am Dr. Michael Robert Steckbauer.
And how are you employed?
I am the current District 16 medical examiner.
Did I mispronounce your name just now? Okay, good. Dr. Steckbauer, you are employed as our medical examiner?
I am.
And how long have you been doing that work down here in Monroe County?
About 6.5 years.
Okay. This is the part where I ask you to take the jury back a little bit about the progression of your career to get you to where you're at today.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So that long odyssey started many years back. I went to undergraduate. Well, actually, that's not really true. Initially, out of high school, I went into the military. Did an active duty stint in the Army for 6 years as a veterinary technician of all things. Thought I wanted to go to veterinary school, clearly wanted to go to medical school. So then I went off to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas and finished my bachelor's. I got a bachelor's in science with a minor in chemistry. Biology is the major and minor was chemistry. I then went on to the University of Nevada School of Medicine to medical school and I completed my medical degree. After that, I went off to my residency, which was in pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology. After completing that program at Ball Memorial Hospital in Muncie, Indiana, I did take what is called my anatomic pathology boards. This is essentially a test that one can take. You don't have to take it to practice, but if you take it, it shows that you have achieved a certain level of knowledge. So I did achieve board certification in anatomic pathology. I then attended my forensic pathology fellowship at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office. Upon completing that fellowship, I did also take my forensic boards and achieved board certification in forensic pathology. That entire time I was in the Army National Guard as well. I was a combat medic initially, and then later upon completion of medical school, I went to the Army's Flight Surgeons course and have been practicing with the Army National Guard as a flight surgeon since. When I graduated that fellowship, I went off to Duval County, Jacksonville as an associate medical examiner. I was there for about 2 years, and during which time I was deployed to Kosovo with the Army National Guard. I then went down to Broward County as an associate medical examiner in 2013. Was there for a number of years, ultimately becoming their director of medical education at one point, later becoming their deputy chief. And at the end of that, being deployed to Kuwait and Iraq with the Army National Guard. After that, I then came down here and have been in this position since. During this time here, I also have a private practice. I do the forensic autopsies for the Royal Police in the Turks and Caicos Islands, almost all of their cases. I do the hardcore forensic cases for the Royal Police in Bermuda, as well as in the Cayman Islands, and do private autopsies. I think that covers everything.
Okay. So you mentioned the phrase forensic pathologist, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, let's tell the jury, what are the duties of a forensic pathologist?
Forensic pathology differs from general autopsy medicine, autopsy pathology, in that it specifically centers on medical legal death investigation. And really kind of to just be generally broad with that, it means we do autopsies that are legally mandated on things that would meet the classifications of manners of death of homicide, suicide, accident. So strange, we just don't know what it is, undetermined. Now, we do plenty of natural deaths as well in that work, but they're simply because there's no regular doctor to sign, or they don't know exactly what's going on, and so they're kind of questionable, and they come to us. And so we do the background investigation into those cases. They come into the office. We do the autopsies on them, interpretation, follow-up interpretation of toxicology test results, and microscopic examination. Of course, we testify on those cases, such as I'm doing here today. We do education for law enforcement and fire, as well as a number of other people. We occasionally have medical students, residents, paramedic students rotating through the office. We do education with them. Occasionally, we do outreach to different organizations, do training as well.
Doctor, you talked about autopsies. About how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
Well, I quit counting a number of years back. I'm probably roughly about 5,000 at the current moment.
And how many down here in Monroe County? Can you even estimate, or is that a rough
Well,
number to get
we
to?
do about 150 a year here in this county, 6.5 years. So you can do the math on that. It's roughly about 900. But of course, as I said, during that time, I have continued to do the cases for the Royal Police in those different island nations. You add those on top of it, it's probably somewhere around roundabouts another 100 cases, including my private autopsies per year. And then I did, in fact, help out the chief medical examiner in Palm Beach for a number of years. I'm not really sure how many I did total for her, but if we say somewhere between an estimate of 250 to 300 per year.
Wow. Now, are you a member of any specific groups or specialized groups?
Yeah, most pathologists, and specifically forensic pathologists in the United States, will be members of the National Association of Medical Examiners. It's really our only major group. We do have another group, but they're very minor compared to NAME for membership. Almost all forensic pathologists in the state are members of NAME. And then I am a fellow of the American Society of Clinical Pathology as well.
Have you ever been published?
I have.
And when I say published, what are we talking about?
Most of the time when you're talking about published, you're talking about either case reviews or full clinical research.
And you have been published before?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you receive continuing education in your field, or is it you've already known it, so that's it?
No, there are no current residencies under the guidance of the American College of Graduate Medical Education that are allowed to not do continuing medical education. You have to. So I do continuing medical education. I do that both for my board certification as well as for my medical licensure. The state licensure board here in Florida requires 30 to 40 credits of CME per year. Some certain classes mandated, others you can do it in whatever area of medicine you'd like. And then the American Board of Pathology requires 70 credits themselves.
And do you have to do that to maintain your accreditation or your certificate to practice?
My certification. Now, there is, I guess, one other caveat to that. I was unluckily one of the last people in my year group period that still had to take a high stakes test at 10 years to renew my board certification. Thankfully, they got rid of that and they changed it in pattern, but I did actually about a year and I think that was a year and a half ago, I took a large exam, 10-year exam within my field to show, in fact, that I did still know what I knew and that I had kept up on it.
Now, are you board certified by the American Board of Pathology?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that above and beyond your regular certification, or is that the one we're talking about?
That is the one we're talking about.
All right, fair enough. Now, let's talk, you already explained to the jury an autopsy. You said an autopsy can determine cause and manner of death. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
So let's talk about the difference. When you say cause of death, what are you referring to?
The cause of death is that thing that led to the physiologic derangement in the body that was no longer compatible with life. The manner of death is a category that the cause of death fall within. I like to use the example of things like a firearm death. You can have a firearm death that and with once we've done all of that, we move a single-edged weapon or potentially a weapon that has a serrated edge on the opposing side. And then it was described as having only gone down into the muscle and soft tissue about 2 inches. He also had another stab wound of his left upper arm. That is correct. Left upper arm. Yes. Specifically, that wound is 11.5 inches from the top of the head and 8 inches left of the midline. And so it is in the lateral aspect of that arm.
And would that wound have been stable?
No, it would not.
And from the cut that was made of the body, I guess from inflicting that wound, can you give us any information on the knife that potentially was used based on that?
Well, again, as I stated a moment ago, it had a sharp edge that was at the 9 o'clock margin of the wound. And so that is indicative of a weapon that is not double-edged. Now, it doesn't mean that the weapon can't have a side that is serrated, but it does indicate that it is unlikely that it is a double-edged knife.
And that's for as far as that wound, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, there were other wounds, is that fair to say?
Absolutely. There was another stab wound within the left upper arm. It is also to the relative lateral, the outside aspect of the arm. It was T-shaped. It's a 4.3 by 1.5 centimeter stab wound. It was 14 inches from the top of the head and 11.5 inches left of the midline. That stab wound went down about 3 3/4 inches into the muscle and soft tissue of the left upper arm. So that's a decent distance. You think about that, 3 3/4 inches is right about there.
And again, that's in the upper left arm near the other wound?
Near, yes.
Okay, and that was in the arm, but that would have been big.
No. The next wound is a stab wound of the mid-back. This wound specifically is a 3.2 by 0.5 centimeter stab wound. It is 18.5 inches from the top of the head and 1 inch left of the midline. And again, it is in the left side of the mid-back. It's oriented from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock and reapproximates to 3.3 centimeters. These are just things we use when we describe the wounds. The path of the wound extends down into the posterior aspect, the back of the left side of the chest at the 10th and 11th ribs. It then goes into the thoracic cavity and it goes through the left side of the diaphragm. It does not injure any other major structures. There is a liter of liquid and clotted blood that's collected within the abdominal cavity that is associated with that wound. That wound specifically has a directionality that is from left to right, front to back, and downwards.
And that was, you said that was the first
That is correct.
All right. And with that one,
It could have been fatal if, in fact, no care was rendered. It did not injure any large major structures, but by going into the back and going through the diaphragm, it absolutely would have caused a pneumothorax, and no no medical attention would have meant that he would have passed away.
now this one, there's another wound at the back as well.
Absolutely. There are two combined wounds in the mid-back, and they are described exactly as that, two stab wounds in the mid-back that form a general L shape. And the first is given some description, same as these other wounds that we talked about, the measurements of it, 3.5 by 0.6 centimeter stab wound that is 14.5 inches from the top of the head and 2 1/4 inches left of the midline. In the left side of mid-back, it's oriented from 7 o'clock to 1 o'clock and reapproximates to 3.7 centimeters. The second wound that connects with this, making that L shape, is 2.8 by 0.5 centimeters. It's 15 inches from the top of the head and 2.5 inches left of the midline in the mid-back. It's oriented from 9 o'clock to 3:30 and reapproximates to 2.8 centimeters. So then in the report, what I did with this, because these wounds do what we call commingle, they combine, I described it as such. I said, please note that due to commingling of the wound tracks of these two stab wounds, they are described together. The path of the wound extends down. It enters the posterior aspect, the back of the left side of the thoracic cavity, the chest, at the 7th and 8th intercostal space. The wound tract, the injuries, injures the descending aorta at the level of the 9th thoracic vertebra, and the left lower lung lobe is also perforated. Associated with that wound is a liter of liquid and clotted blood in the left side of the thoracic cavity. And the path of that wound is from back to front, left to right, and downwards.
Now, you did say you photographed the autopsy, is that correct?
I did.
All right. But have you already shown the defense counsel marked as Quebec composite 4 photos in there for the witness?
Yes.
So far, yes. Let me look at the rest. Yes, I do recognize them.
Okay, and those photographs consistent with the first from the autopsy?
Yes.
And some of them are actually from the autopsy, is that accurate?
Yes, all but one are from the actual autopsy.
Judge, at this time, I see you look at Quebec.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, state's exhibit Q for identification is now admitted into evidence as number 16. That's a composite exhibit, A through D.
All right, Dr. Stegmaier, so now that it's in evidence as state 16, composite, led by a public to the jury.
Yes.
First, I'm going to show the jury the first photo, and that's Dr. Stegmaier, what they see here.
This is a photo that law enforcement frequently sends us. We ask for something for an identifying image of the decedent when they first call us. If they have a driver's license, they send us a driver's license. If not, they will send us a copy of their screen, the computer screen. We always call it a David photo.
So does this help you in the identification process?
It does. It helps them in the identification process.
Now, let's talk about the wounds that you just testified to. I'm going to show them this one next, Dr. Stegmaier, just so you understand.
Mhm.
And if you could tell the jury what they see in this photograph, are these two photographs.
So what you're seeing in these two photographs is you're seeing one of our standard photographs of the lower half of the back of the decedent. But you're also seeing one of our other standard photographs of the upper half of the back of the decedent. And in that upper half, you can see that there are 2 injuries at the back. You don't see them as well because this is a general overall photo. Those photos are taken much closer as well.
Does the picture of the back kind of elucidate where those staff were testifying to?
It does.
And the one looks almost like a V or something. Is that the one you talked about having combined?
Yes,
The combination of 2 stab wounds?
absolutely.
So, and then there's another one down here, is that right?
Correct.
All right, so let's talk about this one here. This is going to be the end of it.
Yes.
Okay. If you want to narrate while I tell the jury.
Sure. So this is exactly what I was talking about. We did, in fact, do a close-up photo of those injuries with what is called an L ruler. It's a legal ruler. But there is also another photo there. This is as the tissue has been reflected away. That photo is actually of the injury from one of the stab wounds of the arm. It's showing that it goes into the deltoid muscle. Yes, that is correct.
So one's a real up close and personal look at the arm injury, and the other one is a close look on the 2 back stab.
Correct.
Am I saying that accurately?
Yes.
All right, and then we have one more. Dr. Stegmaier, were you ever provided with a weapon in this case to examine?
I was. So these photographs, the top one is actually just a standard image we take. It is what we call a face shot. These are often used for identification by family members and others because they can be cleaned up on a computer surface. The bottom one is a picture of the knife that was presented to us at autopsy as potentially being the weapon that was used.
And what was the purpose of presenting you with the knife?
The primary reason that they presented me with the knife is that there is a laceration, abrasion, impression along the nose that is quite consistent with the butt of that knife. They wanted to compare those two. We do, in fact, have an autopsy photograph where that knife is held adjacent to the decedent's nose, comparing the back of that knife to the impression along his nose.
Were you able to opine at all whether that knife would be consistent with the stab wounds that you discovered on Mr. Bonnet?
Yes, it is.
It is consistent.
It is.
Okay, and can you give the jury, like, how do you go about that examination of the knife to the wounds?
Whenever you're professionally trying to evaluate and say, could this be consistent with or not, you're looking at things like what we talked about earlier. Is the wound single-edged? Is it double-edged? Is the weapon single-edged? Is it double-edged? Things like this. If we have injuries that could have been caused by another part of the weapon, are there patterns to those injuries that would go along with some part of that weapon? In this case, of course, we do. And so when you evaluate those things together, it makes the instrument, the weapon, consistent with the injuries that you're seeing.
I'm going to show you what's in evidence now, states 14, and have you take a look. Do you recognize it?
Yes, it is the knife that was presented to me at the autopsy.
All right, and take a look at the blade of the knife. Is it two different sides, or is it all consistent?
It does, in fact, have two different sides. One has a normal sharp edge, and the other has what we call a serrated edge.
Now, the stab wounds in the back, is it consistent? Are those injuries consistent with having been caused by this knife?
Yes.
And what about the ones in the arm?
Yes.
And then you said the blood of the knife also caused a nose injury?
It is consistent with the injury on the nose.
Okay. Dr. Stegmaier, I'm going to show you something in evidence in state 6.
I do.
Is that Mr. Bonnet?
It is.
Now you see a nose injury there, right?
Yes,
Is that the nose injury you're talking about?
it is.
And you said it's consistent with having been caused by the butt of the knife?
It is. This photograph does not depict the pattern well. There is another photograph that depicts it much better.
Did you do a thank you. Did you do a toxicology on this person?
Yes, we did.
And when I say a toxicology, what exactly am I talking about?
It means that we did, in fact, obtain the specimens that we spoke about earlier. We did, in fact, obtain blood from the iliac vessel. We did obtain urine, bile, and vitreous fluid, and we did send those off to the University of Florida Toxicology Lab in Gainesville for testing.
And did you receive those results?
We did.
And what, if anything, did that test reveal as far as what was in Mr. Bonnet's system?
So the test revealed that his blood was in fact positive for ethanol, alcohol, at 140 milligrams per deciliter or 0.14 grams per deciliter. And they do that conversion because it helps people to understand it. When you say 0.14, you can compare that to your reference range of 0.08 being the legal limit for driving while intoxicated. And so it kind of gives you just a general reference, and that's why they do that. The blood was also positive for cocaine at 301 nanograms per milliliter. This is important because cocaine is one of the fastest metabolizing drugs in humans. Almost all parent cocaine will have been metabolized to its metabolites within about 15 to 25 minutes. So having parent cocaine is significant in that it means that that cocaine would usually have been taken within the last 15 to 25 minutes. Otherwise, we would only have metabolite. We also have coca-ethylene, which was positive at 421 nanograms per milliliter. This is important because it lets you know that there has been some metabolism time between the alcohol and the cocaine. Those two combine together and create the metabolite coca-ethylene. Benzolecgonine was also positive in the blood. That is the primary metabolite, active metabolite of cocaine. It was present at a level of 1,958 nanograms per milliliter. And then when we look at
Hold on, let me ask you a quick follow-up question. On the cocaine, were you able to, by the levels of these various breakdowns, I'm not going to try to pronounce them, but are you able to tell how recently he had used cocaine prior to his stabbing?
Right. So just to correct myself, it's 1,968 grams. Should have used my glasses, clearly. Just want to make sure I said not 1,958, 68. And yes, as I was describing earlier, we can say that at least the cocaine itself was used within roughly 15 to 25 minutes of his death, because again, we had parent cocaine in the blood.
And that's indicative from the coca-ethylene?
From the cocaine itself, because
From
again,
the cocaine itself.
cocaine metabolizes relatively quickly. And so if you have parent cocaine in the blood, that means that cocaine was ingested or used within the last 15 to 25 minutes. The metabolites could in fact be due to the ingestion or use of the cocaine that we're seeing that's still in the blood, or they could be metabolites that are partially due to prior use as well. I cannot say that.
So the parent cocaine, the fact that it's in the system, would give you that time estimate of the last 15 to 20 minutes because it metabolizes rather quickly.
Correct.
All right, let's go on to the presence of any cannabinoids.
Okay,
I
so
was going to offer you my glasses.
Yeah, might as well.
See that?
There are cannabinoids present in the urine as well. They're positive. It is important to understand that urine indicates past use. Urine does not indicate current use. Blood indicates current use. And there were no cannabinoids identified within the blood. They were only identified within the urine, which again means past use.
Past use not present at the time when he was stabbed.
Correct.
All right, so then anything else of evidentiary value from the toxicology report?
Well, I mean, it just depends on the questions that would be asked. The urine was also positive for ethanol at 185 milligrams per deciliter. And the vitreous humor, the fluid from the eyes, was positive at 140 milligrams per deciliter. Now, it is important to oftentimes we look at blood versus vitreous fluid for different drug levels to say whether they're still in the absorptive phase or metabolic phase. In this case, they're equal. Both were 140. So that means that he's kind of at a steady state. The
Of
urine-
alcohol consumption.
of alcohol, correct. And the urine was also positive for those other metabolites in active parent cocaine that we talked about, the cocaethylene and the benzoyl 9.
Now, you had said, so in all, he had cocaine and alcohol in his system. Is that fair to say?
In their metabolites, correct.
And you had mentioned his hands had been bagged, right, for preservation.
Correct.
Did you submit fingernail clippings?
I
After you-
did, in fact, turn them over to law enforcement.
Okay.
Law enforcement then submits those fingernail clippings.
Did you
for
provide them
testing.
to law enforcement for further testing?
I did.
And did you also provide a DNA card for Mr. Bonnet for further testing?
I did.
Now, Dr. Steckbauer, when all was said and done, did you make any findings to a degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death here?
Yes, in this case, the cause of death was stated as multiple sharp force injuries and the manner of death as homicide.
Now, how are you able to determine it was multiple sharp force injuries and not cocaine overdose?
Well, again, the one injury, well, the two combined injuries that we spoke about,
The one that formed a V in the back?
right, they in fact did injure the aorta, and they in fact did cause a good amount of blood to collect within the thoracic cavity. That is not compatible with life. It also had the injury that went through the diaphragm and up into the thoracic cavity and the blood within the abdomen. Those are not compatible with life. Although any amount of cocaine can cause a person's death, clearly the sharp force injuries were much more, I don't want to say impressive,
Dominant?
they would have a much greater effect.
So the fact that the stab wound in the back punctured or perforated the aorta, is that a fairly significant wound?
Yes, the aorta is the largest blood vessel in the body. It's under high pressure, which is why that blood collects within those cavities. The blood that would have been lost is, of course, probably even greater than that which we quantitated, because blood is going to have come out of those wounds. On top of that, you had emergency personnel who, in fact, were trying to save his life. They did a thoracotomy procedure in which they did open the chest in a way that we call a clamshell, which literally means they make a large incision, they open it up. They're trying to get access to repair those injuries emergently so that they can stabilize the person. And so some of the blood would have been lost then as well. So it's almost a certainty that he had lost more blood than what we're talking about in the report.
Now, did you issue a death certificate in Matthew Bonnet's name in this case?
I did.
And on the death certificate, you put in the information about cause and manner of death?
I did.
Was there, Dr. Steckbauer, I'm curious, was there any evidence on his body, Mr. Bonnet's body, of a struggle? Was there bruising on his arms or legs or knuckles, anything that would be evidence consistent with the struggle?
Well, he does have some additional injuries, and depending on how you would categorize those injuries, some of them could be indicative of a struggle. He had some bruising of the knees, if I remember correctly. For some reason. Oh, that's why. So specifically, he had a laceration was surrounding purple bruising of the bridge of the nose. We talked about that. He had a red abrasion, linear red abrasion of the bridge of the nose. He had an abrasion of the right cheek. He did have a healing wound of the right knee. Now, that's not indicative of an altercation at the current time because, of course, it's healing. But he did, in fact, have a purple-brown bruise of the right knee, which could be indicative of an altercation. He also had a brown bruise in the right foot, which could have been part of this altercation. He had a healing wound of the left knee. Again, it's healing, so it's old. He had a red abrasion of the left side of the upper aspect of the chest, which could have been a part of this altercation. He did also have a superficial red abrasion of the left upper extremity. Again, could have been a part of this altercation. And he had a laceration in the left upper extremity, which could have been a part of this altercation.
So many of those would be consistent with some kind of a struggle or a fight at the time of his stabbing.
Yes.
Judge, if I just may have 1 second.
Yes.
Nothing further for Dr. Steklar, sir. Thank you for your time today.
Right. We're going to take a little break before we have cross-examination. We've been in session here for a couple hours, so bear with us. It's going to be a 15-minute break. Members of the jury, you don't have to stay in the jury room. It's follow the usual procedures. 3:21, that will put us to 3:20, 3:36. So see you back here. Continue the testimony. All right, our jurors have exited the courtroom. You can take a break also, doctor. Just remember, we have the rule of sequestration of witnesses, so you're not to discuss your testimony with anyone during the break. Any other instructions? No? All right, we'll be back.
Kit, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just had to go get Nala.
Oh.
I put it in the chat. Okay. My dad just upset me. You want to know why he upset me?
Why?
He has complained more about my car than me. He goes, it pisses me off. I go, Dad, I don't want to talk about it. How do you think I feel? He goes, how do you think I feel? I put money into that car. I go, yeah, I drive your ass around everywhere. But I said, please stop. He don't stop. I go, Dad, I'm traumatized from this. Don't you understand? I can be mad.
Yeah, I give you a couple of days. It's like that old saying, too soon. It's too soon to talk about.
It is. And the thing about it is, what police department, what would you think if a cop called you seeing if you're okay? That was at the scene of the accident.
Oh, that's the wrong question to ask me anymore, Kit.
It was shocking. I go, well, I'm pretty shaken up and I don't know. He goes, is there anything I can do for you? I go, no. He goes, you have any questions? I go, no, I can't even think right now. He goes, well, I was just checking in on you. I'm like, oh, thank you. And then I'm like, how did he get my number? And then
it's like, why are you calling me? I mean, you get
I know.
suspicious of that stuff.
It's like, Well, when I called 911, because I called 911, they weren't going to, so I did. Yeah. Okay, let me speed this up. I just want to get to the DNA man.
This guy at first, he was slow.
I know. I should have. I
And
should
then
have.
it was like, once he got to really talking, I got interested in what he was saying.
Yeah. I want the DNA expert. I hate listening to autopsies. It gets sad.
Ugh.
Come on, Judge. There we go.
My lack of medical knowledge here.
No,
But
no
if you
stress.
found two different types of blood on the blade, what would that be indicative of?
It would indicate that there were two contributors,
Two contributors.
two people.
Okay, and which would mean that blade was probably used on both people, correct?
It would just mean that substance containing two people's DNA was on the knife or whatever object was
Right.
tested. It wouldn't necessarily mean that it was used on two people because, of course, you cast DNA simply from your palm, but of course, it could have been used on two people too. I don't
Right.
know.
I think I understand what you're saying here.
I'm
that-
sorry, Mr. Tucker, would you mind moving the
Yes,
podium
I
here a
sure
little
can.
bit? Because
I sure
I'm
can,
having
I'm
a
sorry.
hard time seeing the state's table, and I do need to be able to see everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, it wouldn't be 100% conclusive is what you're trying to say, I think.
Well, I wouldn't say that. The fact that you would get a profile, and I would leave that to an expert in DNA to talk about the likelihood that a given DNA profile belongs to a given individual. Statistically, I would definitely leave that alone. But I wouldn't say that having a profile on a weapon means that that person had to be involved in using the weapon or not using the weapon. I wouldn't testify that. I would simply state that if I was made aware of it, that their profile was found on the weapon.
Okay.
I don't know if that
I
answers
think
the
you
question.
I think, again, layman here, I think you were talking about DNA transfer from other things too. It's possibility or, that kind of thing.
So I don't know if that the question.
Oh, yeah, let me try and rephrase. Like I said, I'm trying to key in on medical terms that I'm not exactly familiar with. Okay. Again, we're going back to the DNA or the blood of different people being found on the object, whatever the object would be. Would that be consistent with that object being, again, coming into contact with both of those people?
Yes, absolutely.
I think that's a better way. I should have said it. Now, again, that would mean it most likely would be contact though, not secondary contact like we were just talking, like I was just trying to describe secondary, like, okay,
I definitely wouldn't testify. It's okay. I wouldn't testify to that.
right,
The likelihood, I would definitely defer to an expert in
in DNA.
DNA.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
Okay, and, but you didn't test the knife, correct?
I did not, no.
Okay. And again, I think let me check here because I don't think there's too much else we need to go into. Now, just to clarify, when we were discussing all the wound patterns and the paths that you were talking about. Now, that doesn't say, again, it doesn't tell you much about the assailant, does it? The type of assailant.
No, not at all.
Okay, so it can't tell you how big, how tall, how, whether the right or left-handed, any of that.
No, it cannot.
So it doesn't tell you much about the assailant other than this is consistent, this weapon is consistent with the wounds.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and let's see. Oh, and I don't think you'll remember this. I don't know if you would remember during the deposition, I don't know if you saw the other victim in the case, Miss Paula Belmont. They showed you laceration. They showed you a neck wound.
Well, I'll listen to the question, but
Let me try and get to a question that's a little bit quicker and easier here. Were you shown pictures of the victim, the other victim, Paula Belmont, when you were,
don't-
were
I
doing
don't
the depot?
recollect.
I had a feeling a long time ago. Okay, and I'll tell you, there's not much else. I think we need to go in with you, Doctor. Thank you for your time. I think we've addressed everything that we need to, so you can be excused.
All right.
I'm done with my cross.
All right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
Yes, Dr. Stefano. The knife that I showed you, the one with the red and black handle, the one that's in evidence,
Yes,
is that consistent with having inflicted the wounds in Matthew Bonnet's back?
it is.
Now, that knife has a serrated side and a straight edge or a smooth side, right?
A sharp edge and a serrated edge. Yes,
Sharp edge on one side, serrated edge on the other. And is that reflected in the wounds that you see in his back?
yes,
So I guess one side of that wound has a serrated pattern, and the other side has a smooth cut?
well, the real primary thing is that you have a single sharp edge. Serrated wounds, serrated weapons can make specific patterned wounds. These wounds did not have a specific pattern that is directly associated with the serrated edge, just with not having two sharp edges.
Okay, so ultimately, though, that knife that is in evidence, you said, is consistent with having inflicted the wounds in Matthew Bonnet.
It is.
Okay. I don't have anything else for you, Dr. Stegmaier. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you, sir. You can step down and be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You have all the exhibits here. Stay prepared to call their next witness.
Yes, Sean. We'll call Angela Ozlowski.
Maybe sidebar for just a second.
Excuse me?
Maybe sidebar for just a second.
Okay.
Samples from an outside laboratory. I would say it's at least been over 5,000 samples.
Over 5,000 samples?
Yes.
And how long have you been performing DNA testing?
So since November of.
Okay, hold on.
2017,
We missed something.
2017, When I completed my,
So employed in that capacity.
since January of 2016.
What is your position with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Okay.
Samples from an outside laboratory in which they know what results are expected from the samples that I'll be working. I work them as if they're regular casework samples. I'll obtain results and report my results to them, and this will test my ability to do my job as well as the DNA analysis system.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in DNA testing?
Yes, through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
And have you previously testified in court as an expert in DNA testing?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 25 times.
At this time, I would ask the court to recognize Ms. Ozlowski as an expert in the area of DNA testing.
Recognize the witness in that area of expertise.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ozlowski, please explain in layman's terms as best you can, what is DNA?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the basic building block of all human beings. You get half of your DNA from your mother and half of your DNA from your father. And it's essentially what gives you your height, eye color, hair color. Muscles are cleaned with something called cavicide that will remove DNA. And then during each step of the process, something called controls are. So I obtained buccal swabs from Franklin Tucker, buccal swabs from Rory Wilson, excuse me, buccal swabs from John Johnson. I also obtained a blood stain card from a Matthew Bonnet, as well as buccal swabs from a Paula Belmonte. And then I believe I also got buccal swabs represented as being from a Roger Raggett.
And did you do the testing and compare those vocal swabs compared with other items of evidence that you were requested to do so in this case?
Yes, so for each of those samples, it went through that 4-step of the DNA analysis process, and I was able to get complete DNA results from all of those standards to represent individuals, and then comparisons were made to question samples in this case.
Talking about the results, what are possible results as a result of your testing? Is there things that, for instance, explain to the jury what is inconclusive?
So inconclusive, so when I'm doing a comparison to a DNA profile from a questioned item of evidence, in which I have results that are comparable or interpretable, I then do a comparison to a standard, and sometimes when that comparison is done, the result is it's inconclusive. And this essentially means that I cannot say for certain if that individual is included or excluded as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. So when I'm doing comparisons, I do something that's called a likelihood ratio, which is essentially comparing one event under 2 separate situations. So it's usually the DNA results given if a person contributed their DNA versus another person in the population with those DNA types. So when I'm doing that comparison, if it falls in that inconclusive zone, it'll be a range in which during my validation, it showed that there were some false inclusions and false exclusions when compared to standards. So in that range, I truly cannot say if that person is included as a possible contributor or excluded as a possible contributor.
Based on your training, experience, or expertise in the area, would there be instances where there is no DNA, there is not sufficient DNA for you to come to a determination?
Yes, sometimes with items of evidence, as I said, the DNA might just be too limited, so I can't do any comparisons to it, or other times, even with a mixed DNA profile, there might be information for a contributor or one of the individuals that makes up that mixed DNA profile that is higher and easily comparable to, and then sometimes there might be a second or third donor that's a little bit more limited in nature and has less DNA types present. And a lot of times that's where the inconclusive comparison will be seen.
For instance, is there necessary automatic DNA evidence on both in my hand?
Not all the time. So DNA, it depends on a lot of different factors that can contribute to DNA being left behind. So it depends on the individual. Some individuals shed their DNA more easily than other individuals. And then on the item, it depends on length of contact. So the longer one holds onto an item, the more likely I'm expecting to see DNA present. If someone touches an item very briefly, it's less likely to see that DNA present. Also, depending on the item, the DNA that's possibly already on that item, as well as the item itself. If it's a smooth item, less DNA usually gets left behind versus a rough item, because rough surfaces will kind of slough off more DNA. So it really depends on many factors.
If a person had gloves on, would that affect the DNA analysis?
Yes, that can affect leaving DNA behind.
And it would mean it would be less likely that DNA would be left or present on a particular item of evidence that you were asked to examine, correct?
Yes, that's possible.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes.
Mrs. Lasky, I think you said Mr. Tucker was one of the standards that you received in this case, correct?
Correct.
And there were inconclusive items that you could not include him in with respect to certain pieces of evidence. Is that fair to say?
Some of the items that I did do comparisons to his standard were inconclusive, and I could not say whether he was included or excluded as a possible contributor to those items.
Nothing further from this witness. Thank you.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Boy, that was quick.
Just crime laboratory analyst Oslowski.
Okay.
Or analyst Oslowski is fine.
Did you get the subpoena that I tried to send?
I don't think so.
Okay, just checking. Maybe I had the wrong email, whatever. Okay, so we just heard the prosecutor go over the explanation for inconclusive results. Now, did you get some conclusive results in this case?
So there was some DNA evidence that I compared the buccal swabs, and he was excluded as a possible contributor to those DNA profiles.
Okay, and would that DNA profile include the knife that was tested in this case?
Is it okay if I refer to the notes for
Yeah,
all the
please.
samples? So I did take a sample from the blunt end of the handle of the knife, and for that, Franklin Tucker was excluded as a possible was inconclusive. So he failed to demonstrate sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion to that item. For the handle of the knife that I took a sample from, Franklin Tucker was excluded as a contributor to that mixed DNA profile. Let's see. I believe those were the main samples that I took from the item, other than I did take 2 areas from the blade in which I got a complete DNA profile, but that DNA profile had matched the DNA profile from Matthew Bonnet.
And was that a mixed DNA profile as well? Was there somebody else on that blade?
So on area C and D of the blade that I had taken, that was a complete profile. So that was indicative of a single source profile. For the handle of the knife, that demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors.
Okay, and who were those 3 donors?
So I did comparisons to standards that were submitted in the case. Rory Wilson was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile, and then I did the likelihood ratio that I mentioned, which is a statistic to give weight to that comparison. And the observed mixed DNA profile is 12,000 times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Rory Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals. I then did a comparison to Matthew Bonnet. He was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is 9.9 million times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Matthew Bonnet and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals. I did the comparison as well to Paula Belmonte, and she was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. And the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Paula Belmonte and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals. And then I also did comparison to John Johnson, and he was excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
And Ms. Oslowski, just in layman's terms, because I love the science behind it, but I'm a little bit more of a layman. Would that mean that it's highly likely that Rory Wilson at some time handled that knife and that it came into contact with both Matthew Bonnet and Miss Paula Belmont?
So since I'm never present, I can never fully say how DNA got on an item, when it got there, or under what circumstances. I can only do the comparison and say if the DNA types could be included as a possible contributor to the mixed sample, and then do a likelihood ratio to that comparison.
Okay. But again, those are the 3 main contributors from what I'm gathering from your report.
Those 3 individuals were included as possible contributors, and then I did the likelihood ratio to get the statistic for it.
Okay, and what about the mask that you tested, the mask that was used?
So for the mask, let me take a look. So I took several areas, several samples from the mask. So an area A of the mask that I called, which was an area that gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. And this was on the exterior bottom right jaw area. The DNA results was a complete DNA profile consistent with a female individual. And that DNA profile matched the DNA profile from Paula Belmonte. And I did a statistic or the likelihood ratio to that comparison, and the observed DNA profile was greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Paula Belmonte than from an unrelated individual. And there was other limited data that was not interpretable that was observed in that sample, but was too limited to do any comparisons to. So that was one area. Then there was another area that gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. I named this area B, and it was on the exterior right side of the forehead. And the DNA results obtained from that area demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. And then I did comparisons to all the standards that were submitted. Paula Belmonte was included as a possible contributor. I did the likelihood ratio. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur. The sample originated from Paula Belmonte and 1 unrelated individual, than from 2 unrelated individuals. And then comparison of the profile from Franklin Tucker to the mixture obtained failed to demonstrate sufficient statistical support for inclusion or inclusion. So therefore it was in that inconclusive zone. So there's no determination can be made regarding the contribution of Franklin Tucker. And then Rory Wilson, John Johnson, and Matthew Bonnet were excluded as contributors to that mixed DNA profile. I then had an area that I called Area C, and this was also an area that gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. And this was the exterior left bottom jaw. The DNA results obtained demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. Matthew Bonnet was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Matthew Bonnet and 1 unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals. And then Paula Belmonte was included as a possible contributor to that mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile was greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Paula Belmonte and 1 unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals. I then compared to Franklin Tucker, Rory Wilson, and John Johnson, and they were excluded as possible contributors to that mixed DNA profile. I then took a sample from the whole interior of the mask, and that demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. And I did comparisons to the standards that were submitted, and Rory Wilson was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Rory Wilson than from 1 unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals. Comparison of the profile from Paula Belmonte to the mixture obtained failed to demonstrate the sufficient statistical support, so it was in that inconclusive range. And therefore no determination could be made regarding the contribution of Paula Belmonte to that item or to that area. And then Franklin Tucker, John Johnson, and Matthew Bonnet were excluded as contributors to that mixed DNA profile.
Ms. Oslowski, again, just if I put it wrong, please correct me. Now, Area A, C, B, the jury's not quite, I'm sure, we're not looking at the same map right here. Would it be proper to say that Rory Wilson's DNA was the high contributor on the inside of the mask?
So for the inside of the mask, he was included as a possible contributor, and then I was able to do a likelihood ratio to that. And then otherwise, Franklin Tucker, John Johnson, and Matthew Bonnet were excluded as contributors, and Paula Belmonte was failed to demonstrate the sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion.
What was the likelihood of Rory Wilson?
So the observed mixed DNA profile was greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Rory Wilson and 1 unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
And then the rest of the ones the rest of the samples that you had were from the outside of the mask, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that would have been a contributing of Paula Belmont and Matthew Bonnet, correct? They were conclusive.
So these were areas that were reddish brown in color and gave chemical indication for the presence of blood. And then for area A, it was a complete female, consistent with a complete female individual, and it matched the DNA profile of Paula Belmonte. And then I did the statistic, the likelihood ratio. And then the area B was a mixture consistent with 2 donors, and Paula Belmonte was included as a possible contributor. And then for area 8C, which was a mixture of 2 donors, Matthew Bonnet was included as a possible contributor, and Paula Belmonte was included as a possible contributor.
Thank you. Now, as far as the inconclusive results, there's a lot of things that can cause inconclusive results. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And, you know, again, I've heard of secondary DNA transfer. Can you please explain what that might be?
So secondary DNA transfer is something that would occur. So say that I touch this glass of water, and then the bailiff touched the glass of water, and then we swapped his hands, and my DNA was on his hands. So we didn't have any direct contact, so it was secondary transfer.
Okay, but that's where that likelihood ratio comes in. Isn't that correct? Where it's more direct, or there's more than enough DNA for the sample.
So honestly, with my DNA results, I can never say how the DNA results got there. I can't say if it got there from primary, secondary transfer. I can only testify to the DNA results that I obtained and then do a comparison.
Would it be more likely if there was more of a sample, say if you had a larger sample as opposed to a smaller one?
It really depends on, really depends on the sample. And depending on the item. So sometimes it might be a really large item, but there just might not be DNA present. So sometimes DNA just isn't present on an item. Other times there could be DNA results, but it could just be too limited. Or there might be DNA results if there's a biological fluid, and sometimes that DNA result will be more prevalent than other DNA that's present.
Now, the prosecutor also mentioned gloves, how that might affect the DNA results. Now, you know, would gloves totally block the DNA, or would it be the DNA that's on the outside of the gloves that you might pick up, in your opinion?
So wearing gloves, I would expect DNA to not go through the gloves. I wear gloves at my job when I'm doing DNA analysis to try and prevent my DNA getting on an item. But obviously it's difficult to say what DNA might be on the outside of the gloves, depending on if an individual touched other things and then touched something else. So it would be difficult to really say.
Right, that would be that secondary, or the secondary DNA transfer would be outside of the gloves. Right?
Depending on what they touch, or if they touch the outside of the gloves themselves.
Okay, so again, we go back to those inconclusive results. They can happen for a lot of reasons. And could you explain some of the reasons that might actually happen?
I'm sorry, one more time, did you say?
The inconclusive results, why that might happen.
So with the results where I cannot say definitively if they're included or excluded. So obviously it's possible that the DNA just, when doing a comparison to an individual, their DNA might just not be present. And obviously that can be an option, as well as sometimes, as I was saying, there can be DNA that's present, but it could be too limited or not enough to be able to see the DNA types there. And sometimes there can be another high profile that could be overwhelming the sample, preventing other DNA from being present. So those are kind of the 3 main things that can affect seeing DNA present.
Okay. Again, like if a mixture like that, it becomes hard. And I get it. Let's see, hold on. Was there any DNA from Miss Bellamont on any other objects besides the mask and the knife that you tested?
Just look through. So I did have some clothing that was submitted. There was a dark blue long sleeve shirt. And I tested some areas and took some samples forward for DNA analysis. So there was the inside left wrist that I took a sample from, and that demonstrated the presence of a mixture that was consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. And Paula Belmonte was included as a possible contributor to that mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile was greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Paula Belmonte and 1 unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals. I also obtained partial DNA profiles consistent with a female individual from the inside back left forearm, as well as the inside front left forearm. and those DNA profiles matched the DNA profile of Paula Belmonte. And the observed DNA profiles were greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the samples originated from Paula Belmonte than from an unrelated individual. And then I also had a shirt, another shirt that was from a Roger Roggett. And I had a sample from, let's see. So with items that are collected directly from an individual, I can expect to see their DNA types present. So this item was said to come directly from Roger Roggett. So I was expecting to see his types, and there were two areas, the back middle right and back lower right. And he was expected to be a donor to that item. And then a complete foreign DNA profile consistent with the female donor was obtained from items 17D and 17E, which was the back middle right and back lower right. And that foreign DNA profile matched the DNA profile from Paula Belmonte. And then I did the statistic, and the observed foreign DNA profiles greater than 700 billion times were likely to occur if the samples originated from Paula Belmonte than from an unrelated individual.
And Ms. Ostrowski, I'm just going to ask you a few more questions just to make sure here. Now, was my DNA, Franklin Tyrone Tucker, just to be clear, was my DNA included in anything in this case? Was it actually, included as a nothing inconclusive?
So for the DNA results that I obtained, he was not. There was no samples that he was included as a possible contributor.
Okay, thank you. One other thing. The reason I asked about secondary DNA transfer, how often does that happen airborne? Does it normally have to be something you touch or something you come into contact with?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question one more time?
Can you have airborne DNA transfer, or is it, secondary DNA transfer or anything like that?
It's difficult to say. I mean, if someone spits kind of on an item, then that can contribute to DNA being left behind.
I would imagine that could happen. Okay, so if you have something like the knife, right, and you have both victims' DNA on the blade or on that knife, right? Now, could it be concluded that it's highly likely it was used or came into contact with both people?
So once again, my likelihood ratio or my DNA testing doesn't determine that. I can't determine how that DNA got there. I can tell you that the samples that I took from the blade gave chemical indications for the presence of blood, and then tell you the results I got, and then the comparison to the standards that I obtained.
No, but would it be highly unlikely that the DNA from one individual could go across the room to another? I'm asking a question.
Well, yeah, but it seems like it's good, but go ahead, finish the question.
Anyway, would it be highly unlikely that the DNA from one item could jump across the room and get on the wall?
Just cause speculation.
She's an expert.
Well, experts don't get to speculate, but if you are able to answer it, you may.
DNA cannot just move from one item to another.
That's what I was
across
asking.
the room.
Thank you, Ms. Oskowski.
Okay.
That's exactly what I was asking. Maybe I didn't ask you correctly, but thank you for your time, and thank you for coming out today. Done with my class.
Is there any redirect?
Absolutely.
Boy,
Good afternoon.
look at how she looked at him. Rude people.
Indicated where you testified, you mentioned the name John Johnson.
Yes.
Was he excluded from DNA on the knife based on your report, if I refresh your recollection?
Double check. So from the blunt end of the handle, he was the comparison of John Johnson to the mixture obtained failed to demonstrate the sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion for the blunt end of the handle. And then John Johnson was excluded to the DNA results from the handle of the knife. And then the two areas on the blade, as I mentioned, that that match the DNA profile of Matthew Bonnet.
Okay. Just to recap for the jury, would you please recap for them the items of evidence that the defendant in this case could not be excluded from, that they came up inconclusive?
So for the blunt end of the handle of the knife, the comparison of the profile from Franklin Tucker to the mixture obtained failed to demonstrate the sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion. So I cannot make any determination to that item or that part of the handle of the knife. Were you asking just about the knife or just all items?
No, and the other items that were inconclusive with respect to this defendant.
Okay, so then area B of the mask that gave chemical indications for the presence of blood, which was the exterior right side of the forehead. The comparison of the profile from Franklin Tucker to that item failed to demonstrate the sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion. And then there was the interior of the mask. Oh, no, excuse me. Nope, not that one. He was excluded to the interior of the mask. To the inside left wrist of the first shirt, the dark blue long sleeve shirt that I mentioned. Comparison of the profile from Franklin Tucker to the mixture obtained from item 11C, which is what I call it, the inside left wrist. It failed to demonstrate sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion to that item. And then I also took a sample from the inside right arm, right wrist, left upper arm, lower back, and lower front of that shirt. And comparison of the profile from Franklin Tucker to that mixture obtained, because it actually demonstrated the presence of a mixture with 3 donors. It failed to demonstrate sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion. So no determination could be made regarding the contribution of Franklin Tucker to that item. There was also a pair of black gloves, and from the right hand outside top wrist, I took a sample, and that demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. And the comparison of the profile from Franklin Tucker to the mixture obtained failed to demonstrate sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion, so no determination could be made regarding that item. Then from the left hand inside of a glove, comparison of the profile, well, that first demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. And a comparison of the profile from Franklin Tucker to that mixture obtained failed to demonstrate sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion. So no determination can be made regarding the contribution of Franklin Tucker to that item. And I believe that concludes the inconclusive comparisons.
So it's safe to say that there was numerous items of evidence that you didn't have a sufficient DNA sample to compare with Mr. Tucker in this case.
So those were the items that I did get DNA results, but the comparison showed that it was in an inconclusive range. So therefore, no determination can be made regarding if he's included or excluded as a possible contributor to those DNA results.
Okay. And just to make sure you only received 1 mask to analyze in this case, correct?
Correct.
No scarves, no gator scarves or anything like that were ever submitted to the lab, correct?
Correct.
You testified with respect to, I guess, the level of DNA on the knife with respect to Mr. Wilson. What was that level?
Do you mean the amount of DNA that was actually present?
Yes.
Or do you mean the statistic? I don't know if
The
I got.
statistic,
into-
I'm sorry,
Okay, I was
I
gonna say, I don't think I
apologize.
got into the amount of DNA. So from the handle of the knife,
Yes, ma'am.
so that demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, and he was, Rory Wilson was included as a possible contributor. And the observed mixed DNA profile was 12,000 times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Rory Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if from 3 unrelated individuals.
Ms. Oslowski, if the defendant in this case is alleged to have been wearing gloves at the time of the murder and the robbery in this case, the likelihood that you would get an inconclusive result is a possibility, correct?
It could be possible. I do know gloves, as I said, can prevent sometimes DNA being left behind. But as I said, I can never fully say how DNA got there, when DNA got there. I can only just testify to the results that I obtained.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
May I recross to ask a couple
Well,
of
you have
questions?
approached the bench here to tell me what the questions would be. If the state would like to join us.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Additional preparation.
Yeah, that judge just seems so enthused, doesn't he? Like he's being
Obviously,
imposed on.
obviously, he doesn't seem to have been anybody that represented themselves before. That's why he seems so irritated, in my opinion. Because he kept making comments about that. So what? It's his right. However, now this DNA stuff, which is interesting, you only have Detroit's DNA, Paula's and Matthews, which are the 2 victims.
That's why I'm not understanding why we're even here.
Right. Very interesting. And for some reason, they're trying to, Paula's, one of the victims, and she lived. And she said immediately when the cops got there, because they were asking, she said she knew the one was Detroit. What did she say again, Grandma? She knows
he was black, and he goes by the name of Detroit.
And then Detroit tried to say it was Ty because his middle name's Tyrone. It's confusing, very. Or no, he said that there's another Detroit there too. Whatever, I don't know. So confusing. So they can't prove it. I know, right?
They need to throw it all out. I mean, it's just a waste of money and time here, what I'm seeing. Come on.
I know. And I see every witness they had was super, super rude to him. Especially this DNA lady, just glaring.
If I was him, I would, after this is all over, I'd pack my stuff and get the hell out of there.
I would too.
That's what I'm saying. They want him locked up for a reason, because this don't make any sense to me.
Travis got confused because he thought Rory was the white guy and Tyrone the black guy. Oh, I didn't know that. I guess I didn't realize it because remember the body cam after, the police got there? It was like an hour long.
Yeah. Of
And
nothing.
yeah, we started the very first body cam that was put out to the public from Lauren and Ty.
And where the one said to the other one, I hope your mute button's on. Remember?
The mute?
Remember when the body cams, when you were playing the body cams, one of the other officers said, I hope your mute button's on?
Yeah. Yeah. And what I don't get is how could they have Travis look at this these CCTV surveillance cameras, and then one of them they're saying that don't worry about the time. The date's correct, the time is off. Doesn't that make the timeline different then? Right?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I'm
I
not,
don't know. Throw it out, move on. I don't understand this case. I don't see anything, no DNA. I mean, the lady just admitted that. They kept trying to push that there was.
right. Well, I don't know about you guys. Anybody can go if they want. However, this Robert guy, no, his name, I don't know who he is. The one they've been talking about on day 5 here, I got his body cam footage right here. So yeah, hold on, I'm gonna find it. And plus that Michael from the Tom Thumb and the 911 call by somebody. So all right, I'm interested to see who this guy is. Rabbit or somebody. Oh, Rugged, Roger Rugged. Okay, who are you, Roger? We're gonna find out right now.
Okay, sir, we're here to talk to you about what happened earlier today over there behind CVS.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay? Because we understand that you may have been cut or hurt.
No, I'm fine. Talked a couple times, yeah.
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 Did you get hit back your head too?
No.
No? Where you hurt at?
We really have it, a couple times,
Can you tell us what happened?
Well, sitting there, drinking beer,
Uh-huh.
And two guys ran up the steps, caught me, and pulled me, jerked me back up on the seat, and put a knife in my throat, and so just, just sit there, And that's all I did,
Which one told you to sit there?
Guy in a mask, he had a mask on, it was a death mask,
Death mask?
Yeah. Skeleton mask. Skeleton mask.
Skeleton mask?
Yeah.
Okay. How did he have an accent when he spoke?
Well, he didn't say that, It was nice,
What did the knife look like?
Long and, yeah. Long knife.
Okay. What happened after that?
He caught me. I went through the screen or whatever, and I got up and got out of there,
Okay. Where did you go after you left?
Right here.
Right, you came right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, how many people came running up? How many people you said there were?
Two.
Can you tell me what they look like?
No, they were wearing a mask.
Were they the same mask or different masks?
I didn't see too much of the other guy, but the guy was hit my, hit my throat, was wearing a skeleton mask.
Okay. Can you see any of his skin at all to tell what color he may have been? No.
But I know he's black. He's black.
Okay. Was he tall or short?
My size.
Your size? Was he fat or skinny?
Skinny.
Skinny. How tall are you about?
5'11".
5'11". So is he thinner than you or was he heavier than you?
He's about my size.
How much about do you weigh?
150.
Did you recognize the voice at all?
I believe Paula knows who they were.
Why do you say that?
The guy that attacked her, was heavy set, black, and she must have known, I just feel that,
Did you see any cars out front or anything? They leaving a car? Do you know how they left?
Just ran down steps when the other guy came up there, They took up down steps after him.
Where the guy was at?
The guy lives downstairs. He lives downstairs. He came up there and we started yelling and everything else started yelling and
What were they saying when they were yelling?
cops.
Okay, so what level were you on? Because I know you go up the stairs and there's a first level.
I was on top. I was on
At the very top?
Yeah, yeah. Sitting in a chair, you know.
Because I know she's got like if you go up to the very top, her area's over in the corner here. Is that where you were, or were you over off to the side somewhere? Or?
I was doing a little canvas area, you know, like bed's right here.
Yep.
A little canvas area, you know, sitting there and that's so fast, you know.
So you're sitting there. So just run me through. You're sitting there, and they come up the stairs, and a shorter guy comes up to you. Does he have a knife in his hand already?
Yeah.
Okay, and what happens as soon as he comes up to you? Does he say anything, or does he hit you first?
He nailed me. Yeah, he nailed me.
Okay, where did you hit you at? Okay, how many times did he punch you?
4 or 5.
So with the same hand?
I don't think so.
Okay, then what happened after that? He's punching you, then what happens?
He pulled me back up, hit me again, you know.
How did he pull you up?
My shirt.
Where did he grab it at?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any gloves on?
I don't know.
I know you just grabbed your collar where he grabbed you, but is there any chance we could take that shirt from you tonight for evidence without touching the collar anymore? Is this the one you're wearing, or is it a different one? This what you're wearing?
Yeah.
You can just leave it right there. I'm gonna grab it, okay?
Was it ripped from the fight, or is it ripped from
Yeah, he ripped my shirt. Yeah, he ripped my shirt.
All right, but he grabbed you right here on the front of the shirt, you said, right? Okay, so he actually got the shirt in your hand? Okay, we're going to take that from you, sir. Okay. Have you heard what happened after you left? You called anybody or anything?
No, I've been drinking. I would, stay right out of there, right, you know.
What's your cell phone number?
I don't have one.
Do you have a phone number in case somebody needs to call you? Or we need to find you? Let me ask you this while you're looking for that. Did they take anything from you?
No.
Nothing from you at all?
Here I am talking. Oh my God. Okay. Grandma, remember Paula said there was 3 people, but only 2 people, we know Matthew, we know Paula. So this is the guy that would be the 3rd person that they're talking about, allegedly. Oh boy.
That's what I'm understanding.
Yep.
Hey, Kitty.
Yeah, just take the house down, you know.
How long were you there today?
A couple hours.
Who else had come by there today?
Just Matt, you know. You guys downstairs.
Anybody else come over to visit? Any other girls or guys come over?
No.
No? What's that? That's yours, or is that a friend's?
Yeah.
Who's that to you?
It's my roommate, yeah.
He stays here? What does he say at?
He still stays over there at over the stadium.
You still live there too?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got some bad news for you. Okay, Paula, your friend, she got cut in her neck.
Yeah.
She's gonna be okay, but she got cut bad. Matt, who lives downstairs, is dead.
No.
Yeah. Dead serious. That's why we've been looking for you to make sure you were okay.
All right. No.
I'm serious. Everybody's worried sick about you. We couldn't find you anywhere. You know, and
Yeah.
Roger, can I ask you, at any time were you bleeding?
No.
No? You didn't get a bloody nose or anything from the knee?
No. I just popped it in about 4 or 5 times.
On this side of your face?
can you lift up your hat for a minute?
That's fine. It's holding my hair, you know. You know what I mean?
Oh, keep your hand off for a second.
9 a.m. Garcia.
No, that's terrible. God, yeah.
All right, do you need medical attention right now?
No, I'm fine.
You are? Okay. All right, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and Paula's not in any trouble, okay? Was there any illegal drugs there tonight? Marijuana,
No.
pain medicine, cocaine, heroin, or anything like that?
I had the beer. Yeah.
Okay, what did she have? Okay.
Yeah, I go there with cooler, you know, with cooler beer, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But if you is there anything else you can think of that might help us find these people who did it? No. Okay, got me. I'm gonna give you my business card, okay? It's gonna have my phone number and the lead detective's phone number on it. I would like for you to think about this, and if you think of anything at all, you give us a call, okay? We're gonna come talk to you either today or tomorrow, actually Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, to get some more questions answered.
Oh.
His office, 7957-7957.
Oh.
I know it's a serious thing, okay? Grandma, are you watching Danielle's face and eyes? Oh my god. Oh shit. Watch her. Watch.
Okay, the lead detective's name is Matt Pitcher. This is his phone number right here, okay? My name is on the front. It's easier to read. It's Chuck Kellenberger, Monroe County Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Unit. And my cell phone number is at the bottom here, okay? If you remember anything, please give us a call. But we will be coming here to you next couple of days to talk to you some more, okay?
Yes.
All right? Do you have any questions for me at all?
No, I was drinking, you know.
All right. Well, if there's anything you remember, you know, this is serious, and we need all the help we can get.
Good, yeah.
But you said the only person who was there since you were there for 2 to 3 hours was Matt.
Yeah.
Matt, Paula, and you. Nobody.
Look at her. Look at her looking around everywhere there, being all nosy. What is she looking for? Just saying.
Else.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, sir. We'll be in touch with you, okay? All right? Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Sad.
What? I saw it?
Yeah.
So they said that the alarm broke.
Yeah. What side they hold it up to?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah. No scratches or anything. Yep.
Well, he just, you know, so right there, I was sitting in that chair, you know.
All right. Well, we're gonna go back and try and work this here, okay, sir? So we'll be in touch with you, all right?
All right.
All right. See up here? Just because I nosy like that, I'm gonna be like a cop right now. Nikes. Nikes. I wonder who these are. They're Nikes. So yeah, there you have it. She's just, you know what I gotta say here? Whoever did this, the other assailant, do you see how older that Paula and this man is right here?
Yeah.
That's just really sickening. They had no chance. You know what I mean? And Matthew, I think Matthew was older too. Allegedly, I'm not 100%.
He looked older. I mean, when you looked at the pictures of him laying on the ground,
Yeah.
he looked older.
It sounds like he didn't know what was coming. If he was stabbed all the way
Well,
through.
wasn't he downstairs? So he went up to check on,
Yes.
see if they were all right. Yeah.
I don't think he knew they were off to the side because he got stabbed in one area from his diaphragm through his back to his back. All over drugs. Dang right
People do
that is.
crazy things anymore over drugs or money.
Yeah, they do, but let's see, how old is what's her name? Paula. I think she's 69 or 70. Yeah.
She's a woman that got stabbed, correct?
Yes, her neck got slashed.
Yeah.
It's a
But
good
on
thing.
somewhere today, I don't know where I saw it. There's a picture of him in the
And her.
hospital visiting her.
Yeah, I showed that yesterday.
Oh, was that where I saw it? I knew I saw it somewhere.
Yeah. And they were making a big deal in court yesterday, state was, because he has a picture of him and Paula.
She has nothing to be afraid of for him, apparently. She doesn't believe he did it. She said that, correct?
Countless times. They've done 17, 18 interviews with her.
Why are they doing this then?
I have no idea. Hey, look who's here. Miss Kimberly, DeBronte's grandma.
Oh, hi,
Hey,
Kimberly.
girl. How you doing? I missed you. Been forever. I hope you're okay. That's another of my favorite Missouri mamas.
Yeah, we need to do another Missouri soon because a lot of stuff's happened lately.
Yes, I was just gonna say that. People, tomorrow night, a regular night, 9:05. We need to get back to Missouri now. We need to get on what's going on. We let it sit for a while, let things simmer, okay? But in the morning's going to be because remember the state rested, so tomorrow's going to be ties. So obviously we're going to watch that, but I mean at 9:00 I want to do what we do.
Yeah, some fishy stuff's went on again here in Missouri.
I believe it, and I cannot wait to find out. I don't mean it that way. It's
I
sad.
know.
It's sad. It really is. Do you think I was going to be all quiet? I know I haven't talked about it. Never. Hey, so far I can say at least I haven't gotten threatened with that crowd, unlike Butler County people threatening me.
I'm sorry. I just want to laugh when you say that.
I know. It's like, really? Come on. You're kidding, right? I'm not afraid. I'm afraid of Jesus.
You're calling them out if they've got. Just put it this way, kid. why would they be trying to threaten you
Oh,
if
it's
there's nothing
crazy.
to threaten you over? So if you had, why don't you speak out then? Tell us your side of the story.
Right? And that's what I even said on one of my lives. I'll be willing to talk to anybody respectfully, and I will be respectful. And everybody knows that about me. What are you hiding?
Well, there's always two sides to a story, so I'm
Definitely.
interested in both sides.
Right. I know. I want to touch a little bit on that tomorrow too. I was really upset. I just found out tonight through Miss Barbara.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah,
what
that
they
is
did to that woman.
horrible. I think the hospital should be sued and that police department. Drop her off in the middle of nowhere in a national forest. Come on.
All I can say is I heard it was searched before. So how'd she get there?
Obviously, they didn't use drones.
They used drones at Timmy's.
That's true. They did, didn't they?
Finally, in April. But they were not looking for that. I mean, they looked for the family and the friends, but law enforcement wasn't out there getting cold looking for.
No. They did. Okay, from what the brother said, they weren't cooperating with them. They didn't have dogs. They didn't have any searches that they knew of, a search, group. No dogs, no helicopters. You know what I mean? Nothing. That's
It
terrible.
was freezing cold out. Why would you not, knowing a person is missing?
Right.
I mean, what is happening in the world? Please.
And look at what Miss Kimberly says. When I heard that a cop dropped her off, I'm like, wait a minute. It just made you look at law enforcement. Like, what's going on here?
I still want to have hope and believe that there's some law enforcement that are good, but man, my faith is going down in that situation, in that area.
Well, I've only come in, a few cops in my life that I can trust, right? And let me tell you, that cop calling me to see if I was okay tonight, that made me feel good. I'm like, okay, you're a good one. I won't talk about you.
It's not, it was a refreshing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I'm like, okay, they're not all bad. I just want to know how he got my phone number. Oh my gosh.
Maybe he thought you were cute.
Shit, yeah. Yo. My daughter's like, maybe he wants to go on a date. I said, Kayla.
That's what I said. Maybe
He's
thought
probably
you
in
were
his
cute.
30s. Come on now. Yeah, it's
Some of them men that are in their 30s like them older women.
What did the cop do to her? You don't know about this case? Her name is Donna from Missouri in Washington County. She left a hospital. She was waiting for a ride to get to assisted living because she had brain surgery. Dropped her off at a dirt
2
road.
miles, wasn't it, from her brother's house?
Yeah.
Instead of driving her the 2 miles and making sure the woman got in the house and stuff, that's what I would think a normal person would do. And just dumped her.
Grandma, your license plate wouldn't have that information. It would have my birth date and shit, but not your phone number. I think he got it from 911 operator, I must say.
Oh, he's interested.
With a view for it. Okay, you can be my
I
friend.
probably need to mute myself. I'm gonna start laughing now.
I'll be like, you can be my friend, okay? I just gotta ask some questions. Can you tell me? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, look at what Grandma said.
Can you look up so and so in a different state for me.
Yeah. Hey, maybe you do need a boyfriend, kid.
He had a duty to deliver. Shit.
So I said, did you read what she wrote?
Because I wasn't going to answer my phone. I'm like, who the fuck is this? Because it was on, block number. I'm like, oh my God. I don't, well, maybe I should get this one. And I did.
See how good it made you feel? He's trying to make you feel good already.
Well, you would have watched. You would have showed up at my door and be like, "What the fuck is going on around here?"
I've never had him call me in an accident and say, how you doing?
I mean, how many accidents do they, reports do they do in a day? Do you call everybody?
I'm telling you, like to ask Grandma, she'll tell you.
Should I call him for say, "Hey, what's up?"
Oh man, you don't have his number back. You can't call him. Do you got his number?
Yeah, his number came up.
Oh, you need to call him back. Say how you doing.
How you doing? I just wanted to thank you. Let's go. Oh, it's so bad.
That's funny.
So bad.
Now you got me
That
laughing.
is so bad.
And Grandma's got the best comments to go with it.
Oh shit! And then I'll make sure I tape it. No.
Yeah, always have that recorder.
He doesn't even know what he's messing with. Oh my God! I got tears.
Me too. I'm belly laughing.
That's insane. I'm talking about the cop we're supposed to. No, we're still talking about my cop.
Yeah, one that's interested in her. Hey, was he good looking at least? Do you remember him?
Oh yeah, I remember him. He was too.
Oh, you said that too quick.
He was too fucking friendly. You kind of be like, why are you being so kind? That's where my mind goes actually.
Well, yeah, because all the stuff you've heard.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the same way. One gets behind me, and I don't even have to be getting pulled over. If they're just anywhere around me, I get nervous. I ain't gonna lie, I do. I mean, I see a cop anywhere, I get nervous.
Oh, not me. I look at him. Sometimes I wave.
I mean, I used to, but since this stuff with Timmy, now I use my cruise control, which I never liked before.
Well, yeah.
Anywhere I go, you are not pulling me over.
They would lock you up and say the phones don't work.
Or say I committed suicide in their jail.
Oh no, that's terrible.
Well, we know it happens.
Yeah, I know, but still, I don't want nothing happening to you. That's all right though. If you go missing, I'll be on the hunt. I will be.
Yeah, probably need to send you my DNA.
Oh shit, huh? I'm gonna buy me a damn drone then.
Yeah, they should have found that girl. If she was there, she should have been found.
Well, you know what I did, right? I seen the family wasn't getting help. I read what the brother wrote, right?
Yeah.
So I made a post on Facebook and I tagged them, telling them that they should talk to the family. It's the right thing to do. And you should talk to a news agency. And I said, right now, you failed, Donna. You failed, Donna. Damn right I did.
Yeah, the family got a hold of me.
I bet they're so sad.
I don't have words.
Right.
I cannot believe they didn't keep looking for her.
Well, especially with the brain surgery.
They should have drove her up to the door and opened the door and made sure she walked in. Let's be for real.
Well, and then I hear the cop said that she said no. Who cares?
And I would
Okay.
have said, no, ma'am, I'm not leaving you until I watch you walk in the door. That's what a cop should do.
But the road that she so-called road, it wasn't even a road or a driveway. They dropped her off at.
Yeah, there's pictures out there now. It looks like a muddy road.
Really? Actually, it was a female cop.
And them
No, I
female
wonder.
cops.
I wonder if the hospital told her that she had to go to a trying to get to a home, not home, assisted living, because she can't take care of herself. I don't know. Who knows? I'm sure.
Whatever the case may be, she was in the care of the police officer.
Yeah.
She should have never got dropped off out of that car.
Especially with
That
this
police
kind of weather.
officer should have made sure she was okay.
Right. And just think, in that forest area, it's colder.
Shit, it's freezing. I just got over getting my water unfroze.
Yeah, jeez. I'm happy that finally worked.
Mm-hmm. You don't realize how many. I know it's only 2 days, but you miss water when you don't have it.
I bet. I mean, the simple thing, like you said, brushing your teeth.
I was like, oh, I had to go buy water. So I could brush my teeth and stuff. I wasn't expected.
You would think because you had it. It's all winterized. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there was a little piece. It's a little
Really?
piece of wire that was not getting any electric to.
Oh, from the heat tape.
Yep,
Okay.
but it's fixed now.
Fixed
That's
now.
all I care about. I'm just happy. I just started jumping around as soon as I heard water coming out.
Well, first it came spurting out, didn't it? Like air. You're like, come on, come through.
Yep. I'm going, yes, yes. Like
Right.
watch a football game, you know. Get a touchdown.
Right on. Bears. What do you mean bears? You think a bear got her? What? That'd be awful, wouldn't it?
Oh no. No, there's details. I just can't. It ain't my right to speak them.
Right. Yeah, keep it to yourself. I know you will.
I mean, the family didn't say I could say anything. I'm not saying anything. They'll put their story out when they're ready. I could hooked them up with you though, and Thomas.
Oh
Thomas
yes,
said he
that's
wanted
good.
to do something with you and him.
Yeah.
I said that'd be great.
Yeah. And I can't find his phone number. I thought I had his phone number, and I went to send him pictures and video of my grandson at the basketball thing that he went to, because if it wasn't for Arctic Fox, my grandson would have been able to go. He donated quite a lot. And I went to send it on. It says message not sent, cannot deliver. I'm like, what? Because I'm not saying
I'll get you the phone number tonight. I'll send it to you.
it's the only number in my phone. I'm not going to say the state that I have in my phone. I forgot to put his name with that phone number. Obviously, it ain't working. I'm like, no. So I've been tagging him on the videos of my grandson being with the Minnesota Timberwolves guy, Cat.
That's awesome. That's sweet. Thomas is grateful.
I know.
mean,
You know what?
he is generous.
He's always been so good to me. And you know what? He's been the only
he
YouTuber.
donated quite a bit of money to Timmy's second autopsy.
Oh, good. That was nice. And you guys are close, though. See, before, Article was around, or Headline Bitch was around, Article had been the only one for 5 years that ever shared anything of mine. And then the Headline Bitch started following me, what, 5, 6 months ago? And she does. Does that tell you anything? That is a good person.
I don't know how Timmy, I don't even know how I got set up with Arctic, but something happened. I was going 100 miles an hour. I don't know how I even heard of him, but he was the first person that helped me really get Timmy's picture out there.
Well, you
We
know
got
what?
close.
There's actually people, and I'm sure you find out that really do care. Who can you trust, especially in your situation?
I'll tell you, when Arctic donated that money, I was shocked, but so grateful. I didn't have words to tell him how grateful I was.
Because
Because
I
I mean, he
remember,
would sit up at night and cry with me sometimes when he wasn't on the air, just helped me get through dealing with Timmy missing in the beginning and then the after effect.
well, I remember contacting you after I found out what happened, and I wanted your I asked you if you had a Cash App or PayPal because I wanted to send you something. You go, nope, all I need is prayers. I'm like, oh, I wanted to help somehow.
No, I don't trust them apps or anything. Nobody's getting into my stuff. I'm sorry.
What are you
You
talking
know,
about?
anybody, I have so many people, oh, send me your Cash App. No, sorry. Thank you. But if they say they'll pray for me, then I'm grateful for that. But if you're
Right.
just asking me for my app, no, I don't need that. My neighbor got ripped off a couple $100 off that Cash App.
Cash App?
Mm-hmm. Said she owed him money. She went through an ordeal. I said, that's why I don't mess with that stuff.
Yeah, that stuff makes me nervous.
Yeah. But definitely need to do another Missouri thing because there's a lot right now that's going on in them same little areas.
Oh, yeah, we will. Tomorrow night, 9:05. Why do I say 9:05? Because for some reason I'm weird like that. No, I know why. Because I pick up Nala from my dad at 9, and sometimes he talks too much. It's right. You guys know that about me. I'm like, I gotta read Nala. Hold on.
So how long did you stay with the kids?
Me?
Yeah.
I didn't even make it there. Yeah.
Oh, so the
That's it.
videos, you didn't make those videos then?
Of
You
mine,
just
of my
shared 'em?
grandson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did this morning.
Oh.
And then after that, about an hour later, I went to leave, and then I got into the accident. Then I was on the road. Let's see.
Man, you got an exciting life, kid.
So it was an hour and a half on the side of the road because you got to wait for a cop, and then yeah.
Yeah, you got an exciting life.
My dad says to me, "Boy, you got some really bad fucking luck." I go, "It's excitement. It keeps me on my toes, but it sucks too."
Yeah. I understand. Sometimes I want to slap myself and go, come on, what's next? No.
come on, bring it.
Can't be nothing else.
It's because I love you guys, and that's what I'm here. I swear to God, that's what I'm here on earth to do, to give back to others. And I feel this is right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you guys will never see me ask for nothing. Ever, ever, ever.
That's why they tell you when you're having hard times, you're supposed to give back. It gets you through the hard times. Giving back.
Right. I never asked for anything, though. I have 2 times. No, 1 time. And Arctic Fox is the one that helped me get my grandson to go to that Timberwolves thing that he was in.
That was awesome that he'd do that. I'm telling you,
know
I
what?
was shocked when I saw what he did for Timmy's GoFundMe to get that second autopsy.
You had a
He didn't
GoFundMe?
have to do that. He had done so much for me.
Well, you know what? He's in it for the right reasons, like me, and he takes no shit. And see, that's where people are intimidated by him, and no, they shouldn't be at all. They don't know what a heart this man has. Just because he speaks from his heart and he's firm, there's no reason to not like him, or you know what I mean?
He says it like it is. That's what I like about him.
Right,
That's the kind of people are my friends. They'll
right.
tell me how it is, and I'll just tell them straight up. I'm not going to get offended. Just tell me if you think I'm wrong, because we're friends.
Well,
So just tell me how it is.
on here I got to tell people that no, Miss Barbara knows. I'm not laughing about it. The situation. It's hard, but it gets dark. You got to have some laughter.
Yep. Have to.
Yes, he is witty and sharp. Yes, he is.
Well, I'm in a lot of these groups now for the missing.
Well, yeah, I
And
know.
I mean, I share a
5,000.
lot of the missing stuff in different states, and I don't mind doing
Right.
that. I'm happy to do it. I know
Right.
what it feels like. So I don't have a problem doing that. But I had one lady say, well, you can't share that on this group because I don't like that person that made that. I'm not going to put names out there that made that missing thing. So you can't post that on my page. I'm like, what? That's what I thought that was for. I was kind of confused.
See, and that's the thing about it. If you're in it for the right reasons, it shouldn't matter.
I thought it was about the person that's missing, not who made the poster.
Right.
I mean, we're supposed to be looking at the poster and trying to find the person, not who created it.
Well, actually, I don't think people even they just look at the poster. They don't look at the people posting it unless they got an issue and notice that kind of shit. I don't.
I don't either. I just share.
Yeah.
If I see somebody that's got a person missing, they posted, I share it to groups that I'm in that can get the picture around. And
Right.
especially if it belongs to that state. And it was a little surprising that somebody said that to me. I was like, what? What do you mean I posted? I don't like that person, and so you can't post in my missing persons thing. It's not funny. I'm laughing, but really, I was kind of like stunned.
Yeah, what do you say? You know what I mean? It's be like,
It's like, well, okay, sorry I offended you. I'll move on. I won't use your page anymore. I mean, I still use the page, but I make sure the person's name's not on there because it's about getting the picture out. It's not about the person. I still want to share the person's picture that's missing. But it's a shame that it has to be that. It gets to that.
right. All right, I'm going to get going here. I want to thank everybody for being here. And okay, the judge said court tomorrow is supposed to start at 8:15, but it won't. We all know this, okay? But even if we start later, it don't matter because they take too many sidebars. Drives me nuts. But I don't want to miss Paula's testimony, that victim that lived.
Oh, I don't want to miss it either. I hope they have rewinds because I'm not sleeping much. I'll be honest. I'm seeing daylight before I'm being able to sleep lately.
Why? What's wrong?
I don't know.
Oh.
I slept for a few hours. I got up at 4 o'clock this morning, drank some coffee, tried to stay awake to just, I don't know. I'm not sleeping. Sucks.
Maybe no, never mind. I'm not going to say it. All right, you guys. I love you all. Thank you for being here.
Love you.
And Ty,
Thanks all for being here.
Ty,
Love
get
you,
your
kid.
ass to court in time. Okay. Okay. Love you, Miss
Yes.
Barbara. Tell
Come on,
Ty,
Ty.
everybody, tell Ty,
Yeah.
get your ass.
Ty, make it to court on time. We like
That's
you.
right. I'll come pick your ass up.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh my God. It won't end.
Versus Tucker. Prosecutor is defendant. Everybody else is here. So, what we planned on this morning was to hear the defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal and then to address the logistics as to the Zoom testimony of Ms. Belmont. So, Tucker, are you ready to be heard on your motion for judgment of acquittal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, you can proceed.
And, approximately how long do I have here, sir?
Well, how long do you need?
I'm not sure.
Well, I can't imagine if more than 15 minutes would be necessary, but.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I was working on it. I actually wrote a motion out for a second there. Actually, I've been writing it anyway. I had a completely different one at first. But, Your Honor, let me take off my glasses. I want to be respectful. All right, there we go. I can even read a little bit easier. Your Honor, this case has been going on for 6 years. It wasn't good at the beginning, not good now. As far as being able to have the prosecution be able to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay.
But that's not the standard.
No,
Just so we're clear, that's not the standard for a motion for judgment of acquittal.
I don't know. From what I read last night from the Florida, when I was reading Florida, the criminal code, the criminal rules of procedure, criminal code of procedure, whatever. Literally was okay if you don't think there is enough evidence for the state's case to sustain a conviction of reasonable doubt.
No, that's not it.
Well, then go ahead and explain.
And
I would
it might
appreciate
be
it.
a little higher standard after the close of all the evidence, but basically, has the state put on a prima facie case as to each element of the charges that have been brought? That's the standard, looking at the evidence in the
Prima
light
facie,
most favorable to the state.
Right. And looking at the evidence most favorable to the state, it hasn't gotten any better over the years. And I'm looking at it now because I've been looking at it for 6 years, and it's always been the same. Now, the thing is even, okay, all the evidence the state presented, the only thing they had was Travis Johnson. That's it. We knew that was going to be the case. And even then, even at his best, his credibility is doubtful, right? So, okay, that's their case. But even then, if you actually compare it to the other witnesses they put on and the other evidence in the case, they still haven't even come up with a concrete narrative. Okay, they put on Roger Ruggett, who says he was attacked by 2 men, skull masks, both carrying knives. State then puts Travis Johnson on, who says knife, pipe, skull mask, and a Jägermeister neck gaiter. Those 2 aren't consistent. They can't even get a consistent story here. So to think that the jury is going to be able to ever come anywhere close to a verdict of beyond reasonable doubt, I don't see it. And I mean, again, I can go through the rest.
Issue, Mr. Tucker.
Okay.
I mean, I hate to keep beating on the same drum,
Well,
but your
I mean,
argument
okay,
is
well, I
not
won't argue that anymore.
on point with
Okay.
the law.
Your Honor, there's been a lot of things in this case that have been on the point with the law.
Well, I disagree, seeing that I've been the presiding judge and feel that the rulings I've made have been consistent with the law. You're certainly entitled to disagree with that, but right
Your
now we're
Honor,
focusing
Your
on a
Honor.
very narrow question. All this other stuff is not the point. It's, have they presented a prima facie case? That's the question.
Okay, Your Honor, And again, I'm trying to be as respectful as
I
possibly can.
understand that, and
Okay?
I'm not construing it as disrespect. I'm
good.
trying to direct the argument to the issue.
Okay, well, the issue has been there for a long time, Your Honor. To be
I
quite-
don't understand that
to be
point
quite
at
frank,
all. This is the first time we've been in trial, so.
No, but this case should have been dismissed due to the
That's
misconduct on it a long time ago.
That's
long
completely
time ago.
irrelevant. It has nothing to do with what we're
Your
doing
Honor.
right now.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
my due process rights have been violated the entire time. The entire time.
Okay, sir, you want to.
I'm telling it the way, look, I'm telling the truth.
Rhetoric. If that's
I'm
how you
telling
want
the
to spend
truth.
your 15 minutes, go
Your
ahead.
Honor, okay. Again, how about setting me up with Naeem Jackson? The 3 officers admitted to doing it. You're saying it didn't happen? That
Sir, what does it
violated
have
4
to
of
do
my
with a
constitutional
judgment,
rights.
a motion for judgment of acquittal? Absolutely nothing.
No, it meant that you should have.
Mr. Jackson.
You should have dismissed the case. You should have dismissed the case according to the Constitution of the state of Florida, which says if my due process rights have been violated, that you are bound to dismiss the case. And that violated 4 of my constitutional rights right there, and that was only 1 incident. 1. And we have proof of many. And yet you haven't investigated it. You've just denied it.
Sir, I'm not an investigative body, so, again, you want to.
I shouldn't be in this courtroom, sir. That's
Very subjective perspective.
I mean,
Anyway,
look,
if you're not going to make a relevant argument,
I
you
will
might
make a
just
very
go sit
relevant
down.
argument. I will make a very relevant argument.
Okay, well, I haven't heard.
And I think I've
any-
made one so far.
I haven't heard it yet.
Well, I'm sure, because you also, again, denied the misconduct that was committed. And we know it did. We know it happened. It wasn't a question. We know it happened. But the state, they deny it, you deny it, and it doesn't exist. We know it happened. It's not a matter of if. Again, we had so much evidence, it wasn't even funny. How much evidence do you have to have? But yet here I am. And to be respectful, Your Honor, you chastised me for being late yesterday, right? Wasting everybody's time.
And the day before. and the
Okay,
day
well, and here's the thing is when we filed that motion to dismiss, you had your option not to be here at all and not waste anybody's time.
Judge, I want to object.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain it. That's irrelevant. So anyway,
Again, we made the case for many acts of misconduct. Your Honor.
Objection.
sustain.
I didn't know they got a say in this. I
Sure
wasn't
they do. When somebody's standing up here making irrelevant,
Okay.
inflammatory, specious
Okay.
arguments, they have a right to object.
Again,
I
sure.
thought you were making a motion for judgment.
Well, the motion for judgment, we both know you're going to deny anyway, right? I knew that before I even came up here. Just like I knew how this was going to go. Everybody wants to know why I went pro se.
Objection, irrelevant argument.
Yeah,
No.
but
I mean,
I guess Mr. Tucker just wants to let off some steam. Let him go ahead.
No, it's not.
I mean,
It's not a matter of letting off steam, Your Honor. It's a matter of telling the truth and trying to get the truth out.
This isn't the soapbox on a street corner. This is a court of law where we make arguments relevant to issues. But as I
Okay.
said, if you want to, play up to the cameras or.
Well, no, you're trying to say that you're doing this with,
Steam, go ahead.
Your Honor, you're trying to say you're doing this within the law and within the rules. The rules said that my case should have been dismissed. That's what it says.
That's what you think, sir.
Now, that's what I have evidence to
I'm
prove.
not surprised that from your subjective perspective, you think you shouldn't be it. That's 99% of the defendants feel it.
Okay, well, I'm sure they do.
Unusual, so in
I'm
any
sure.
event,
I'm sure they do. But how many of them have evidence that they were set up in jail with CI to try and
I
give
didn't
them?
hear that evidence in court. I haven't
We
heard
tried to bring
that,
it.
Mr. Jackson.
We brought it in many times. How many times did we bring up Mr.
Sir,
Jackson?
this is the trial. This isn't some pretrial motion. We haven't heard anything from Mr. Jackson or statements from you at all.
Your Honor, look, I've studied this case for 6 years. I've studied the law a little bit. I'm not as good as anybody in here. I guarantee you that. But one thing I've learned a few things. One, the state attorney's office has a bound duty according to the bar, to investigate any acts of misconduct that are not considered frivolous. And I don't think 3 officers who admitted to doing it is frivolous. But did they investigate? No. They decided to take me to trial. Right? that how justice goes? That's how the law works? I don't understand. Again, I'm playing by the rules, right? I'm playing by the rules, trying to anyway. I didn't do anything to ask for this. I didn't want this. We tried to file a motion to dismiss, and then again, everybody's acted ethically. That's what you said. That's completely untrue, but that's what you said.
I'm sorry. What?
Everybody, the state attorney's office has acted ethically the entire time, and so is the court has acted ethically the entire time. Is that correct?
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is improper jail.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain it.
Okay.
I don't know what what every word in that order said, but I'm sure there was reference to that. But again, it's not relevant to.
Well, I mean, you guys wrote it off as conspiracy theories and personal attacks when we had a mountain of evidence. Nobody wanted to hear it.
Again, I'm gonna ask you to sit down if you don't want to argue your motion, because so far you haven't really argued a motion for judgment of acquittal.
Well, okay. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead. I'll go ahead and give you my points on the case as it stands now, right? Okay, let's go over Miss Jenna Mueller.
Use the first 5 minutes of your 15,
Perfect.
so in any event.
That means I have 10 more, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jenna Mueller offered all kinds of evidence about this crime scene. She offered evidence about, her being a first responder. Did she offer any evidence about me? No, 0. Right? That's none. Okay, so let's go to the next witness. That would be Roger Ruggett, right? Roger Ruggett, he didn't offer any testimony against me, matter of fact, he kind of helped me with the whole, he didn't know my name, but again, in the affidavit, it was, completely opposite. It stated that he actually made statements saying it was me. But then again, that's irrelevant. Let's go ahead and go to the next one. So Roger Ruggett doesn't offer any evidence against me, 0. Right, let's keep on going down. Let's see who we got for the witnesses. Let's see, after that, we got Marcus DeVal. Marcus DeVal doesn't offer any evidence against me, 0, right? Let's keep on going from there. Let's see, and there's a good reason why there's 0 evidence, by the way, except for anybody that can be basically bribed to testify. So let's see what else we got here. Let's see, inconsistent, we got Jenna Mueller, we got Roger Ruggett. Going down. Let's see. We have, DeVal, no. David Fernandez doesn't offer any evidence against me, 0. Right? Again, except for the video, he explains that you can't see anybody in. Okay, so we're, keep on going down. Oh, but he did admit that you can't see a getaway driver in that video. He did admit that. Then we go to Danielle Malone. That's a whole another interesting one there. Because of course, she made false statements about when I actually became a suspect to avoid the whole Penny Phelps thing, which of course, that's why she's not here. Let's go ahead and we'll keep on going down. Cosmo videos, nothing there. She did say that Wilson and Johnson made statements against me. And that was her evidence that was me in the videos, right? Wilson has since at trial said that he was coerced into making those statements. Johnson also said he was coerced into making those statements when he filed his motion to suppress. So both of those people said their statements about me were untrue at different points. So,
Judge,
okay.
for the record, I'm objecting. Those are facts, not evidence in this trial.
It's sustained.
No, you're wrong. Just wondering, again, facts. It's fun.
Not in evidence.
Well, let's see. Keep on going. And then, the whole thing with Miss Paula Belmont. Miss Paula Belmont's been saying it wasn't me since the beginning. Since the beginning. Now, and the thing is while you can hammer me all you want, again, she's the victim here. Her, Matt, Roger Ruggett, the people who were actually victimized that day. That's what we're supposed to be here for, right? That's what this is all about.
No, it's about the trial in the case of State versus Tucker.
I understand that, but why am I on trial? I'm on trial because those
You're
victims
accused of 4 crimes at this point.
right? And those victims, and again, I'm accused of 4 crimes. That's true. I've been accused of more, apparently, when we started this. Let's see. And I can tell you when I actually was named a suspect, because that's been, again, that one was actually put on the stand too. Let's see. So, okay, nothing really, man, from Danielle Malone, except for that she says that, was it Travis Johnson's statements or, something that should be believed, I guess. Same thing with, again, she brought out Rory Wilson, who's not even going to testify. So, it's hearsay. It doesn't matter. Let's see. Let's keep going down. And the state, we go to, okay, now we go to Travis Johnson, who the state says is consistent. Again, he's wavered on this story plenty of times. While I did poke quite a few holes in his story there, the bigger one is the inconsistencies with the rest of the witnesses and evidence. He keeps trying to put the knife in my hand. There is no evidence that the knife was ever in my hand other than what he says. The DNA evidence, again, says otherwise. Not only that, the state now is trying to use that same weapon, and put it in two different people's hands. They literally convicted Rory Wilson with that knife. And now all of a sudden it's my knife? Okay. Let's keep on going here.
This is a felon, it's a felony murder charge.
I understand what a felony murder charge is. I understand that.
Okay,
Your Honor.
well, what you just said.
But I mean, okay,
seems
why would the
contrary.
state keep trying to put the knife in my hand and say that that's consistent with the evidence? It's not. It's not. It's not a consistent statement. It doesn't match the DNA. It doesn't match the conviction they just got against Rory Wilson. I mean, do you keep on using the same murder weapon and keep on handing it off to people? I don't know. But okay, so let's keep on going here. So, okay, John Travis Johnson's statements again, like I said, the masks. Again, he says, was it a skull mask and a neck gaiter? Roger Ruggett and every other witness says skull masks. Nobody ever once, except John Travis Johnson, says a neck gaiter with Jägermeister all over it. He's the only one. But we're supposed to believe him, the guy who is getting 5 years instead of a life sentence. The jury's supposed to believe him, right? So, okay. So that, again, we got John Travis Johnson. Now, what do we have after John Travis Johnson? We have the ME. ME didn't say anything that actually implicates me. Then we have the DNA analyst, who I was actually calling as my witness. Because again, no DNA evidence. And even the ones that the prosecutor tried to say is, again, he was trying to use inconclusive as positive results, right, as the same thing, but they're not. And then
didn't hear that.
I did.
That they're trying to use inconclusive as positive.
I mean, what else are they going to use? What else are they going to use? There's nothing. They knew there was nothing there. They knew that, man, 2019. So, okay. So nothing in the DNA, right? So we have one witness, which is exactly what we knew it was going to come down to, John Travis Johnson. The rest of the case is fodder. That's all it is.
It's what?
Fodder, smoke mirrors, that kind of thing.
Well, I know what fodder
Okay,
is.
so that's it. We come down to John Travis Johnson. John Travis Johnson, again, like I said, his credibility is shaky at best. And with the outburst he had up there on the stand, Lord knows, I thought he was going to jump off the stand and come after me the first time. So that whole sweet, innocent getaway driver thing, that they have no proof that he's the getaway driver, but they love saying it. Might as well be his last name now, but okay. So I'm supposed to, again, risk my life with these 12 people, risk my life on what the evidence the state has is John Travis Johnson. That's it. Now we have, again, we can keep on, again, just some of the same things I just named. No DNA on my side, 0, right? And even some of the things they named as inconclusive weren't ever even actually evidence. They weren't, found at the treehouse site. They weren't actually, they didn't have any victims' blood on them. They actually had nothing to do with the crime. As far as the gloves, the shirt, that kind of stuff. That's why they're not in evidence now, right? But they said, okay, well, why don't you tell us everything that was inconclusive? That's why I meant by they're using it as a positive, Your Honor. That's why I asked prior to them coming up here and asking questions that those inconclusives not be allowed. Because I knew they would use them as a positive. Now, that's the case. That's the state's case. They rested on that. That's what they have against me. That's what cost me 6 years of my life. That's what's going to cost me the rest of my life, maybe. And that's insane. The state can bring somebody to trial on that. That's insane. again, I don't expect you to give me a judgment acquittal. I didn't think you would, and I don't, and so I've been fully prepared, you know, for the next, to move on to Miss Belmont, which again, I have the surviving victim saying she's 100% sure. She's willing to risk her life that she almost lost that night on the fact that I'm innocent. That's what she said in an interview.
Risk her life, sir?
That's what she actually said in an interview, Your Honor. She actually said that to the media. She said she was willing to wager her life that she almost lost that night.
You know, we're certainly going to give you an opportunity to present that testimony. It's not part of the
Well,
evidence in
and
the state's case, so
do I-
it's
do I
not
have any-
relevant to the argument.
Do I have
We
any
got-
time left, Your Honor?
You got a minute?
Okay, good. I'd like to say one more thing. Because it really did upset me. When I came in here the other day and you were upset with me, and I understand that. You know, I understand you being upset with me.
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is improper jail argument.
What does he want to say? I guess it's.
I understand you being upset with me, but Miss Paula Belmont is sick, very sick, and she wants to testify. That's all she wanted. That's all she wanted. And she's the victim in the case.
Yeah, so she's going to testify.
No, but she has the right, again, what if she
Sir,
had
is
died?
this a rehearing on?
I'm just saying, what if she had
motion not
died?
To take it out of order, I've already made that
I mean,
decision. So in
personally-
any event,
Personally, I think you made that decision because you were mad at me.
okay, sir, you're entitled to your personal opinion. That's fine. I don't expect you to agree with me. I don't. So you think
get
whatever
that.
you want to think, and
I
that's
get that.
fine.
I get that, Your Honor. And look, again, I'm going to prepare for my next, you know, I'll prepare to call my witness, Your Honor.
Okay. State.
Judge, the state has proven a prima facie case as each and every element of the crimes charged against this defendant. If the jury believes the evidence that's been put forward, the state has proven first and foremost that the defendant, along with the co-defendants, Rory Wilson and Travis Johnson, conspired to commit a robbery at the Treehouse on November 17th of 2017. Their motivation was to get some drugs and money, and they put together this plan, and they effectuated that plan. Travis Johnson gave us the details of that planning, and actually the details of the overall execution of that plan. This defendant is alleged, and the state submits has proven, this defendant, along with Rory Wilson, approached the Treehouse that night after having been driven over there by Travis Johnson. They went inside the Treehouse and they attacked Paula Belmonte and Roger Raggett. Roger Raggett testified that these two masked men came up the stairs. He was non-specific about the mask that the second man was wearing, and that would be the man that pounced on him. When Mr. Tucker questioned him about the height of that man, it was very telling because Mr. Tucker put his hand way up here in the air, and Mr. Raggett said, no, lower than that, lower than that. And then he finished by saying, about your height, was the description he gave of the second man. He proceeded to articulate what happened inside that Treehouse, the fact that that he was being beaten and Paula was being stabbed by the other man. And at the end of the day, they grabbed the tin that was on the table and the bag, and they left. He also describes that Matthew Bonnet came upstairs, saw what was happening, and ran back down the stairs. At the end of this, whatever was happening inside the Treehouse, we have Travis Johnson testifying that he looks and he sees first a man running out of the Treehouse screaming for help, and then he sees a man dressed all in black that he said was Tyrone Tucker running out of the Treehouse carrying a bag that he carried back to the warehouse. They get back to the warehouse, the spoils of the robbery are shared by the three of them. They smoke the dope that they got. Under the felony murder rule, first-degree felony murder, all three are guilty of the crime.
Well, I'm sorry, what's the objection?
The objection is he just told a bunch of stuff that wasn't true. I mean, if it is true, that means John Jarvis Johnson was in the house.
Again, Mr. Tucker, you're demonstrating your fundamental misunderstanding of this phase of the proceeding.
I guess.
Yes, you are. The state is presenting the evidence that's been presented in the light most
Your Honor.
favorable, sir, to the non-moving party. So you can disagree with it. You can challenge it, but in terms of an accurate recitation of the evidence presented, it's not distorted, so I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Your Honor, can I please explain what I
No,
thought?
no, you can't, because you're not understanding this phase of the proceedings.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor.
Judge, under the first-degree felony murder rule, all three are guilty of the crimes that each committed during the course of this robbery. Under the principal theory, under the first-degree felony murder rule, they are guilty of murder because Matthew Bonnet ended up being stabbed and killed during the commission of this robbery. The state has proven each and every one of the elements of that crime against this defendant. This defendant is also charged with robbery with a deadly weapon while masked. And that's of Paulo Belmonte. Again, this defendant under the principal theory is aligned with Corey Wilson and Travis Johnson at this point. Corey Wilson is the one that's alleged to have attacked Paulo Belmonte, but at any rate, it doesn't matter because they're all guilty of everything that happened inside that treehouse that night. So this defendant is guilty of the attack on Paulo Belmonte, which is count 1 in the information, robbery with a deadly weapon while masked. This defendant is guilty of count 2, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon against Roger Raggett. Roger Raggett was very specific about seeing this guy come up and raise the weapon up in his face, put him in fear of being stabbed. Roger Raggett was also the victim of a battery by somebody who was masked because Roger Raggett continued to testify that he was beaten by the man that approached him in this attack at the treehouse. At the end of the day, Judge, the state has proven a prima facie case against this defendant as to each and every element, and the state would request the court to deny the motion for a judgment of acquittal.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to have a minute or two rebuttal, or?
Yes, sir. Actually, that was why I objected. When you said his case, the case as he recited actually matched the evidence, he just said that John Travis Johnson described taking the tin, taking the bag, and being in the house. He literally just said that. So if he was in the house, how's he the getaway driver?
Anything else?
Well, Your Honor, again, if his prima facie case is based on, again, on the testimony of Travis Johnson, and he supposedly, again, he knows all that stuff because he was there, that makes sense. He can definitely recite all that stuff. And if he can recite what happened in the house, which is what you just said, that means he was in the house.
All right, thank you. Anyway, I've been presiding over this case for many years now, and throughout this trial as well. I've heard the defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal. I also heard many extraneous points and grievances and irrelevant matters, tried to be liberal, and as I said, let the defendant let off a little steam. And those issues, other than the question whether the state has presented a prima facie case, that is evidence on each element of the 4 crimes charged: the felony murder, the robbery with a deadly weapon while masked, the battery while masked, that's in count 3, an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon while masked. That's the issue here, taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, the non-moving party. That's the standard of review. And irrespective of Mr. Tucker's, says he doesn't want to be disrespectful, but by claiming that I've already made up my mind, it's very disrespectful, but it, doesn't faze me at this particular point because he's inflamed with his own self-interest, and I get that. So the point is, you're trying to distill the state's evidence to Johnson in and of himself is inaccurate. He's, I would suggest the main witness for the state, but there is corroboration of his testimony various regards. You certainly have matters to argue to the jury. That's not the issue right now. The issue is, have they presented a prima facie case? And they have, as to each of the offenses charged. So I'm going to deny the motion. So next step is, what do we need to do to effectuate the testimony of Ms. Belmonte via Zoom? Do we have some technical matters? Have we got the location of her room? Have we got the person from the state designated?
Yes, sir. Our investigator will be out there at noon today. We know what room number she's in. He'll be there to protect our interests, I guess, and what's going on out there.
Well, when you say protect your interest, I take it this person's going to do nothing more than be present and observe, that nothing more in terms of setting up equipment, in terms of asking questions, in terms of just to observe.
Correct. Just to observe, and he's one of the investigators that the defendant had requested that we use. So Ms. Belmonte, I guess, knows this investigator and is comfortable with him, and that's who we're going to use.
Thank you.
Okay, so she have a means to?
Yes, Your Honor. I set her up with a laptop this morning, had Zoom on there. All she has to do is hit the microphone, hit the video. I just need an email or, something for the screen over here so that we can go ahead and link in. That's about it. The only thing I would suggest for the investigators, there is her caregiver is going to be there to help them. They're going to need was it the full body suit if they're going to be in there?
Okay.
Judge, I would propose that we log her in right now and get her up on the Zoom and see if it's working.
I actually had it set for 12:30 so we could do a half-hour test, like just beforehand, just to make sure we're okay for 1 o'clock.
So, again, I'm ignorant about the logistics of this. So it's going to be, Mr. Alvarez, yesterday you were talking about your cell phone. So there's something more direct that the
Judge, my understanding, and again, my knowledge of this area is limited, just like yours is. But in the past, some of these Zoom hearings I've attended, I have the application on my phone. I'm able just to log in, put in the login information and the passcode if there's one, and that will connect me and remote me in. My understanding and what Mr. Tucker is saying, he's already provided Ms. Belmonte with a laptop, which you could also log in as well. And it's just a matter of connecting it here on the internet.
I also provided links to both the state attorneys so they would.
So let's get Carrie in here. Could you help out with that, Deputy Riccio? Then, is there going to be any request for any kind of instruction before the testimony is presented about what it is, how it should be considered? If anybody, like the next witness is going to appear remotely via Zoom, you will be able to see her and hear her, but she is not going to be present in the courtroom. I don't know if anybody wants me to say that's because of health concerns, and you should consider her testimony the same as you would if she were in fact here in the court. If someone wants that sort of instruction or explanation, fine. Usually, I would usually say something like that, usually in a civil case when we have a videotape deposition, but, you all tell me.
That would be fine, Your Honor.
Carrie, we're going to have first defense witness testify by Zoom. She's over in the hospital. And I just wanted to try to get everything set up so when the jury gets here, it's as smooth as possible. So I don't know if this, she's got a laptop, if that would be directly here or I don't know. I'd prefer not to have anything to do with setting it up, but I tell you what, we don't need to be on the record for this. So would you mind kind of liaisoning with the lawyers, and then when we've got it figured out, the deputy comes and gets me, and if you don't mind doing that. All right, so I'll be standing by. Well, I think we need to ask our court reporter. Of the video and the like, but we just asked Monica and what she thinks we need to do for the record. That's fine. Yes, sir.
As long as I can hear when the video is presented, if it's on my front out there, that's fine. I don't know how. So they'll use that one, but we can probably get into it.
Yeah, we can just use hear
the attorney.
Yes. No. Wait, oh, Pam, am I just talking to you? So which way? Just to the zero. You find it, you can. Make that covers everybody's heart. She's very confused. Asking questions, and they can sit up here.
I've got it. I just need an email to send it to or something like that. Or that I can pull it up and then just log in.
Yeah, you can, if you've got a Zoom account, you can sign in.
Yeah, I can do that.
And then as long as you can get her, maybe she can join.
Actually, already, I left it on. I left it on over there, so all she has to do is hit the mic, hit the video, and we should be good.
Okay, so she can log in to Zoom here.
Okay, fine.
You want to come over here and log in?
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
What is going on? Hi, people. My insurance company, just as I went live. So I had to go in my bedroom and talk to them. They kept me on the phone half hour, but that's okay. So they're doing an investigation to see whose fault it is and take it from there. But I do have full coverage. And, you know, thank God there's cameras at that intersection. There's like 15. No, 12. I'll say 12. What are they waiting on? Is anybody here? Can let me know? Hi, Miss Barbara. What is going on? Can you tell me? Why aren't they talking? Are they waiting for somebody? I don't see the judge up there. They're waiting to get the lady in the hospital. Oh, Paula. Good, good, good. It shouldn't be really hard. Do I need to come in the courtroom and show them how to do it? Unless it's on, you know, Paula's end in the hospital. They should know. So here is a star witness. The surviving victim. Right, Miss Barbara? I am so depressed. I'm trying not to be. That car accident keeps going through my head. Oh my God. And if anybody's wondering, this is Paula. She's in the hospital. I wonder what's going on with her. Look at that. He's wearing like a biohazard suit. This is weird. Wonder what she's got.
Okay, we're back on the record. So I understand from Carrie that you're set up. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We're just gonna do a little test here with Paula just to make sure that should be okay. Hold on. I got this phone on. Oh, no, you are there yourself right now. I'll join right now just so we can see, okay? Give me 1 second. Yeah, go ahead and unmute it. Yeah, just push unmute it and then push mute.
This should have been set up and ready. Set up and ready to go at 8:15.
There should be a button right next to it that says, play video. It should be like a little video camera. Well, for a second, just go ahead and just video this. Okay. Okay, just push the one that says video. Not on the bottom. Calm down. Okay, that's all it says on the screen at all. Okay, just go ahead and do that for right now. Just go ahead and say push. Just push where you say. Save your breath. It's gonna be fine. That's why we're doing it early. Judge just wants to make sure everything's working. Okay. So if there's a problem, we'll fix it. It's okay. Okay. Got plenty of time. Okay. And actually, can you do me a favor? Okay, do me a favor. See if you could get one from yourself. Okay. Oh, it's medicine time? Okay. Okay, so I'll tell you what. See if,
Yeah, I think they have treated him poorly myself. I haven't heard or seen him be rude to them. Maybe because he went pro se. That shouldn't matter though.
But it's 10:14, it's 10:14, and that's what it is. So, yeah. You'll do just fine. All you gotta do is fix whatever the problem is. It should be easy. Huh?
Like to take a break and take 5, as they say, and try to.
No, that'd be great. She's having a little trouble working. It's like, not sure.
Understand.
Somebody at the hospital should know what to do.
I couldn't hear you.
You said we'll definitely have it running by 1 o'clock, but I don't want to. I
Wow.
don't want to wait until then. So.
Oh, okay.
No. I just want to be able to see for myself that it's working before that time. So if that means 10:30, if that means 12:30, I mean, I just, what is kind of,
I'm sorry, but this don't look good on his part. This should have been set up and ready at 8:15.
We're not in session, the camera's on. I would just ask for the camera to be off until we're back.
Oh, there we go.
What did you do? How did you do that? I just unmuted you. Okay, she unmuted me. I see a bunch of chairs in the courtroom.
Oh my God. That's horrible.
Okay. Oh, I see your head. I see your head. I see your head, yes. Let me look. You know that I wanted to like cup of coffee. She's open. Oh, video button. Oh, here, start.
There we go. We can see. Perfect.
we can see, we can't hear.
Okay, now we can't hear you now though. So no, we can't hear you, so you're gonna have to unmute it again. So yeah, she probably pushed me by accident.
That judge is.
The only trouble is,
I'm not seeing you, but hello. Okay.
all right, so now I'm hearing feedback.
That's only because I have the phone.
That's,
As soon as I turn the phone off, it's
Okay, listen, anyone that comes in this room needs to be fully gowned. Gowns, mask, gloves, everything. Okay.
You've lost the picture. You did what? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesus.
Well, just,
Oh, that was a stand-up coffee.
excuse me? Okay, so that, presumably she understands it's gonna be a question.
Without someone owns his laptop.
I understand, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask my questions. State's gonna get to ask their questions, and then I may do a correct.
And it's the middle of a trial and there's jurors present. Okay, so you're satisfied it's good to go?
Oh my God, I can fall asleep just sitting there.
And apparently the state's representative is going to need to be in certain attire. So.
Hey, Paula, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hi, Paula, can you hear us?
How are you still there?
Because I'm still here because I'm coming through on the Zoom.
I'm not thinking of away.
That's okay. No, you're good.
Okay, before we recess, I just wanted to deal with one issue with that's not to do with this.
Protest or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Paula, we're going to sign off for right now, okay? Just leave it just like that, and when we click on, I'll call you before we click on, or I'll text you or something, okay? Okay, no problem. Okay, no, I understand. Okay. All right. Look, I'll go ahead and give you a call, or I'll text you.
Like wide open and just doing it that way.
Okay, and we're gonna have to lower that laptop or raise you up a little bit just so we can see it. That's all. Okay, because they're gonna want the.
I don't even see you or nothing.
Okay, it's okay. You're good. No, you're fine. Oh, I know. Okay, because it's that table, right? Okay, when she comes back, get her to help you with that table, or just take the laptop and put it on your lap or something. Okay. 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 All right. I'm gonna sign off for right now, though, so that you can go ahead.
I don't feel good, but I just need to
It's okay. It's okay. You go ahead and relax. We'll be back in a little while, okay?
Okay, you might have to wait me out till 11.
No, you'll be fine, okay? And you'll do just fine, okay? Well, I'll go ahead and call you right before we sign on, okay? All right.
Okay,
All right, I'll talk to you in a little while.
okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Bye, Paula.
Okay.
Wow,
So
I'm just gonna go ahead and mute this, Your Honor.
that's
I'm just-
crazy.
we have as much assurance as we can hope for in terms of everything being ready to go. I was just wondering if you had any other evidence that you were planning to present after her testimony is complete.
To be honest, with all the complications, I was like, it probably wasn't perfect. It's like, I don't know how long it's gonna take. I didn't know there would be any issues. I did just on the abundance of caution. I'm like, no, I do have some other witnesses I'll be bringing Monday. So I just figured that, with her going on, and again, I don't know how long, just her question, can you pray, whatever, I don't know.
All right. Okay, so what? 12,
We'll be here 12:45.
yeah.
I think you told the jury 1, is that right?
Yeah, I
Doug?
told the jury 1, so I'm not sure what we're gonna do for 15 minutes.
We'll be here at 1.
How about 12:55?
Perfect. All right, sounds
All right.
Just so we're clear, as far as our investigators attire, I think Mr. Mansfield and I are in agreement that he doesn't necessarily need to be in the room with her. He just needs to be outside the door to make sure no one else is in the room with her coaching her while she's testifying.
Whatever you want within reason, it's your representative. So if you would prefer that, or it's okay that he's not in the room and all gowned up and everything, if that satisfies you all, and he just wants to be at the outside, that accomplishes your purpose, okay. All right, see you at 12:55.
That is the craziest thing ever. Oh, wow. Okay, you guys, thank you for being here. I will come back at, that'd be 11:30 Central Standard Time, which is, oh my God, what time? Hold on, I got to get this right. 1 o'clock their time. So 12:30. Oh boy, you know what? That lady, Paula, I don't know. I'm just going to go. Hello, everybody. It looks like they're in the courtroom, and hopefully everything's ready to go. Otherwise, let me tell you, the judge is going to be mad.
Please be seated. Okay, good afternoon. Everybody's here, needs to be here. The All set for Ms. Belmonte's testimony?
I think actually the state attorneys, I think their investigator just got there. Frank just got there. He's helping her out now. Okay, so I think they're about ready for that today. Just relax. Hey. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn us on so that you'll be able to see us as soon as you click on, okay? Oh, they're gonna get you down up, hold on, okay, well, hold on. So, I'm gonna turn this on, at least on the, actually, I won't do the video until you're down up, okay?
I'm gonna switch. Let's see.
Okay, guys. Okay. So here. Oh, you need to get off the phone? Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it on. Are you dressed? Okay. Okay. All right, I got you. I'll talk to you in a second.
So we're ready to bring the jury in?
Not quite, Your Honor, because they're still, I can't hear them yet, so I would imagine they haven't turned on their side yet. Just give me 1 second. I'll go ahead and make sure they get that on. I can see her. I'm gonna have to put that camera a little bit down too. Oh, okay. I was just making sure that, no, it's my fault. I'm toggling it off now. You should be able to get it. Okay. Okay, you're fine. Okay, let me go ahead and I'm gonna, you need to, all right, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Paula? Paula, can you hear me? Oh, it's okay, relax, it's okay. Hey, can you hear me? We're gonna need you to move the camera down too, hold on. All right, hold on. Let's see if this may help her. It's okay.
Let me know when this is ready, which hopefully will be 5 minutes.
This is insane. I don't know what to think right now, but Paula seems to be in distress. And you know what? This should have been ready before the judge even came into the courtroom. This all should have been ready. Him holding up like this is really going to piss off the judge. I don't know what's going on at that end, just saying. But Paula, she's been crying every time she's on there. Now she's scared. She said she's scared. I suppose it is scary. Who knows? We'll see what happens. So the adjusters call me. Can't get my car in until February 6th. Unbelievable. But at least I got full coverage. Okay, this is crazy. Let's go back to the music. Yeah, I don't know if it, well, this is a new back thing. I don't know. Maybe from tense and up. Once I don't know. Um, I don't know. I'm just sad today about it. I don't know. I know it's done. There's nothing I can do about it. But once your car gets hit like that, it'll never be the same ever. Ever, ever, ever. Yeah, I'm okay. Just sad. I'll get over it. Grandma, you want to laugh a minute? Never mind. I'll talk to you later. Because I'm not going to have a car for a month. Yeah, they did. Okay, I don't want to say too many words. They might be watching. Anyways, about my daughter. I don't know what my daughter's going to do without me not coming there every month, right? What is she going to do? And I drive everybody around. I've been doing this since I was 19 years old. Hey, Grandma, can you delete that comment, please? Never mind, I took care of it. Oh boy. How are you today? Anything good going on in your life? You're leaving Sunday, I know that much. This is crazy. They were supposed to start at 12:55. I don't even know what to think now. I just don't know. Yeah. Well, I must say, it's almost sunny here, and we haven't seen the sun forever. So that's a good thing. Stop by the fire station to explain how their EMTs shouldn't tell people they won't give. Oh, no shit. That's a lot of money. Just for a ride. Yep. I would do a major complaint. I would write it up in the town. I would let everybody know. Oh, oh my. That's a lot of money. I did talk to them. Okay. Well, no, I mean, I would put them all over the internet. I put them all over in town. That's what I do. For fluids. I bet. Katrina. Hey, girl. Hey. How are you? Unfortunately, we're sitting here waiting on defense. The judge is going to get so mad. I had a rough day yesterday. I didn't look at my phone until after I got off live. I was in a car accident, and so I dealt with that mess. And yeah, I was driving to see my daughter. Didn't get there, obviously, and I got hit.
Hold on, the judge is coming in, so you be careful.
Oh my God. She needs to not talk. This is a courtroom.
Okay, so I'm back.
Wow.
Presumably the Zoom testimony is queued up or teed up, whatever.
Yeah, we're here. It's just we're just turning up the microphone a little bit, make it easier for us to hear us. That's all. You know, she can hear us, but oh, there we go. Hold on. There we go. No, we don't want to disable it. Okay. Okay. You guys ready on your end? Can you hear me? I'm hoping you can hear me. Hold on. Can you guys hear me? There's got to be a volume on this thing. All right. Hold on. I'm just going to keep talking to you. You tell me when I can hear you, okay? Or you can hear me. All right. Let's see. Switch to other settings. All right, now, test microphone. There we go. Hold on. Here we got it. I found it. Test microphone. Test mic. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. That's not doing it. You need to turn up the volume. Okay. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's because we have it on a different microphone. Hold on, let's try this one. It's on a different microphone. Oh, there we go. Oh, hold on. There's 2 different microphones. This is the microphone here, okay? So now you should be able to hear us. I can see the levels going up, okay? Can you hear us? Can you hear us now? Oh, that's still awfully low. Hold on. Let's see. Let's go ahead and try the other one. That's the same as this microphone. Okay, let's do this one. Okay. Hey, can you guys hear us over there? Can you guys hear us? I don't think they're hearing us still. I cannot hear your voice. Select a different one. Select a different microphone.
Would you like
Testing, testing.
people in here try to?
I mean, that'd be fine. Oh, see, I just saw the levels go up. There we go. Can you guys hear us? Can you guys hear us over there?
She can hear you. It's very, very low.
It's very low. Okay. Let's see if we can try and jack it up a little bit. I think the volume's actually all the way up over here. So hold on 1 second. It's just gonna go any higher. Put that volume. Just, oh, hold on. No, let's get rid of that. That's what's killing us. Okay. Can you guys hear us now? Hey, can you hear us? Or is it very low still?
Let's get Carrie in here. I'm going to step down. This is what we tried to avoid this morning's
I thought we had it worked out.
event. We'll get our tech people
Okay.
here.
Paula. Hey, Paula, can you hear us?
Wow. 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 I knew the judge was going to get mad. It should have been ready. It should have been ready to go this morning at 8 a.m., ready to go for the judge. And then here they had that long break. This should have been ready at least 25 minutes before. Also, she's got to realize she's actually in a courtroom. Even though she's on Zoom, she's still in the courtroom, and she can't mumble like that. I don't know what's wrong with her. I hope she's okay. But this ain't good. This ain't a good look right here. Just saying. Too bad. Let's look at what Paula looks like. She's been through hell. Where is my pictures? Did I pass it? Oh, there it is. Okay, there's Paula. This was Paula a couple days ago. Sunday, I think, or Monday. I don't know, man. This is sad. What a wasted day. He hasn't even gotten one witness on the stand for him. I mean, this can't be happening. It's a court of law. However, I will say also, somebody in that courtroom could have helped him set this up. Like I see them set it up for the state. I seen that earlier. Yes, I got a lot of opinions right now. Because I'm shocked this is even going on. And she needs headphones. So there's that. Wow. Let's go back to the music. I know the music sucks. Deal with it, people. Deal with it. Oh, what's going on here? Can't hear them. I did see the state, though, laughing. No, they're not trying to help him whatsoever, and they should. To an extent, you know what I mean? Especially when it has to do with electronics in the courtroom. Because the judge approved that she could be on Zoom to testify. You know?
Save your voice. Hey, Paula.
Oh my gosh. Here we go. You got this, Paula. Just shut your mouth.
We're back. You ready?
Yep, I think we're ready. Paula, save your voice until the jury comes in, okay?
All right.
Yep, you just lay there and you just relax, okay?
She has to be instructed not to speak while we're in session until she's called.
Okay. Paula, the judge wants you to be quiet until I tell you it's okay, okay? Just be quiet for right now. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we got this.
All right, so let's bring the jury in, please.
Hey, Paula, we have to be quiet. Paula, we need you to be quiet right now. Hold on just a second, okay?
You all can have a seat. Apparently, we're waiting for one or two other folks here. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon, members of the jury. Thank you for your patience. I know
Okay.
that I asked you to be here at 1 o'clock. I'm sorry that you've had to wait. We've had some technical difficulties that we've tried to work through. I think that'll become clearer in just a moment as I explain to you what's going to unfold here in a moment. But in the meantime,
Just relax.
state
I'll
has
talk to you when we're
rested
ready.
its case, and now the defendant has an opportunity to present his case. So, Mr. Tucker, you have a witness to call?
Yes, I'd like to call Miss Paula Belmont.
All right. So, Miss Belmont is unfortunately in very poor health, and she is in fact in a room at our local hospital. So she's unable to physically appear live and in person. So she is going to be testifying remotely by a system called Zoom. And basically, you can see her picture there.
Paula, you got to let the judge talk. Let him talk for a second, okay?
So she's there. You're going to see her as she testifies. You're going to be able to hear her, and she should be able to also see and hear. Although she's not here in person in this courtroom, you are to consider her testimony just as if she were, because other than it being remote, you see her, you hear her, she's going to be direct examined and cross-examined. So, and we spent some
It's okay,
time
nobody's
to
talking
get
yet.
the
Just
connection,
relax. I'll
which
tell you when.
hasn't been easy. And I think it's clear she's not feeling well, but having said that, I am going to place her under oath. I may have limited ability to.
Okay, Paula.
And
Paula.
Ms. Belmont, can you hear me? I'm Judge Jones. Can you hear me?
Paula, the judge is going to place you under oath. I'm going to give the microphone to him, okay? He'll talk to you in just a second. The judge has to place you under oath. He has to swear you in, okay? So just give me a second. Shh, Paula. Do we need to reschedule? I mean, we can do that. Okay, I got you. Shh, relax. Okay. Okay, Paula. I need the judge to be able to swear you in though, okay? So you have to just calm down, whatever. Okay.
Right hand.
He wants you to raise your right hand, okay? Right hand. There you go. That's it. And I'm gonna give the microphone to Judge Jones.
Okay, well, okay, just, I see you have your hand raised. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, the nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Paula, well, you're sworn in so we can actually ask you questions now, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, jury, welcome back.
Judge, objection.
It's all right. it's just a little introduction, so,
Anyway, thank you for waiting for us. And again, like the judge said, it's just some technical difficulties. And as you see, she does want to testify. Let's give you the testimony. Okay, Paula. Okay, you ready? Are you going to be good? Okay. Can you please tell us what happened on the night of November 2017?
actually,
On
I'm
the
sorry,
17th.
but she should really state her name first.
Okay. Can you please state your name for the record? Just tell. Hold on, Paula. Hold on, Paula. Hold on just 1 second. Okay.
It's all right, we know who she is.
Okay. Okay.
Every Friday night, there was a spot for Roosevelt, because he was my good liquid friend. Earlier that day, this guy who are really touring, and this Spanish dude who I'd never seen before, came up the stairs in the garage. We were having a lot, I don't believe. They're April's friends, they left. I didn't see nothing of it. Until hours later, when out of nowhere, this man comes running towards me, and it was dark, like a 3-quarters dark, wearing a mask, but I couldn't figure out why he was running towards me so fast. And he jumped on me, and like, I didn't realize I was caught at first. I thought he was just pressing the light from one end really over. And I said, my God, help me, everything. I couldn't figure out why we were helping. And then all this craziness happened. And I get every time, like I get kicked on the floorboard and yell ground. Every time I yell ground, I'm already out of the shit beat out of me. But I remember looking up at this man's face. In my mind, I heard myself say, in my face, I heard myself say, Detroit, why did he do this? I literally heard myself say it. I don't know why I didn't say it out loud. Something stopped me, and thank God I did. Because he probably would have killed me right then and there. But he, like I said, he had been there earlier that day. And I'm on the way to lose $50 when you're driving now. Because I was just getting sick. I needed to make a little bit of money.
I'm gonna object to the narrative at this point.
Well, I know Mr. Mansfield, but in light of her condition, let her testify by narrative.
When the came we had a hurricane. There was 4 different properties on the property. And each person has no life separately. But the check comes to one person. April got a hold of that check because she got a lot of back. Now, in the interim, I was sorted out on that. Not to take over, but turned out bad because we were noticing weird stuff like learning credit card, like Uber rides and stuff like this and
To the
that.
extent that you can't interject with a question, you should try.
Okay. Hey, Paula. Paula, can you explain? Paula.
I told Ben, I said, and listen, the water's gonna be shut off, it's in my name. But then that is again, it's all good.
Hey, Paula, can you hear me? Paula, can you hear me?
Do something with that. Matthew made April pay that money back, the rent money. And then it wasn't official. Which was the start of the.
Hey, Paula. Paula, can you hear me? Hey, Paula. Paula, can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? Paula?
There's never no drug busts on that property. And one thing I want to say is, Mr. Mansfield, you make me sick. Absolutely make me sick.
Paula. Hold on. Hey, hold on. Hey.
I'm afraid we're gonna have to
Hey, Paula.
pause here because.
Hold on. I'm gonna pause it. Hold on. Pause it. Hold on. I got this. I got it. There we go. Paula, you gotta listen to me. Okay?
We're gonna approach the bench here a second. Just
Wow. That's horrible. I feel so bad for her. I wonder what's wrong with her. You know what? They're not going to be able to get through it because she's got to be asked questions.
for a moment or two, please excuse us.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Thank you. I know. So I'm gonna tell her. Gotta tell her. Gotta listen to my instructions.
Okay, the jurors are gone, so
All right, Your Honor, I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna try one more time, and get her to listen to my instructions. And if she can't listen to my instructions, I mean, we're gonna have to either reschedule it or we're also gonna go for the video. That's, at this point, I gotta get her to listen to the instructions.
stick one.
Improper testimony.
I would agree. And I would agree with that.
Completely out of control. She's not listening to anybody. So at this point, I don't see how she didn't say her name for the record. We have, this is not credible testimony at this point. We have a witness that's just rambling here.
Well,
I understand, but I'm willing to give Mr. Tucker one opportunity here, one additional opportunity, because I believe at the beginning there was some effort to try to calm her down, which, based upon what I can see, he's attempted to do, and see if we can get some compliance to basic organization structure. I will give a cautionary instruction about or disregard any disparaging.
I'll tell her the same thing, Your Honor.
Well, I understand, but I have to tell the jurors that not to, that's stricken to disregard.
Thank you.
And I understand that, Mr. Alvarez is correct. Generally, attorneys don't confer outside with witnesses outside the presence of other parties. But in this instance, I would certainly allow him out now, like once in a while, witnesses are given instructions that the judge just made a ruling that you can't testify about X, Y, and Z. So attorneys can tell their witness that. So he can tell her, listen, you've got to, you've got to answer questions, you've got to testify in more of a question-answer format. Okay, so now what? Mhm. Okay, okay. Well, we certainly don't want that blocking things, and I guess, Mr. Tucker, you too obviously have to make a decision here as to whether this witness is even able to communicate what you want her to communicate at this point. So, fair enough. All right. Okay. So, did you? So that's not going to disappear.
Oh, I can get rid of this, Ron. But I also want to make sure it's not recording, I would assume. You don't want it recording, right? Yep, okay, gotcha. I'll make sure it's deleted as well. I don't even know how it started. So, okay. Okay, so that's recording. Oh, I got notes. It's not going to stop it. Unless, maybe, hold on. Let's stop video for just a second. Nothing to call it. Minimize this. So, yep, that would be, hold on, I got this.
Oh shit. Has been done today. Nothing. No, she can't. Not at all. They just need to hear her story. Because she knows what happened. She's a victim. Her story's been the same. Not saying that she lied, but from day one, from when they got her. And why did law enforcement right away say tie? That's what I want to know. This is so sad to see it. So sad.
Let me go ahead and take care of this recording part though. What would you like me to do with the video that's actually supposed to be an evidence round?
Oh, good. They're going to do the video. Somebody should.
So too, but I mean, it's obvious.
Somebody should be sitting with her.
Okay, there's no USB drives, because that was definitely a video of John Travis Johnson.
She's still talking, Grandma. Oh my God.
Okay, so.
Oh, that poor lady. No, she's still talking. I got her on big screen. I got her on a big monitor. You know, because I can't see. Oh my God, that poor lady. I mean, if she's in poor health, it wouldn't be no big deal to have someone calm her down there. You know what I mean? By, nice touch and say, okay, it's okay. It's going to be okay. That's how you deal with that kind of stuff, in my opinion. Oh, her life has been ruined. Most definitely. I agree with you 110%. There you go. Yes. I bet you they do have her on something like that because you can tell how she is right now. She's got major anxiety, and I'm sure it's from what happened to her. She'll never be the same. Well, I wouldn't be either. Here, I'm crying about a little car accident. Yeah. Ty is kind of funny. I like how he talks to himself. I'm like, oh my God. I bet you he would have gotten an attorney to help on the side. Oh boy. All they need to do is go on YouTube and go to his video.
Both of these are now unchecked. And Mark's got that on her side. So you know what? This might be good for this.
I'm not gonna ask you to go into a room where somebody's infectious, so.
Okay. Let me get on the phone with her and see if we can go ahead and get them to do that. And it's getting problematic.
Oh, so she's infectious disease right now. That attorney said a skin. Ooh, I wonder what's going on. That's what those state attorneys said. One said, "What's wrong here?"
Okay, well, the thing is no, but when I tell you to stop talking, or I tell you that you need to, you need to, stop talking, go to a different question or something like that, you have to listen, okay?
He's got to explain you're in
Okay,
the
good.
courtroom.
And here's the other thing, you can't be insulting Mr. Mansfield anymore. I get it, but I get it. I understand. The thing is the judge isn't going to allow that, and all it's going to do is make it so we have to turn it off. That's all, right? It's okay. Okay, he knows. She apologizes. Okay, so, but you have to listen to me, okay, or else we're going to have to stop it. They're going to make me stop it. Okay, just letting you know, because man, the judge is giving us one more shot here. So he's okay. So you got to listen to my instructions. No, it's okay. I get it. I understand.
Oh,
I'm listening.
boy.
Listen, okay, but you're gonna have to listen to my instructions and no more, and don't insult Mr. Mansfield or anybody else, okay? We'll just try and we'll try and stick to the testimony, okay? Okay? Look, you just be your wonderful self. You'll be fine, okay? But you gotta, gotta be calm about this, okay? I know I know it's exciting. I know it's a little bit much, okay? Okay. Still want to do this?
I think they should just show the video that we saw.
We'll do this later. Okay. We're gonna want to check to make sure that there's,
Do you recall, I could be wrong, that the state accused him of like paying her off? No, because they had 17 interviews with her.
Just the sanctity of the jury, and apply for your order, that they not be disclosed or the basis for things. One of the suggestions that the state would have is if we actively monitor more towards the voting, that would take the jury out of it, and she can see and speak correctly.
that'd be great.
Mr. Tucker?
Fine.
I'll let her know.
Because there's no way at this point
I'll let her
for
know.
us to assure that on their side, it's not recorded.
Right.
It's not recorded here.
And
I understand.
and Your Honor, I will make sure.
Actually, it's still recorded. That's still right.
That's not from Zoom then. 'Cause I just went, let's see.
It's about time they help him.
Lights on. Is there another recording program on here besides?
Oh, I see what they're doing. They're going to record this, and they're going to have the jury come in and watch it. That's what's going to happen.
Actually, we should probably, just on abundance of caution, Your Honor, we can get the tech guy up here just to make sure that there's no recordings on anything on here. Zoom doesn't say it's recording. I don't know the other software.
I'm gonna step down.
Oh, yeah, it does. Actually. Right.
Let me tell you,
In the video, restart it.
Okay, that'll do it.
the judges, I'm really impressed. He's been really impatient today. Patient, I mean. Unlike the other days. And Ty's got to quit roaming around and pacing back and forth in the courtroom. And quit cutting the judge off. For real. Yeah, he should have had, hired an attorney anyways. Just to give him I know he was late. He was late 2 days this week. And if he was late today, he was going to get arrested. That's what the judge said. And he got there 1 minute beforehand. 1 minute. See, now he should have been there, giving himself a half an hour so he had all this paperwork. Well, you know what? We're not there, but I'm just telling you this is what I would do. Just saying. This is Monroe County. I got to look that up. I wouldn't be late to court either. I don't even be late for a doctor's appointment. It just messes up your whole day, don't it? Does for me. What's the temp there in Florida? Oh my gosh. She was talking bad to that attorney, the state. Yeah, raining sucks too because it's always gloomy and gray. She sure does. Oh boy. Might watch the rest later if they're gonna keep being disorganized. I know, right? Yeah. Order of the court, man. You gotta respect the court, especially the judge's courtroom. Might watch the rest later if they're gonna. Oh, okay. Unbelievable. Oh boy. Back to the music. Yeah, no, I will say that no one's helping time with the videos at all, or with the technology there. I'll give them that much. And I'm sure Paula's having um, flashbacks right now, especially. Pretty soon it's going to be time to go. He must have not had another person today to be a witness. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Naughty boy. All right, I'm gonna turn this music up. So, okay, let's watch my goofy Nala. Here we go. Hold on. No, that one ain't it. Shoot. I thought I'll go to my TikTok. All right. Here is my TikTok. Let's watch Nala. Oh, what's going on there? That was strange. Oh. Oh, come on. All right. This is Nala yesterday. Listen up. Look at how cute you are, Nala. Sweet little girl. Oh, really? Cute little girl. What? What? Oh my. Oh. Oh. Yes. Become a good girl. Yes, Nala. I hear you. What? Yeah? Yeah? Ooh. What do you want? What is that? That's a table. Watch your head. Oh. What? You're my sweet little girl. Yes, Nala. Yes. Oh. Oh. Ain't she just a little sweet girl? She is. Miss Nala. Miss Nala. Hold on. In case anybody, wants to check out my TikTok. There you go. Okay. Nala, it's a game that me and Nala play together. If I go, ooh, oh, that I fake that, she's being scary. So it's just a fun little thing we do. Anytime now. It says I've lost access to your Facebook account. Here we go.
Okay, here's the thing.
Okay, so
I'm gonna go ahead. There should be a thing there for the, was it?
Mr.
It'll,
Tucker, are we ready or where are we at?
well,
here?
we decided to go ahead and end the meeting so we could stop the recording. So the recording on that side, right? So we decided to end the meeting, stop the recording. Now we have a nurse helping her to get it restarted. That's all. It should take, again, I don't know, Your Honor, if it takes any more. I already said that, this is getting.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. We're gonna try this one more time, okay?
Let me know if it's.
Yep. Okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and put start on this, right? Let me make sure that there's nothing recording here. Okay, we got to chat with everyone. Okay, cool. Do you see a thing on there that says Paula Mel?
Ooh, the judge is gonna go have a drink after this hearing. I'm very impressed with his patience today. The judge is gonna become an alcoholic now. Allegedly. I love Nala, my sweet little girl. I love all dogs. I don't understand what's going on right now. Maybe he should say, do you not want to do this to her? As a matter of fact, me thinking back of watching the video of her, yeah, she's a Pomeranian. Oh boy, what was I going to say? She weighs 6 pounds. And she'll be 3 years old, 4th of July. So she's 2.5. I don't know what to say. So it's been an hour and 15 minutes trying to do this, not including this morning. You can. That's no big deal. I'm going to stay live. I started from the beginning. I'm going to continue. You don't got to. I know how it can be boring, but I'm telling you, I just can't. I can't. But probably what's going to happen is court's going to be over for the day, I'm sure. I was in the waiting room today. Oh, you were? I see there's some other trials going on right now. None I'm interested in, though. There's like 3 others. Well, except for Chad Debo, of course. Nope, there's nothing here to miss. Right. I think the most eventful was when she started dissing the state Mansfield or whatever his name is. Yeah, because she was supposed to take the stand on Tuesday. Then it was Thursday. Today's Friday. He must not have had any more witnesses for today. Color could take 2 whole days, right? Maybe it'd be easier if they just talk on the phone and she don't have to worry about the camera, her knowing it's on, you know what I mean? And just looking at him. I don't know. I don't know how he stays so calm. His tone never changes. Oh. Well, she's in her own room. My mom got to. And she had a room or roommate or whatever. It's different, I guess, everywhere. It sounded like the state wasn't going to let that happen. Yeah, who knows, right? We don't know what their rules are there. However, I couldn't bring my phone in there and videotape. Only in her room. Okay. Bok bok. Go back to the crappy music.
Okay. Let's bring in the jury, please.
Okay, the jury's coming in, Paula. I'll let you know when it's ready, okay? No, you're fine. You just relax, okay?
All jurors present at court.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, please accept my sincere apologies for the long delay. It's really not in any of our hands. The efforts have been made to try to get the connection and everything associated therewith in order so that you can present it with the testimony in this form. Before we resume, I do want to inform you that I have stricken part of the previous testimony. There were some frankly inappropriate, disparaging remarks about one of the prosecutors and some other connected remarks. I've stricken those from the record, and I'm instructing you to completely disregard that testimony. So with that, we've repositioned the screen. I think it's more appropriate that way, and we're going to continue with the Zoom testimony of Ms. Belmont. So go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, Paula. Now, we're gonna try and keep each of these answers short, okay? Okay, so, okay, on the night of the 17th, you said, okay, that day you said you saw, people coming over to your house. Who was that? Who came by? Okay, who came by? Okay, and who came by Matthew's place earlier in the day? Do you remember? Who came by the treehouse earlier in the day? Okay, you remember people coming? Do you remember who it was? Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, you look like a cop? Did you say that? Okay, gotcha. Okay, so Detroit came by earlier in the day. The person who looked like a cop, did you know their name? Did you ever get their name? Oh, sorry. Okay, and did you get his name? Okay. All right, so that was earlier in the day. What happened later on that night? Mm-hmm.
Excuse my language, a fucking joke.
Okay.
Roger doesn't let go like that. So he can be with the girl. I don't drink me, Roger just hanging out upstairs and he does the grass. And because me and her ago, and then friends for a long time, there's a little cheese clowns that I let in. Hang out with him when he's done downstairs with the girl.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And that's Roosevelt, Washington.
They just get his thing on and then just come.
Is that Roosevelt, Washington? Is that who you're talking about?
Pardon me?
Is that Roosevelt, Washington you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
so you're hanging out upstairs with Roger Ruggett. What happens after that?
With the release, Roger was doing, he screamed downstairs, pretty much most of the night. Matter of fact, to the point where I actually thought that I was hearing Detroit downstairs playing just that identical. Long name in there, which is totally wrong.
Okay.
It was nasty.
Okay. And how many times did, okay. And how many times did Detroit come over before the 17th, before the night it actually happened?
I would say maybe 5 or 6.
5 or 6 times. Okay. And okay, move. What happened when you actually and when it actually happened? What happened later?
I'm sorry, what happened later?
Yeah, when they actually came up the stairs, what happened?
Oh, you shouldn't be. The treehouse property and grass, okay, and probably has a mind of that. And Roger worked at the golf course.
Mm-hmm.
And Roger being a nice person, and my family would bring over the equipment. I mean, he was allowed to.
Mm-hmm.
He would bring over the lawnmower equipment and try and keep up with the grass.
Okay, but I'm talking about
Make the yard look a little better.
Paula. Do you remember what happened on the night of the 17th, though, when you were upstairs hanging out with Roger Ruggett?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened?
All of a sudden, like that was a corner of my eyes, it's right. This person got like flying towards me.
Okay.
And I knew who it was.
Now, who was that?
But I couldn't understand why he was in such a hurry to get, like, to get to me.
Mm-hmm.
Until he got up and had me down my throat.
Mm-hmm. So he jumped on you, put the knife on your throat.
Oh, really?
Did he jumped on you and put the knife on your throat? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and who was that person? Do you remember?
It was Detroit.
And how'd you know that, Paula?
Matter of fact, he was wearing the same clothes that he had on previously in the, what's the Berlitsky one?
Okay.
Some people will be able to come down here better than the luck. Some people only have one set of clothes. That's not my point. My point is I know exactly who it was because of what he was wearing.
Because of what he was wearing?
It doesn't bother me at all.
Okay, so you knew who it was because of what he was wearing because he wore it the same day, right? So we get that right? Okay. And was there anything else to let you know who that was? Was there anything else that let you know who that was?
He's big, he's a big person.
Mm-hmm.
He had been hanging around the house, like here and there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fair person.
Okay.
Him and his wife have actually been like this, and
Uh-huh.
they still, to this day, don't know her. But I actually offered him that he could like hang out at the place.
Okay.
I had something to do with it, please just know.
Okay. So did he start talking to
If
you?
you need a place to be safe and chill, you're more than welcome to stay.
Oh. No, I know. Hey, did he say to you at this time?
I couldn't hear you.
Did he say anything to you? When he jumped on you and he jumped on you and put the knife to your throat, did he say anything?
He told me that if I abused him, thinking that he was a fucking bitch, and you don't do me like I would kill him.
Okay. And was he by himself or was it somebody else there? Okay. Okay. And
The same guy that had been there earlier that day.
okay, the same guy who came with him earlier that day.
Yeah,
Okay. And how did you know it was that guy?
I never saw him before.
Okay, I got you.
He was wearing a red t-shirt. And then when I saw on the newspaper article, I knew not that I knew who it was,
Mm-hmm.
but I knew exactly
Okay.
who it was because
Okay. And what did that guy do?
that guy, I can't say specifically,
Mm-hmm.
but I remember calling out for Roger. And I go, my dad, he said, Roger, help me, please, you're hurting me.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize I was getting cut.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it hurt, but I thought it was just sticking in my neck. And I put my hand up, like to stop it from digging in any further.
I get it. I understand.
Roger apparently said that the person that beat him up was, obviously was John Travis Johnson, aka Jojo.
Okay, where did
Apparently had this like Billy Club
okay. How do you know that, Paula?
up to his neck and the singing his fingernails. So Roger wouldn't yell for help.
Okay, I get that. I definitely understand. How do you know that was John Travis Johnson?
Pardon?
How do you know that was John Travis Johnson?
I did
Okay.
until I saw the pictures in the newspaper.
Oh, you saw his picture in the newspaper. But okay, but were they wearing masks?
I can't hear that.
Were they both wearing masks?
I didn't see the second person wearing that,
Okay.
but I did see what I was seeing was
The
the behind part of him.
behind part of him.
I saw the width of him. I saw the height of him,
Okay.
a length,
Okay.
style. I heard his voice.
Okay.
And at this point, I don't know what I heard. I either heard him say, we killed him,
Okay.
or I think we killed him.
Okay. Was he still up?
Either one of the two.
Was he still upstairs?
Either one said,
Okay.
although I didn't know that it was him at the time, I just knew that it wasn't that room.
Okay, it's okay. Paula, when you heard this, was he still upstairs or was he someplace else?
Oh, well, that was confusing me for a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Because originally, he was there, and then he wasn't there.
Okay, so you just,
I know it's so strange.
okay, was Detroit, was,
And the whole time I kept saying,
okay,
he must have walked up behind him somehow or something.
okay,
But about a year ago, I found out that Roger watched him kind of like jump over the fence and go back up behind him, which actually made it a lot more clear.
okay,
That's why I couldn't figure out
okay,
how he was in front of that and then behind that
uh-huh.
and then in front of that.
Okay, so you saw Matt come up though. Did you see Matt come up the stairs?
Matt made it 3/4 of the way up the stairs. Because I was yelling for help.
Okay,
I kept kicking. I kept kicking on the floor. Screaming for help.
okay. So Matt made it,
Maddie's property, not
Okay, I got you. I understand. Okay, so you said you saw Matthew come up to the top of the stairs. Is that okay? I'm just trying to make sure we got this right. Okay, so okay, I'm just trying to make sure we're very clear for the jury. I want them to understand what happened to you. Okay. Okay, so you saw Matt come up to the top of the stairs. What happened after that?
He came up and he approached me. And they were coming down the bottom of the Matthew took his mask off.
Okay.
And I remember him saying, "What are you doing?" And then it was trouble from that point on.
Okay.
Because of his mask, you what did Detroit look like?
Okay, so it was Detroit he saw. Okay. And
It was Detroit.
okay.
It was on top of me. It was Detroit.
Okay.
It was stuck in that.
Uh-huh.
It is my blanket, the blanket that I was on.
I remember.
Smothered from one end to the other in blood.
I remember.
From me being cut.
Okay.
They left it on the bed and said,
I know.
take a breath and left it on the bed.
Okay. You're talking about the blanket that the forensic people left upstairs, correct?
I can't hear you.
You're talking about the blanket that the forensics people left upstairs, right?
I'm talking about the blanket. There's blood coming everywhere.
Okay. Okay. So that's the one that you said that they left it there, the forensics people, right?
There's a blanket
Okay.
right there on that bed.
Okay. Just clarifying. I want to make sure we keep it clear here.
With $50 worth of crack, I'm not gonna lie about it.
Oh, I know.
That's $50 worth of crack.
I know. I know. You're blatantly honest. I understand. Okay.
My medicine
Uh-huh.
is almost $6,000 a month. And I needed to do something.
Oh, it's okay.
But that's $50 worth of
Okay.
crack.
Okay. Let's try.
Still there the next morning.
Hey, Paula.
But no one has ever been arrested for a drug deal on that.
I get it. I get it.
Considering it's not, and it's like the shoes and everything.
We've got to, please respond to the question.
Okay. Paula, the judge wants you to listen to me right now, okay? Okay, just okay, listen to me right now. Okay, because we got to try and keep the answers clear for the jury so they know. Well, that way they know. Well, that way they know that, what we're actually talking about. It's going to be hard for them to keep up the story then because they don't know who Anthea Clay is, okay? So you got to remember they don't know who anybody is, okay? So who is Anthea Clay? Who are you talking about? Who's Anthea? Who's April? Okay, who's Anthea?
There's a white female
Okay.
named Anthea Clay. There is a white female
Mm-hmm.
who goes down with Detroit,
Mm-hmm.
aka the Black Detroit.
Okay, that would be the Black
I
Detroit.
don't ever thought there was a white Detroit,
Okay.
a Black Detroit, a white April,
Mm-hmm.
and a Black April.
That is actually
Hollywood can't make this shit up.
okay. And you're referring to the Black Detroit being Roy Wilson, the white Detroit is okay. That would be the guy. Okay. And then who is it? Okay. Right. Okay. Just so we don't. Hey, Paula, just so we don't confuse the jury. I know there's two Aprils in the story. I also know there's two Detroits in the story. There's two of them, but let's go ahead and let's try not to confuse the jury here. Okay. Okay. Who is April Anthea Clay? Why is she important as far as this whole case goes?
I'm not even familiar with me. The same with ahead. Each person who lives on that property
Mm-hmm.
gets to file a property
Oh.
claim too.
Okay.
I have no the other problem
Judge,
is
I'm not following. I think she's testifying hearsay from this other person.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to sustain the objection.
All right, hold on. Hold on, Paula. Hold on.
Far afield here.
Okay. Paula. Hey. Hey, Paula. Paula, listen to me. Hey, Paula, listen to me. Hey, remember we said we are going to listen to me, right? Okay. Listen to my voice. Okay. Okay. All right. Now, we're getting a little confused here. So the judge went ahead and he wanted to make sure that we can get clear here. Okay. So we're going to pause up for a second. Okay. What did April have to do with the crime? She set the crime up.
I'm objecting to the hearsay testimony.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. Members of the jury, please disregard this last bit of testimony. That's.
Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hey. Hey. Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hey, Paula, pause for a second. Just pause for a second. Because, okay, look, we can't give hearsay testimony. We can't actually say what April said or any of that stuff. Okay? Okay, let's fast forward. Let's go ahead and fast forward, okay?
Yeah, we're gonna.
Hey,
Wow. Yeah. I need to find out how old she is. Yeah, she's not, no, she's not going to be able to. Nope. But she don't know how to answer direct questions. She's just going off. She wants to express all of it. Obviously, she's never been questioned before. Well, yeah, she has with the cops. And I think she did the same thing. Except for in 2019, she was doing really good. Well, as good as can be, you know. Oh my gosh. It's too bad somebody in the room will not help her. I don't know. State ain't happy.
quicker, okay? Paula, you hear me? You hear my? Okay, you hear my voice, right? You hear my voice, right?
Help her.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, it's me. Can you hear my voice? Okay, we're going to try and speed things up because, okay, we need to get moving along. We got people. Okay, no, you're doing good. You're doing really good. Okay, what I want you to do is, okay, fast forward. Okay, so the two people come upstairs. You said that, okay, you said that you thought one was John Travis Johnson. How do you know that? Paula, can you hear me? Paula, can you hear me? Okay. When you said that you thought one of those people was John Travis Johnson, how do you know that? Paula? Paula? Are you okay? Hey, are you okay? You hear? Hey, see, look, can you see me? Look, right here. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Paula, can you hear me? Paul, I know, I see you too. Okay. Hey, we're going to try and speed things up. Okay. Do you still want to do this? We can stop anytime you want.
No, we're not stopping.
Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll try.
We're too long for this.
Okay. I understand. Okay. And we're all trying. We're all trying to make sure.
Your justice is my justice. It's Matthew's justice.
I understand. I understand. But okay, I don't want you to hurt yourself, okay? So listen to me. Listen.
I'm hurt already,
I know, but
I've been hurt the past 6 years.
I know. I know. Believe me, I know, okay? Okay. All right, let's get it over with then. Okay, we're gonna try and get it done quick so that man it's over with and we'll never have to do it again. Okay? All right. So you said you thought the other guy was John Travis Johnson. How did you know that?
Only because I started seeing his picture in the newspaper.
Okay, so you saw his picture, right?
I just went, scratch my head and thinking, I wonder if this is the other guy.
Okay, but you.
Because the night after it happened, Matt McGough, I can't even remember his name. But that texted me saying, oh, I'm not in trouble.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, who is this person?
Okay.
Can't remember his name, Matt, whatever.
Okay.
But he just began to circle around the garage thing to talk.
Okay.
Remember, he asked me if I wanted my face cut off.
Okay.
And I didn't get it at first. This man stood up, he had his big knife, and then the little chick thing. With the knife. And just, I lost it. I didn't even know the cops carried out.
Okay, gotcha.
Like in front of me, and I just went right back to where I was left foot.
Okay, Paula, here's another question for you. How do you know that wasn't me?
Pardon me?
How do you know it wasn't me that night?
Because it wasn't him. It was, at least I had this person's body. The person was not your size,
Okay.
not your height,
Okay.
not your width.
Okay.
I can't remember the exact words, but it was either, I think we killed him, or we killed him and he's dead.
Okay, so you're talking about his voice. You heard his voice.
Yes.
Okay. And when did you hear this?
At the bottom of the stairs.
Okay, so he was at the bottom of the stairs.
The midway of the stairs.
Okay, about midway up the stairs.
Where Matthew was standing.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right, you're doing real good. Okay. Now, I'm not trying to push you, too much here. Okay, so. Okay. Okay, so you say you know it wasn't me because of the size, because of the height, the weight, my voice. Okay. And okay. Okay. And how did you know it was Detroit? How did you know it was Detroit that jumped on top of you? Okay. Okay. Did you know his voice? No. Did you know? Hey, Paula. Okay. No, you don't. No, I get it.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I'm going to ask the jurors to please.
Okay, hey, Paula,
but please go in the jury room for a moment.
Paula, we're going to pause here for a second, okay?
Keep the meeting.
The judge wants to talk to us.
Don't turn it off. Well, as long as we keep the connection.
Just hold on a second. Okay, well, we're gonna be right back. I just need to talk to the judge, okay? Okay, you're doing good. You're doing good. Relax.
All right, jurors are gone. I'm going to try to step up in front of that screen and I'm going to speak to the witness and explain in terms that in order for her to be able to have her voice and testimony heard, she's got to stay within certain parameters. And to accommodate this, I don't have a witness here. I'm not looking right at the screen. And I think, obviously, Mr. Tucker's tried, but I'm going to, as the judge, see if that will assist.
Judge, I would also seek to strike that last rant of self-serving testimony that Mr. Tucker would never kill somebody. He doesn't go around. That's all improper testimony.
Yeah, that's true. I will grant that motion, but.
And Your Honor, I appreciate it. Thank
you. All right. Good afternoon, Miss Belmont. Yeah. All right. All right. Good afternoon, Miss. Is it Belmont or Belmonte? Okay. I'm Judge Jones. I'm the judge. Okay. So I just wanted to instruct you how to proceed. I understand you're very ill. This has got to be very difficult for you. I know that you're the victim in the case as well as a witness in the case, so I'm very sensitive to what you must be going through. But in order for me to allow the jury to consider your testimony, you have to try very hard to just answer the questions. As much as you would like to add things, and maybe it's hard to concentrate when you're in a hospital bed and all the other things you're going through, please do your best to just stick to clear, responsive answers to the questions without adding extras. You don't have to apologize, ma'am. As I said, I understand that this is extremely difficult, all circumstances, and I want your testimony to be part of this case, but if you keep rambling and adding things that aren't being called for, excuse me, I'm not going to be able to let your testimony stand. So please try to stay within my instructions, all right?
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was doing wrong, but I was smart.
Just try to just give clear, concise, responsive answers, and that would really make this go more quickly and smoothly and let you as the alleged victim and a witness have your voice heard. All right? All right. Okay, I don't. Yeah, I'm here. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, he's still here. He's still here, Paula, okay? Okay, I'm back, okay? Hey, Paula, can you do me a favor? Can you answer me did they give you any medications today?
No, I don't really take pain.
Oh, you didn't take it? Okay, so you didn't take any?
I'm really exhausted.
Oh, you're really exhausted. Okay, I get it. I understand.
And I'm losing my voice, so it is hard to understand me. But I got this.
Okay, you got this.
All right, does she have a question for me? You can ask her if she has a question for me.
Okay, do you have any more questions you want to ask the judge? Okay. And again, just to be clear, I want to make sure, because this is kind of an important thing. Did you take any medications today?
I take, I'm on 8 different breathing medications.
Okay.
I'm taking a once
Okay, you're taking antibiotics.
ADHD on a regular basis. I did last night take a 5 milligram Percocet broken in again.
Okay.
Because I don't do well with pain medication.
I think that may be the cause of this.
Anyway, I don't want to cut her off, but this is extraordinary. And
Okay.
my
Hey, Paula, look, okay, I think the medications are affecting you, okay? So what we're gonna have to do, I get it, and I know, listen to me. I'll come see you later, okay? But here's the thing, is I don't think we can do this right now because, okay, the medications I think are actually affecting your testimony, so we can't do that.
No, I'm just very tired. I sit up and feel like, and they just got me so cold.
Okay, I think it would be better if we wait though,
well,
okay?
okay. I'm not so sure.
Well, I just don't know if the prosecutors, I don't know. I mean, it's like,
Can we please have first,
hold on, I got this. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Paul. We're just gonna mute you for a second, okay?
This is extraordinary, and I'm trying to accommodate it the best I can, but she's saying that she's losing her voice. I'm concerned about well, and that might certainly a decent question, but at some point, I'm concerned for her ability to participate in cross-examination.
Judge, and at this point, I'm gonna move the court to strike her testimony completely. Everything she's testified to, I mean, if she can't do a meaningful cross, then her testimony can't stand. And we're getting a message from the hospital that she's been discharged, so I don't know what that means.
Well, in any event, Mr. Tucker,
Your Honor, I completely agree with Mr. Mansfield. Look, I know she wants to testify, but there's just no way. I mean, she's obviously having troubles, and I don't know whether it's medication. I don't know whether it's, the illness. I don't know what it is. I know she was lucid when I saw her this morning.
yes, I understand. I'm certainly not attributable to your actions. But it would seem to me that this can't continue.
I would agree.
And it would seem to me then we'd be left with the deposition.
I think we're gonna have to, Your Honor. I try, and I fought for this because I wanted to make sure she got her chance.
I understand.
And I mean, but I also have to be fair. I have to be fair to you. I have to be fair to the prosecutors. I have to be fair to the jury. And
Well, you might want to be fair to yourself as well. And again, I'm not so sure the efficacy of what you're trying to get out is making it.
all I wanted to do is tell her story.
I
That's it.
understand that, but in any event. So what I'm left with is to explain to the jury that we made every effort to try to get her live testimony through Zoom. Unfortunately, as is pretty evident, it just wasn't in a form that we felt was legally cognizable. And
Judge Jones, the only other thing is if Mr. Tucker's almost done, I can attempt to cross. We could reschedule for Monday morning and then see if she is more lucid. I don't know where we stand on that.
well, I think your original motion, as much as I'd like to move the case forward and, not consider this effort wasted, which I won't say it was wasted, but I just don't think this is feasible any further. I think it's, she says she's very tired, so any event, unless somebody has some, opposition, I'm gonna go ahead and grant your motion with the defense agrees to, and it's, we're not gonna.
Your Honor, I think at this point, I don't have a choice. I just don't.
I understand.
It's like,
My thing is this, now that the jury has heard, first of all, this is the first time in 6 years, she went from I can't ID anybody to I still can't ID anybody, but I can say it's not Tucker. Not today, she tells this jury, it's John Travis Johnson. So my point is, now that they've heard that from her, I'd like to try one more time Monday to be able to cross-examine her directly about what she said today before we default to her recorded deposition.
and to be fair, Your Honor, I didn't. Look, any which way the prosecutors would like to try it, and Your Honors is good with, I will try.
So I don't understand, Mr. Mansfield, what are you suggesting? Because you came up with the idea of striking it, and,
Correct. And now my concern is the jury has heard damning testimony today that's going to go unchecked and unaddressed. And Your Honor, I guess, can always instruct them to not listen to it, but I'm concerned that it's still going to linger there.
And so what are we going to do? You're going to try to get her in person here? We're going to try to repeat this Zoom testimony? I think we're spinning our wheels. I really do. So
I don't know whether we would be able to get her. I don't even know the situation.
Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and just strike it. I'm going to make it clear. I'm going to ask if anybody can't follow the instruction about disregarding the testimony. I personally don't think it would be that difficult, because I don't think most of it was comprehensible to begin with. So understand your concern, but balancing everything, I just think that is the best thing to do. Only thing I want to know now is what time. We're not going to do anything more with the jury this afternoon. So what time do we want to tell them to be here on Monday, and what are we going to do on Monday?
Okay, well, obviously, Your Honor, if we're gonna need that video in lieu of Ms. Belmont's testimony, we're gonna have to play the video. So we'll have to go through that. I'll go through that this weekend and get that. I'm gonna have to send it to prosecutors and make sure that it's acceptable to them. Because we're gonna have to cut out the other lawyers like Anna Gomez Malata and Seth LeBay. We'd have to cut out both of those.
I don't know if you would or you wouldn't, but anyway, I'm sure there's redactions that have to be made, but there's certainly, we have the other parts of the day to call other witnesses.
Oh, yes, don't get me wrong, Your Honor. I definitely have some other witnesses that I've been contacting over the course of the day. So far, at this point, I am going to have Seth LeBay. I'm hoping to have it on Monday, and I'm also hoping to have Tom Walker on Monday.
Judge, this is probably a good time to address that. I would ask the defendant to proffer what purpose he is in calling Seth LeBay. Seth LeBay was the lawyer representing Travis Johnson.
It's a good time once I excuse the jurors.
I forgot you were done.
So, so I can tell the jurors to be here at.
Would you mind if I go ahead and say goodbye and cut her off?
I don't mind if you do that.
Thank you. Hey, Paula, do you still hear me? Paula. Hey, I'll tell you what, you did real good, okay? You did real good, okay? I'll come talk to you later, okay? I'll come see. Oh, no, you did good. You did good, okay? I'll come talk to you later, okay? All right, I love you. Talk to you later, okay? Oh, I know. Okay. I'll tell the judge you said that, and I'll tell the jury you said that, okay? All right. All right. You get some rest, though. Get some rest. We'll talk to you later. I know. All right. All right. I'm going to come see you in a little while, okay? All right. You just get some rest. Hey, you get you some rest, okay? Oh, I know. All right. I'll come see you in a little while. You get some rest. All right. All right. I'll talk to you.
Okay.
Okay. No, it's okay. I'm going to go ahead and shut Okay, all right, I'll talk to you later.
So is it 9:15 on Monday with us here at 9? Is that the plan? Oh, okay.
I don't exactly remember how long the tape is, Your Honor, so it might take, I don't know how long it's gonna take until I can figure out how long that section is. And I'll schedule the other witnesses after that tape. Make it easy.
Yeah, we want to try to make good use of our time. We're basically
understand.
halfway through the 4 weeks, and I sure didn't hope we don't have to go beyond next week, it would seem to me.
I don't perceive that we're gonna have to go much beyond.
Beyond next week, I can't see how we would.
Well, okay,
Oh, I mean, after today, maybe I can't see. I don't know.
I'm just saying that I want, hopefully, we can make good use of our time and have it wrapped up by the end of next week. Let's bring the jury in, please. Thank you. Now, please be seated, members of the jury. Again, please accept my sincere apologies. I'm sorry, I really don't like to make you wait. And I've explained from the beginning that I am always mindful of jurors' time and don't take it for granted. But I want to inform you that after careful consideration, I've stopped the Zoom testimony of Ms. Belmont. It unfortunately seems that her medical condition was such that I didn't believe that she was able to present what I would call legally cognizable, comprehensible testimony. And the state also had an opportunity to do cross-examination. I didn't believe that the witness was going to be able to hold up during that. So I made a decision that it was to be stopped. What does that mean? Among other things, it means that I have to instruct you to disregard the entirety of what you heard. Everything, just like it never happened. And I know that may be difficult, but that's what I'm instructing you to do, to disregard and not consider in any way, shape, or form what was presented during this attempt or this portion of the Zoom testimony that you did hear. Does anybody have any questions about that or feel like, Judge, I want to follow your instructions, but I can't? If anybody feels that way, don't hesitate, because otherwise what I'm expecting is that you're going to be able to basically, for purposes of your deliberations and decision, just erase it from your mind. Anybody have any questions about that? Now's the time. If you have any concerns, it's okay. You know, really and truly. Anybody feels? Yeah, yes, sir.
Just wondered, you don't expect that this will continue now the end of the trial?
This particular, it may be that it could be presented in a different form. There's other ways, and again, that will be a decision by the lawyers. Mr. Tucker is acting as his own lawyer. So it could be presented in a different form. Again, that's not my decision, but the possibility does exist. But in terms of what you heard this afternoon, you got to put it out of your mind and not consider it in your deliberations. Does anybody feel that they wouldn't be able to follow that instruction? All right, so not seeing any hands, then that gives me confidence that you will be able to abide by that instruction. So that's today. That's basically what we, set up. It's basically what we hoped and expected would be presented, and I've explained what happened and my decision. So we'll call it a day.
Your Honor.
Again, yes, sir.
Would you mind if I apologize as well? We did not mean that.
It's really not necessary. I think that the jurors aware that that you're certainly, you heard what he said. So I think it's clear. So we'll start your weekend a little early. Again, I apologize. We're not trying to waste your time. 9:15 Monday, and we'll go from there. And remember the court's cautionary instructions, of course. Okay, so the jurors are gone. So is there any housekeeping or other matters that we can?
There are, I would just ask the court to inquire. Mr. Tucker has indicated about potentially calling Seth Levay and Tom Walker. Seth Levay is the lawyer who represented Travis Johnson. Any communication Travis Johnson had with his lawyer. So I would ask the court to inquire what would be the purpose of calling Seth Levay, because Seth Levay was not there when the crime was committed. He was not there when identification of this defendant was made or not made. And again, he represented Travis Johnson. As for Tom Walker,
Let's take it one at a time, please. What about Seth?
Your Honor, I have no intention on asking Seth Levay any questions about that would be subject to attorney-client privilege. The only thing I actually want him to do is I'm using Seth Levay for identification purposes. That is it.
Identification purpose.
To identify some documents. That's it.
So I believe he's probably going back to the motion to suppress that he thinks that somehow going to get in front of this jury. It's not. It's hearsay. It's not admissible. It's a motion that I believe Seth filed on behalf of this client.
Well, it's awfully difficult again. And I mean, Mr. Levay knows as well as any of us about the attorney-client privilege. That's his client's, not his. So I would certainly assume we're not going to, violate that. And so sometimes attorneys, proponents of evidence make proffers. Sometimes we even have the witness testify outside the presence of the jury. So that proffer's on the record so the judge can hear it and make a decision. And frankly, so the proponent of the evidence can establish their record if the court rules it's inadmissible. So I
just want to put it on the radar. The other one, Judge, you mentioned is Tom Walker. Tom Walker was the internal affairs investigator for the sheriff's department at the time. Afterwards, after this crime, there was an internal review done, and there were some findings made. None of the findings pertain to the evidence in this case. There was no finding that the evidence was tampered or tainted. I believe the findings were confined to improper handling in such that they were logged in a timely manner, and they were stored under somebody's desk, not put in a locker. Some bloody clothes. Bloody clothes are not evidence here. Mr. Tucker did not object to any of the evidence in this case.
Oh, I haven't.
Photographs, the videos, and so Tom Walker's opinion on, I guess, a better means to investigate the future, any findings of impropriety would be inadmissible from this jury. It would be irrelevant to the evidence that's been presented in this case.
Let's hear what Mr. Tucker has to say.
Your Honor, that may or may not be true. One of the reasons I would like Tom Walker, and I would like to go ahead and ask Tom Walker, because in his report, there's 208 pieces of evidence that were mishandled. He doesn't list them all, and there are things I would like to verify, and he can do that. He actually went through all the evidence. He knows which ones have been mishandled, which ones haven't.
Well, again, we're in the same posture where I can't just make a blanket ruling. I agree with the general proposition that the investigation itself is not on trial here. And even if it was a flawed investigation, as I said earlier, what's relevant in my view is if there was some violation of protocols or procedures that impacted the veracity or reliability of the evidence or something. But otherwise, to say, oh, this investigation didn't meet up to sheriff's standards, something like that, that wouldn't be proper evidence.
I don't know if the defendant is aware that in order to make an allegation of impropriety in the evidence, there has to be a good faith basis for it. So I'm inquiring of the court. Potentially, we might ask the court to listen to the proffer from Mr. Walker prior to the jury. I mean, the jury heard enough today, and we've asked them now to, erase from their minds all of Belmonte identifying Travis Johnson, which has never been done before. Now we're asking the jury disregard that. I'm just trying to avoid another disregard bombshell.
I understand that, and I think we even mentioned at some point in time earlier on that some of this stuff may need to be alerted to the court. There may need to be the inquiry outside the presence of the jury. That's fine. I'm willing to do it. Again, it's just time consuming, but that's what it takes.
I would like, again, like I said, I just want to make sure the evidence that we have and the evidence that is going to be submitted later is evidence that hasn't been tampered with. And he knows. So.
I'm not sure what evidence is going to be submitted later, but I guess I'll find out. So I think we should expect to get going with the deposition to perpetuate. So please, whatever redactions and the like.
I'll have it done by the weekend.
Please do it so we can have it ready to go Monday morning. And then perhaps after that, we can have one or both of these witnesses present so we can address them outside the presence of the jury.
It sounds.
Your Honor, I'd like to, hopefully try to finish it next week.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that's, reasonable, more than reasonable.
Five full days.
Well, the 25th is, I've got in the morning inmate plea, but that's Thursday.
What time is that, Your Honor?
That's 9 to noon on the 25th. But certainly, I would think there's plenty of time to do whatever we need to do.
I would think so, Your Honor, but again, I didn't expect, I actually allotted time just in case something happened today, and it did, so.
Yeah, I understand. But in terms of having the rest of the witnesses lined up, I mean, we're not going to have any situation like.
I don't think so.
Extraordinary.
I don't think so.
With Miss Belmont, who's in the condition that we saw her. So I call that extraordinary.
Oh, that was.
And I don't believe there's anyone else that would present those special challenges.
Yeah.
So please do whatever preparation you need to do. Be ready to go. 9 o'clock. Have the tape. I mean, how is that going to be presented? That's going to be the big screen.
I would
here.
imagine so, but I imagine it's also going to be a lot easier than what we did today.
Okay, so one other thing, gentlemen, it's my understanding from Carrie and the deputies that, and Mr. Tucker, that the proceedings with that deposition, the Zoom testimony up to the point that recorded sign was flashed, that it was recorded and that it was on Mr. Tucker's spouse's account, and it was, is it downloaded, uploaded to the cloud?
I actually don't know your accent.
No, I understand that, but if, I think the onus is on you to find out, and if so, have that deleted, because I would shudder to think that somehow or other, a picture of the juror or anywhere, a picture of the jurors would somehow or other be revealed. So could you, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Tucker, if you could diligently look into that and report back as if that has occurred and if it has been deleted, so we don't have that lingering problem, because that would be a major problem.
Yes, Your Honor. I will make sure that any copies of anything that were recorded today is going to go ahead and be deleted. And if they would like to verify, I mean, they can always have their investigator do it with me. I'm going to go over to the hospital in a little while. Just make sure.
Well, okay, is it just the hospital though?
I think so.
I mean, is there,
I
this was your account, so again.
I would imagine, because it was done on the other side, right? So if it was done on the other side, that computer has access to wherever it was recording.
So please investigate and state, I appreciate your kind of following up on that, because
I don't. We will ask our IT lady who's sitting right here what we need to do to try to make sure that that doesn't happen.
we just don't, we want that, if there is some recordation, that it be deleted, and we don't see any kind of, revelation of a picture of the jury.
So now that the court has decided, I'm sorry, one more housekeeping issue. Now that the court has decided to proceed with the perpetuated deposition testimony.
Well, yeah, I guess that's a way to describe
I
it.
just want the defendant, I don't want to create an appellate issue where on appeal, if there's a conviction that he says, well, I wanted her to appear in person, but that was denied. Mr. Tucker appears now to want to go to the perpetuated testimony instead. And if that's the case, I would just ask that the record reflect that. So down the road, there's no allegations that he wanted in-person testimony and, the state wanted it or whatever. It appears to me that he no longer wants Zoom.
Look, I believe that Your Honor, I believe the state, I believe the jury all made a good faith effort to make sure that Miss Belmont got her say in, so to speak. And no, at this point, I believe that yes, we do need to go to perpetuated testimony. There's just there's no other way to do it at this point. So I would agree.
Thank you.
Judge, thank you for your patience today. That was extraordinary.
All right, well, take care. Please do your prep this weekend and go in recess.
Are you?
Okay, did you hear what the state said? The hospital called the state and left a message with them that Paula is being discharged from the hospital. My question is, why would the hospital call the state? It don't make any sense. Oh. Unbelievable. Hold on. All right. Okay, I don't know. All right, I'm going to get going for now. This was crazy. Bye.
get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My rap, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up. Let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted. So mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And then you go wish you was just a fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll fucking take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted. So mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And then you go wish you was just a fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back.
Hello, my good peoples. How are you? Hi, September. Okay, Grandma's not here today. I'm not going to say where she is. That's up to her. When we see her, she might even pop in. I'm not sure because she's my partner in crime, and we usually do this kind of stuff together. Okay, now, I've been covering the treehouse murder, okay? And the reason why, to begin with, well, because no one else is, and I like that. Number two, because he's representing himself, which I thought, oh boy, here we go, another Daryl Brooks, right? Allegedly, I say that. I don't mean it to be, be mean, but he actually is very, very, he speaks well. It's hard to explain. So hopefully you guys have seen this, because me and Grandma have been covering this case for a week and a half now. And let's see, the state turned over the case to defense, which is Franklin Ty Tucker. He goes by Ty. And so this should be interesting. His first witness is going to be the living witness. Okay, that was his witness. And she's in the hospital, and Friday was so hard to watch. She was scared, but she wanted to let the people know her truth, what happened to her, who did it to her, because everybody's denying this woman and what she knows. I mean, she knew Detroit, she knew all these people that are in this case. Now, I will say this, all these people, the one common denominator of these people is Athena Clay, aka April. And we'll get into that. So we're going to watch this informant, how do you say his name? Nami, I don't know, Jackson, which I find is interesting. I'll just give you a little clip note here about him. Once I look more about him, I'll let you know. Okay, so he is an informant, and he's been an informant allegedly since 2011. 11, they call him a professional confidential informant, okay? With the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. First, you know, he ended up talking to Travis, which is John Johnson, and then Ty, and then Detroit. So pretty much to me, there is reasonable doubt in this case. They're relying on what's his name? Travis, his accounts. For some reason, they're all putting it on Tucker, and I don't know why. I haven't seen anything to me so far that I say, "Uh-oh," you know what I mean? And we need to see how, you know, justice really works. You know what I mean? It'll be interesting to see what is going to happen. All right, so here is oh, this is what Mr. Jackson got out of this. He was in there for allegedly, I gotta find the court records. It was an order of protection against his girlfriend. So he's a violent criminal. Okay. So he ended up getting out of jail early, and that lifted, and plus he got $2,000. Yeah. Just saying. Here we go. I know I'm hard to follow, you guys. I know, because I just go on and on and on. So here is 7 interviews that he ended up doing with the PD, okay? And thank you for Lauren for putting all this out here for the people to make up their own minds, okay? And I want to bring up Paula's interview in 2019, and you'll see how, you know, she's gone downhill, but it's her story, her truth. Okay, guys? All right, here we go. Interview number 1. Come on.
He blatantly kept saying the girl decided to leave. Like he said, like maybe 3 or 4 times.
You saying the girl is Laura, right? That's what they're saying.
I think her name. I think they said her name.
Did you ever seen this guys before? Tyrone?
No, none of them.
No. Okay, what you said? The stabbing. What they do to put it in a backpack?
He said, he hid the shit in a backpack in a damn. I'm pretty sure he said air vent, fucking AC vent.
Where was that at?
I don't know. That I don't know. I just know it was somewhere behind the CVS. Yes. Yeah, behind somewhere behind the CVS. Treehouse.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What's your end game in here? What's your end game here? Well, where are you going forward? Is it bothering you or?
Listen, yeah, of course I want something. I'm not just I'm here on domestic violence. My baby mom tried to drop charges like I don't know how many times.
Yeah.
They ain't dropped it yet. I just want the charges dropped, man. If I can go back to my beat, if I can go back on my probation.
You know that's something I can't do because that's the state domestic violence. The state has to play on that. You know, there's no guarantees.
We can do, we can ask, but we just can't guarantee. We can ask the state, and they're gonna get involved.
What my thing is, I get on the stand.
Say it again.
I get on the stand.
You get on the, testify.
I testify.
To that you heard Tyrone.
Yeah, both of them. I'll tell you blatantly something about.
But you know this for a fact or what?
I know
you sound like matter of fact.
They ain't just telling me it's nothing.
You don't think they're full of shit?
No, fuck no. Definitely not Tyrone at all.
You know how it is in jail. People like talk that shit and the boot game and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm sorry to mute it, but I just want to say this guy here, I had a hard time following to begin with because he's talking about 3 different people here. But anyways, I wanted to say something about Friday's hearing. I do want to say, and we all agreed on, I think it was Thursday, that Tucker shouldn't have, or Ty shouldn't have he shouldn't have put that video up of, what's his name? I would have put it up the phone records, yeah, but no, not the interview again, because you know what? I knew, well, we didn't know. Allegedly, me and Grandma knew that was a bad idea. And what was crazy also, because when the judge let this happen, and the state was not having a problem, they turned around and was grinning about it. And I'm like, oh boy, this ain't good. And then also when they tried to get Paula to be able to calm her down, to be able to be, a witness on the stand, which didn't happen, by the way. Why would the hospital call the state during this, okay, and say that she's being discharged? Why would the hospital call and say that to the state during this? I thought that was weird, you guys. Anyways, that's all I want to say. What was this? You can't. Yeah, you know what? That Travis, he has some anger issues. Just saying.
And that, man, but like anybody else talking about murder in jail? No, just those two. Just them two. All right. Because he always like old school. I call him old school. I mean, who that? Duke Williams. I call him old school because he sit back in. If he wasn't on camera, he sit back in the back with me and talk with me and everything. Yeah. And then he was like, "What you been here for?" I said, "I really don't talk about my case." But then he was like, "Man, I'm really on the bullshit murder, man. But they know I ain't did it, but they think I got something to do with it." And then he just started going from there. He was like, "All right. What else? What else? Anything else?" All I know is like you know what I'm saying, that the girl started up and then it went wrong. And then how did it go wrong? What happened? I don't know. I guess they just I guess the dude might have bucked. I guess he bucked or whatever. Yeah. He just, you say who this guy was that they're trying to rip? They didn't say his name. No. He just got a nickname or anything like that? No, I ain't seen no nicknames or nothing. Okay. Fair enough. Just wondering. All right, man. Sarge.
The female, Laura, that's not the girl that was there when he was stabbed, right?
I'm thinking that's the one because they said the girl was already there. She was already there. She was already there. So I'm thinking she wasn't called or whatever, but I'm pretty sure that's the one they're talking about because that was the only one that was there. And she stayed there.
She probably called him.
Huh?
She called him, you think? Is that
she called him and started off.
Oh, she called him and started off.
Yeah.
Okay.
What would she be there? What would she be there? He said it looked like she ain't did it.
What?
I mean, he said that. William said that. It just looked like she ain't did it. Yeah. It looked more better than that. And if you dare, why somebody getting robbed? It looked that better. It looked that way anyway. Yeah. You ain't had nothing to do with it.
So did they say they robbed her too?
Yeah, see, that's what they said. They said they robbed her, took everything, and then it made it look like she wasn't there.
I got
definitely said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got
He definitely said that. Okay. And that's why I say he said we, because he said we robbed both, we took everything. Yeah. And he said he wasn't there. All right. I mean, at first it was just that she had made a phone call, but she was there. Yeah. That's good.
You have an attorney?
I got Hernandez, Marathon, Christopher Hernandez.
Okay. You should probably let him know Monday that you've talked to us.
Yeah.
Or her, I'm sorry, let her know that you've talked to us.
Mm-hmm.
So that when we start going a bit further with this, and we talk to the state, then we all are on the same page. You know what I'm saying? Because you want your attorney to be well aware that you're talking to us. Okay.
I said so. She came to see me.
That's right.
Yeah. Like I said, man, I know ain't really much y'all can do, but the charge was to be dropped. I'm just trying to get them dropped. Like, well, not too many people have come forward and help out with something like this, so I appreciate that.
Talk to her though, because they can start asking for stuff also, and send it this way. It works both ways.
That's fine. Can I get like a number from y'all, not a number, or someone to call? Sure, man. I'll get you one on my court. Get the winning tickets. they're new. New things. Like I said, man, I don't want nothing else, man. I'm a family man now. I just want to go back and start fishing like I've been doing and just get on with my life. I don't even mind getting back on the boat. It's not one a year.
Right.
I just want my life back. It was a mistake from the beginning.
Right. Okay, well, homicide is way bigger of an issue than a dispute between, spouses, especially if she's willing to work with you on it. And she's okay with you coming home, you know what I mean?
Okay. That's
We
what
have to
she
take that into
wants.
heart. Also, we have to take that into consideration, what she wants.
That's
What's
exactly
the
what
best
she
for her.
wants. I mean, if y'all want a phone number from her, you can call her too.
Okay. Give her
Um,
name.
What is it?
Give his spouse's name and number for us.
What's her name? Ruth Ellen Nunez.
Ruth Ellen?
Ruth Ellen. That Anna Nunez, whatever.
You gotta give me
yeah,
one.
she's got, her number is 305-834-5144.
51?
Yeah, 5144. 834-5144.
Got it.
305.
All right.
She gets off of work at 5.
All right, cool,
We
man.
probably won't reach out to her until next week because we have to go through our supervisors too. Just so you know, so don't be worried.
That's fine.
Okay, this is interview number 2. Remember, there's 7 of them. And, this guy himself, allegedly, he wouldn't have got in trouble or got an OFP for domestic violence if it didn't happen. To give him a deal to get out of jail? I don't understand that. So it's not me that's muted. It's them. Okay.
Can you state your full name for me?
Naeem Hassan Jackson.
Spell your first name for me.
Naeem.
And your date of birth?
5/19/79.
And I am Detective Matt Pitcher with Monroe County Sheriff's Office. Today's date is June 28th, 2018. It is 12:08 p.m. You swear and affirm that everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. So they told me bits and pieces. If it's all right, can you start from the beginning with me? And
Well, I was over there with I just know him by Tyrone. I forgot his real. I think it's Richard is his real name.
Can you describe him a little bit to me?
He's a white guy. He got one teeth right here, and the rest of them gone.
Okay.
He sleeps all the way at the end in G-Dorm. He sleep all the way at the end on Pod 4. Sleep all the way at the back.
Skinny, small, or big?
Kind of medium guy. Got gray hair, receding hairline.
That's good.
Right. So I was over there with him. For the first day, he really didn't say anything to me. But the second day, I started playing cards with his partner. And one dude they call Grandma, and the other dude, he's in there for murder too. I think Stig. They call him Stig. I think it's Stig. I don't know what his name is. He sleep right next to him.
Okay.
So they both in there on murder charges. But Stig wouldn't tell me shit about his. But after the second day, when he seen me playing, I was playing dominoes with him, and then he started coming play with us and everything. And I don't know if he was trying to impress me or nothing or whatever, but he just started talking. Yeah, man, I'm in here on the murder. And at first he said he just got a new girlfriend. I mean, he got a girlfriend that just started helping him out, and she bought him a lawyer. But then later that night.
Okay, I want to say this too. This guy, this informant here. This is crazy. What they ended up doing is have him move to all these different areas with these defendants, co-defendants, or whatever in this case. I want to know why they were all in the same jail. Wouldn't you think they would, put them in different jails? Heck, I don't know what I'm talking about. What else was I going to say about this man? I can't remember. If I do, I will come back.
He just started kind of opening up, and he was saying they say they're playing about a girl. I forgot her name, but it's April now.
April?
It's April.
Okay.
I think her name, because I thought it was Laura. Laura was not Laura. It's April.
Gotcha.
So the whole plan was her plan. Like she called him up. She called him up, and the guy that's in my damn dorm, Wilson.
Yep.
She called him up and she
She
stimulated
called
the plan.
Wilson up?
She called dude up first. She called Tyrone up first.
Gotcha, okay.
Richards. And then he called what's his name up? He called Wilson up.
Okay.
And they were supposed to plan because they had another guy that was supposed to be driving a truck, a gray truck.
Okay.
And they said how they was gonna do it, like they was gonna like call him up and he had a shipment coming in, a dope. And it was supposed to be at that treehouse place.
Okay.
Behind the CVS.
Gotcha.
All right. So dude say he said
And
something
we say
about
Dude said, you're saying Tyrone.
Tyrone.
He's telling you all of this.
Tyrone telling me first.
Okay, gotcha.
So he was saying how they're supposed to set dude up and get the shit, but he said it went bad because the one dude said he wasn't there, and he said he called the dude up, and he said it was all three of them. He besides the girl, he said it was all three of them.
Okay.
That's what he said.
Gotcha.
But then he went into details, man. He went into details about how he stabbed the dude. He said the shit went wrong, and then I guess they had him in the house, and he panicked or whatnot. And he said he was stabbing the motherfucker like with a knife and shit.
Did he say where he stabbed him, or did he point?
Nah, he just say he stabbed him repeatedly, and then he say he actually told me that he fucking had in a backpack, a black backpack or some shit like that. He had the knife in it and put it in the fucking the AC system. He had the shit in there.
Okay.
Like he was just, man. I think he was just. I don't know if he was trying to impress me more, but the more he kept saying, the more that shit sounded like real. Then I moved out of the pod with him because they moved me in like 3 or 4 days. So they moved me over here with this motherfucker, Wilson.
Okay.
So Wilson, like, I don't know what brought her up. I was talking about something. And then he was like, yeah, man, I'm on a pussy ass murder. I said, what kind of murder? He said, well, this dude said I was with him, but I wasn't with him. But then he slipped because he said, like when he started talking about it, he was like, he said the same thing. He said the girl was supposed to set it up.
Okay, see how this gets confusing? Now he's talking about Detroit. Okay, which is Rory Wilson. And he was convicted, I think it was in 2020 for this. So he'll be talking about April, which is the common denominator here. Anybody they've talked to has brought up April, and this was allegedly a payback. So he's going to be talking about April, Detroit, Ty, and Travis. His real name is John Johnson.
And then he was saying like how like they're supposed to put all of them on the ground. Like they're supposed to just put everybody on the ground.
Okay.
But see, that's where he fucked up at because he said he wasn't there. But then he said they're supposed to put them all on the ground. And he said the girl got on the ground, but she was the one really involved in it. The girl April.
Okay.
Like that's what I told him. I thought it was Laura. Was he said he confirmed it. Just the other day he said it's April. Because I asked him. I tried to be slick with him. I said, man, I was out on Stock Island the other day because I was working out there, and I asked him. I said it's a girl that walked up the dude that was working at. They know her, and she said she just got through robbing somebody. I said, what you said the girl name was? And he just flat said April.
Okay.
So he just like he knew what time it was and everything.
Yeah.
But he was telling me first he lied to me. He said that he cut the dude off because he found the dude was gay. He said the dude lived on top of him, but he lived on top of him with this dude named Dave. I know Detroit Dave. I know.
Okay.
So Detroit Dave moved, and he said he moved the dude in with him. He said he moved
on. When you say dude again, you're talking about
Tyrone. He said Wilson said he moved Tyrone in with him.
Okay.
But then he said he found he was gay, so he had to. He moved. I think he moved up with Tyrone. Then with Dave then. And then like he was saying how they were supposed to meet up at the treehouse and all that shit, and how it's crazy how he said it because he tried to knock himself out of the case, but then the way he was telling me that it's like he was fucking there.
What was he saying?
He said we fucked up. That's what he said. He said we fucked up and the shit went bad. He said the dude panicked too fast and the girl she didn't want to lay down or something like that. And then he said I think he said after the dude got through stabbed him up, he was already gone. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they went off in the truck. It was in the truck first. I don't know where he went and hid. I don't know where he said they went and hid the damn thing at, but Tyrone told me out of his mouth that he went and hid the fucking, he hid the knife in the book bag and then put it in the fucking, in the AC system.
He said that he's the one who put it in the AC?
Yeah, he straight up said it.
Gotcha. All right.
So, all Wilson did was confirm that it happened. Like, the way he said it, because he said the shit went bad, and he said, we fucked up.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, because he said, he tried to say he wasn't involved. But he's still talking to me now. Like, he should be saying bits and pieces and shit. He's still telling me, he tells me a little bit every day. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'll not talk to me, and he'll be arguing with some dudes, and then he'll come over there, and he'll be mad about what they saying, and then he'll go to talking about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm getting more and more every day. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, at first I thought he said Laurel, but then, like, when I asked him, he said it's April. He said, I gotta look at my shit again, but I'm pretty sure it's April. You know what I'm saying? Like they did that serious though. Both of them, the way they explain it, they dead serious. The dude, I don't know how he said he stabbed him, but he just kept stabbing him. You know what I'm saying? Repeatedly.
Did he say, like, I think I stabbed him X amount of times or anything like that? Or?
That's what he didn't say. He just said he stabbed him until he fucking just started moving. The girl started screaming. Whatever her name is, April.
Okay.
Started screaming like, but then like she shot up, but it was like the whole plan was the girl's on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess she had been sleeping with the dude or whatever, or I don't know. I don't know the situation behind it, but the whole thing, like he said, the girl saw up everything. You know what I'm saying? But he just said it went bad. And when he said it went bad, I talked to him, and like all he did was confirm that shit. But the way he said it was he wasn't there. But then he said we fucked up.
Yeah. And then was it Wilson that went on to say that Tyrone or whatever wasn't there when he came? Is that what you said, that he came down or something?
No, see, he said Tyrone said he was there.
Right.
He said he wasn't there. Wilson said he wasn't there.
Right, but then he said something about we fucked up.
We fucked up. That was Wilson saying
and that they had already left in the truck or something like that.
That was Wilson that said that.
After the stabbing, that they were gone and Wilson was there by himself. I think?
Yeah. They say he said when he said we fucked up, I think he was the last one there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't for sure. I'm gonna try to get more out of him. But like,
here's what I want you to be safe for you. You number one, right? Yeah. You get that. I don't want you asking questions that can
I never do. He always, every time he get in an argument, I be praying for him to get in arguments with, because he like, for some reason, he argue with the white dudes all the time. Okay. So every time he get in an argument, he always confide in me. He'll come talk to me first, and then he'll start back on the murder shit again. All right. You know what I'm saying? And then that's like today, he was saying, yeah, man, I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna beat this pussy ass case, man. He said, they trying to give me 5 years to talk. But he said, I know if I talk, then they're gonna implicate me in the whole murder and shit. But he already done said he was in a damn murder. Like, right. It's like both of them. Like they basically just told themselves.
What about the third guy you were talking about driving the truck?
They say he in protected custody over there in Vito. Okay. They say he wasn't drove the truck though. They say that was his truck. Gotcha. I guess that was his truck. But it's supposed to be a gray Dodge Ram or some shit like that. Right. I know it's gray. Right. Yeah, but they say he was just a driver, but I don't know if he was inside while they was robbing the dude or whatever. But I know he was the third man. Okay. The girl was the first, regardless.
She's the one who's
playing the whole thing.
And did you tell my partner something about Burger King or anything like that?
See, I don't think he said anything about. Did he say something about Burger King? No. He said he worked at Burger King.
Okay, is that what it was? Okay.
The dude say he works at Burger King.
And that.
But I just know he said it was behind the CVS, and it was the place they called a treehouse. Right. Yep. That's basically the whole information. Because he said he had 2 jobs. One was at Burger King, and one was at some place he was supposed to be another cook or something like that. Okay. No, at Santa Marino or something like that. But all I know is he said was behind this place, CVS, and then that they were supposed to meet up at the treehouse. Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's basically.
And that the plan originally came from
the girl
named April.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that was the girl that was supposed to be there.
All right. Have you ever heard the name Paula? Does that name ring a bell at all?
See, that's the name I told him the first time. Was no, I
No,
said
you said
Laura.
Yeah, Laura.
I don't think so.
Again,
what I'm gonna do is, all I gotta do is manipulate the other dude and argue with him.
All right.
And I can find anything I want to.
Just be careful. That's all I'm asking. I don't want you to get hurt.
Like they easy. He easy to start talking, man. He got loose lips.
Right.
He easy to just start talking.
All right.
But like I told you, partner, man, I'm willing to testify because they were dead ass serious, man. And I don't deal with the devil around and that shit in that area before, man. But killing somebody, that shit ain't even not for no fucking dope, man.
You're absolutely right. Well,
You know what I'm
especially the kid that got killed, man.
He was a kid?
Well, no, he was an adult,
But he wasn't.
Yeah, he was unfortunately a little bit mentally challenged, from what we understand.
That's crazy. That's okay. Yeah, they don't deserve. But that dude, they basically both told on themselves. And the more he opens up, man, the more he tells, man. Like he really did fuck that dude up, man. Like I think he was really there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I say, he tried to implicate he wasn't, but the first time he said we fucked up, that let me know he was fucking there. And the way he said it, it was like he kind of held his head.
Okay. He ends up saying 3 different names. I'm glad you caught that too. This case has been mishandled by law enforcement. Oh God, there's so much to this. But you get these informants or so-called witnesses, and you don't know what to believe. It's sad. A man's life was taken, and Paula's almost was. So don't think that I'm sticking up for anybody or anything, but I've seen no evidence so far. And especially with the DNA, I was really looking forward to the DNA expert on the stand. But yeah, I mean, listen to this guy. You know what? Do you think people in jail are really going to talk like that? Hey, I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a doctor. I'm not anything. I'm just a YouTuber watching this stuff. But yeah, pay attention to this guy. He's been an informant since 2011, allegedly.
Head down when he said this shit.
Yeah.
So he not only that he know what's going on, I think he was there.
Okay. What about you know anybody goes by the name Hollywood who was also there?
They were saying that. They were saying that fucking name.
What did they say?
They just kept saying, that's the name, because he asked me if I know somebody named Hollywood.
Okay.
He just asked me that shit. I told him I don't go to Key West. I don't come to Key West. I stay in Marathon.
Right.
And he just asked me that stuff. He just asked me that
well,
shit.
Act like you've never heard it or whatever.
Yeah.
If he brings it up, that would be one.
Yeah, because I promise you, he just asked me that like 3 days ago, man, if I knew somebody named Hollywood. That's a black dude, right? No, it ain't a black dude. I'm gonna get out of him. He just said he asked me about 3 days ago.
Just another possible victim type thing.
Yeah.
Tell me again, Tyrone. Oh, before we do that,
okay.
I wanted to get this and I forgot to get it. Describe Wilson to me.
He got gray hair, gray and black hair. He got waves all in it. He kind of a big guy. He walked with kind of like his back messed up just a little bit, like an old man. He just walked like an old man. He kind of
white or black?
Huh?
White or black?
He black. He got white and gray hair. I mean, gray and black hair with waves in it. He always have a brush. He got kind of a deep voice. Matter of fact, he looked kind of like Bill Cosby. If you think about Cosby, he looked kind of like Cosby. You put in the mind Cosby.
Tell me about it. What you said something about his voice?
His voice, he got deep baritone.
Stand
voice.
out?
Huh? Yeah, it stands out from everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he got a deep baritone, deep in the mind.
Would you recognize him by his voice only? If you heard his voice and couldn't see him, would you recognize him?
Yeah, of course.
That's pretty good for that. Now, if we can go back to Tyrone one more time. Tell me again what Tyrone told you.
All he said was, at first he said, He the one. He's the original one that first said that the girl playing. He never told me his name. It was only Wilson that told me his name.
Gotcha.
But he was like, the girl that was involved set the shit up, but the shit went wrong. He said, man, I had to fucking hold this dude down and keep stabbing him until he fucking didn't move. Like he said, he just stabbed him multiple times, but he
He
didn't
said
say
he
how
had to
many.
hold him down and keep
Yeah,
stabbing
he
him
had to
so he
hold him
didn't
down and
move.
keep stabbing. Yeah, and after that, he was like, man, I had to fucking rush up out of there. I fucking rushed up out of there. Had dude take me. He said he had to do take me somewhere and fucking stuck the knife in the book bag and put the shit in the air bin.
So he had someone take him to a location?
Yeah, take him to a location. He didn't want to stuck it in the air bin.
Okay.
So that's air conditioner. Anyway, that's big. But like he kept saying, how did he say it? All he did, he just kept telling me over and over they had to fucking get rid of the dude. He had to keep stabbing him and shit like that. Like, but then he said, I'm pretty sure he said the dude because he didn't want to tell me about the dude in PC or protective custody or wherever, like that was supposed to testify against him. He said that's probably gonna be the only problem of him even losing or winning the case.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But no, he basically guilty. He said he was guilty. Might as well say.
Right.
It just said he stabbed the dude. Like he just kept stabbing him. Like, and he said the shit went wrong. Though. He said it went bad. It's like he went struggling, and then the way he came in the house, I guess it surprised him or whatever. And like I said, they said the girl like she was like hysterical. She still got on the ground, but then she started screaming. I guess she probably
She
screamed.
got stabbed or anything? Did either one of them talk about her?
Nobody talking about hurting her. Like
Okay.
she was just part of the plan.
All right. I brought you up here because I wanted to keep you out of the.
Okay, and what I want to say about this horrific crime, this murder and attempted, there's another man, oh God, what's his name? We just watched an interview with him. These people, okay, like you said, the one has, was, slow, but they are elderly, okay? Who does that to elderly people? I don't know.
But yeah, she was the one that orchestrated the plan. That's all I know.
Okay.
But he told me, now he didn't tell me April. What's name told me April. But I guess I'm going to look into that again because I'm pretty sure he said April. If it's Lord, then it might be wherever you say the name is. I'll find out.
I think you're April's.
Yeah.
Good. Hey, we're gonna cut this short because people lined up over there. So if anybody were to say anything, tell them whatever you want. Tell them that I was
I ain't
about
worried
the
about it.
domestic, all right?
Yeah. It's easy. I can something without anything.
We're finishing right now. No, you're fine. You're good.
That was sad.
That has my name and number. I gave him a piece of paper that's got my name and number on it.
Yes, poor Paul is still traumatized. And this was in 2017. If you guys didn't know, November 17th, 2017. I don't know. I have a problem with this guy, and I don't know why. I don't know. And that's them muted, not me. I know. Have you seen Paula? For a little bit?
That works.
Hit record, he says. It will work when you hit record.
Oh, well.
Hold on one second. All right. This is Detective Matt Pitcher and Detective Barrios. Today is July 10th, 2018. The time is 4:01 p.m. We are speaking with
Naeem Jackson.
date of birth.
5/19/79.
You swear and affirm that everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right.
All right. So now he says that what his name, John Johnson, whatever his name is. He said he dropped him off. But yeah, he was talking about it. He slipped. First he was talking about the case because I mentioned the girl April again.
Okay.
And then I'm like, so the girl name was April. He was like, yeah. So then he slipped and he said, yeah, that's supposed to be the he said something, and then he said I said, so who the fuck was driving? He was like, man, they saying that it was another dude with us, but then he slipped and said the dude dropped us off. Instead of saying he dropped other people off, he said the dude dropped us off. So it was the dude in a gray truck.
Who was this you were talking to this time?
This is I think his name Wilson, man.
Okay.
Roy Wilson.
Okay.
So he's saying the dude said he dropped him off, and then like when I backed him up, I said, you said he dropped it off. He backed up and said, no, I ain't say that. I was like, damn, he just told me that. So I said, you know what? Just don't talk about the case no more with me, right? But then that same night he was like, big dog, the only reason I'm telling you this, man, because you know what I'm saying, I just got it on my mind. I got it on my conscience and shit. So I said, what you mean? What you got on your conscience? He was like, man, I don't know. The shit just wasn't supposed to happen the way it happened. Like that was the end, but I want to tell y'all that before I got that out. You know what I'm saying? Before it got away.
Yep.
But yeah, he was. I think his name. I'm pretty sure he said his name John. I don't know if it's John Johnson, or Josh Johnson, wherever.
Okay.
But he was like the dude dropped him off. But then, like I say, he tried to say it wasn't. He slipped all the time when he talked.
Right.
He always slipped when he talked. But then, like, I don't know. I think he's trying to be smart, but he ain't being smart by the way he's saying shit.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's all I got, man. But
no, that's good. Hey, anytime, man, you can do it the way you did it, where have your baby mama give us a call and.
That's why I want to have her give you a call, just because I can't use nobody for the phone and then do it. So.
And how long ago was this that he told you?
This was yesterday.
It was just yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then that's when he was talking about somebody in the dorm. He said his lawyer said somebody in the dorm wrote a statement to the state attorney or something like that.
Okay.
And I'm thinking he was talking about me. I'm like, fuck, I can't be here that long, but man, y'all keep me there as long as you can. Let me get much information as I can.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
You can't think of nothing. That was the only conversation you guys have had so far?
That's the only conversation. But see, I told him I'll talk with him tonight, because I like being with everybody go to sleep tonight, and then we'll talk about it tonight. So I'm planning on a conversation with him tonight.
Good deal. All right, that's all. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this stuff off.
So yeah, I think this is interview number 6. There's 7. I know, poor Paula. She's a frail little thing now. I don't know what's wrong with her. She's in the hospital.
This is Detective Matt Pickett from our County Sheriff's Office. Today is July 17th, 2018. The time is 9:40 a.m. and I'm speaking with
Naeem Jackson.
Date of birth?
5/19/79.
You swear and affirm everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
So I did.
All right.
So I was talking to him, and he said April the one called Roy.
Okay.
And started it up. April called everything and started it up. The lady Paula already knew about it. He said that Paula owed April some money, so she said she had to play along or whatever. But he was like, they weren't supposed to like slice her throat and shit, because I heard she got a throat sliced.
Right.
So it was all over a $250 fucking rock. It was on a cookie.
Okay.
It was a cookie. It was a whole cookie. Okay. He said the only thing that's fucking him and Rory up is the dude from over in B1. He said the dude they'll beat the charges, but the dude threw him under the bus. He said the dude told everything and threw him under the bus. But he's saying that he just helped hold him down. He said Rory He said when the report come back or the autopsy, he said it's gonna be a left-handed stab. He said the dude was stabbing with the left hand. So he's saying Roy didn't want to stab him, but now he said he held him down. The first time he told me that he stabbed him.
Yeah, he stopped moving, right?
Yeah, he stopped moving. Now he's saying Roy. He's saying it's gonna be. He said it's gonna be Roy that take the downfall anyway, because he said it was a left-handed stab. He said he kept stabbing with his left hand. So he's saying that's just what he told me. What else? He said that the only one got picked up. Now they were both walking. They were both walking in the black. They had on black or whatever.
Okay.
That was really both of them walking. But he's saying the lady only identified Rory in Hollywood. He said Hollywood. It says it right here. He said Hollywood told him, "Don't worry, I left your name out of it," because Hollywood know he was there.
Told that to who?
Franklin. Yeah.
Okay, Franklin.
Yeah. So he's saying Hollywood really know, because he said Hollywood came to his dorm and G'd on him. You know what I'm saying? And he's saying he said that when he seen him, he was like, "Man, don't worry, I left your name out of it." You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So Hollywood, I guess he lied, whatever. If y'all interviewed me, he lied about it.
All right.
So man, the dude's still telling me shit. Every day I wake up, and I talk to him, like he talked to me. Like I was trying to get it yesterday because I didn't want to forget nothing, and I didn't want to have to keep writing. You know,
If I thought I was gonna take that from you, obviously.
yeah, you can take this.
Perfect. I appreciate it. And everything that's on this piece of paper, and everything you told me today is coming from Franklin.
It came from Franklin. Yeah.
There was no more from,
No, Rory's out of his dorm.
Okay. All right. Did you anything else that you can think of that's not on this paper?
Oh, hold on. It is something I couldn't remember. The clothes that Rory had. He was supposed to go over there and help him get the clothes. He said the old lady and Rory got caught with the clothes, but he was supposed to go over there and help him get the clothes. That was sucked with blood or whatever the fuck they was on.
Okay.
That was said too.
Okay.
That's it.
That's good, man. That's good. I'm gonna get into this off. This is Detective Matt Pitcher with Monroe County Sheriff's Office. It is 1:38 p.m. on July 25th, 2018. I am with
Naeem Jackson,
date of birth.
5/19/79.
You swear and affirm everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You still talking to Franklin Tucker?
Yes. Not yesterday, but the day before, he just broke down and told me everything.
When you say broke down, was he crying? Or
He wasn't
wanted
crying. He just
about
wanted to talk. He wanted to talk. He was like, "Man, I just want to get it off my chest."
Okay.
So he was like saying, he was like, "I told you a little bit of lie." He said, "I really didn't stab him, dude, but I was there and I held him down while Roy stabbed him." He was like, it wasn't the dude that was there, because first he told me it was the dude that was there. He was like it was the one that came to save him. Like, and the
when
girl,
you say the one that came up to save
the victim,
Okay.
the one that got stabbed. It wasn't the one that they came to rob.
Okay.
It was the one that came to save him.
Do you remember who they came to rob? Do you remember the name?
I forgot his name.
Was it a him or a her?
It was a him and a her.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the girl was there too, but it was the girl April, the one started up, and it was a revenge hit on the girl Paula.
Okay.
Really, and then the dude that was there, the dude that was waiting on the drugs or whatever.
Okay.
And then out of nowhere, he said everything was cool, but one of them started hollering for help, and then he was like, the dude that came upstairs, I guess that's the one that got it. He came up there and he actually tried to save the dude, and by this time they already had split Paula. They already had split her throat. It was a revenge hit on her in the first place.
Okay.
But all they wanted was the dope and the money that was supposed to be coming.
Yep.
And then they just I guess he said they helped dude down because he wouldn't shut up with the fuck, and he was fighting back. He was trying to help the other dude, and he said Roy was the one that kept stabbing him. That's why he told me the other day that it was gonna be a left-handed stab anyway, because Roy was the one that was doing the stabbing.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know what at first. I think he was just at first when I first met with him a time ago, he told me it was him that stabbed him, but I don't know. I think because the last couple of days he was sitting there and he was rattling his mind, and then he was telling me a little stuff, and then he just got off his chest. And then he was like, man, it wasn't me, man, but I fucking helped. And the dude really did. The one John Johnson, he really did. Like he was there. He fucking dropped him. He didn't drop him off. He held him up first.
Okay.
He said, but then when he came out, he said the dude must have got some more scared because he fucking left him there.
Okay.
Yeah, and he said it was messed up because he was supposed to be just waiting on his cut or whatever. I don't even think he got his cut or whatever. They say they split up a little bit of money and a cookie of crack. It was only a cookie, like $250 worth of crack.
Gotcha.
That wasn't really shit. They killed a dude over fucking nothing, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Nothing. Like nothing. It was just, man. Like it was little shit he was telling me, because he was like, if he would have had it, if he would have had it his way, he just would have bought a baseball bat instead of the damn knife, and then they would have just beat him down, you know, beat him both to death instead of just fucking stab him. I looked at him like he was crazy, but it was already too late. He already had told him like that. I want to say something like that, and we're gonna eat him to death instead of just, you know what I'm saying?
That makes it better somehow.
Yeah, I guess that don't make it no better because he's still gonna murder him.
Yeah.
But man, really just to tell you you murder somebody in cold blood, that's foreign for real. That's some shit you don't even do.
No.
I get mad at people every day, man. Shit like that, that's different.
No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Did he ever? I know one time he talked about the knife. Did he tell you anything about the knife that he used or whatever this time? Did he mention what he did with
The
it?
only thing he mentioned was the knife. The knife he like they hid it in a book bag and put it in a fucking
And he definitely said that.
Yeah, he
the knife
definitely said
was in that book.
Yeah,
bag?
he said it was in the book bag. It was in a little piece, the front little zip. Put it in there, and they put it in the AC unit.
Okay.
He definitely said that out of his mouth.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? At first he told me the dude John Johnson did it, whatever his name is.
Right.
But then like he started after he started going over his story again, he's saying he didn't want to put it in there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like he did the same thing Roy do. He'll skip on bits and pieces, and then he'll come back and put himself right there in the mix in it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So he basically just, I think he was just trusting me more, and then just started telling me more. Like, yeah, but he was the one that actually put it in the book bag, and then put it in the damn AC unit. And Roy was the one that was supposed to get ready to close. He was just supposed to go help Roy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he say if those are clothes that we got? Did he say
That's the clothes that they got for the murder. Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that were at the? Did he say what they were in or anything like that?
I know they were supposed to put it in the trash bag.
Okay.
Yeah. But it was already supposed to be in the trash bag, and then he was supposed to help him, and then I don't know what happened. What he said that, but
Good
like, yeah, it just, dude, I don't think he lying. Yeah.
I think you're right. Anything else you can think of that he told you?
Only thing he been saying lately is like the lawyer he got now, he pretty sure that that the person that hired him, the lawyer, gonna get him out of it, because he said he can blame it all on Roy just because Roy was the actual one that stabbed him, stabbed the lady, and that's the only voice they heard. And he say in the paperwork, he said one of the dudes say it was two black men, or the lady or one of them said it was two black men, but he was laughing about it. He was like, shit, they can't get me like that. Like, but he was saying they can't get me like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, it's like he indicates himself in everything. He's just trying to find more loopholes out. He talks a lot. He just, he really never shuts up. When he gets in the mood for it, he just keeps talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. Sometimes I can't really write it down like I want to. I be want to write it down, but I can't.
No, don't do anything that's gonna get you. No, I don't want
Yeah.
that. So just remember as best you can. If you have an opportunity to write it down, or go for it. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, he
let him talk.
Yeah, that's what he does. He just, almost every day. Like it took him 2 days one time not talk about it, but then every day since then. Like last night, he talked. You know what I'm saying? He never really shuts up about it.
Yeah. Well, no, I appreciate it. Anything else you can think of?
Not so far. I'm knowing he'll talk about it every day.
Absolutely.
He'll keep talking about it now. Now that he brought it back up, he'll just keep coming with it. He does the same thing Roy would. Roy gets mad at one person and he'll talk about it.
Yep.
Franklin just, if it's on his mind and he sits there for a minute, he just start talking about it. But he'll talk to me like forever.
As long as you're listening, I'm sure that's all he cares about.
Yeah, as long as I'm listening.
Good deal. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and shut this off.
Okay. And I think there's two more. There's this one and the last one of this informant. Then I want to show Paula's from 2019.
This is Detective Matt Pitcher. It is August 13th, 2018, 10:23 a.m. I am with
Naeem Jackson,
date of birth.
5/1979.
You swear and affirm everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah.
What's going on?
So I think last year you asked me about the mask. The mask that you got, like you got several of them. Neither one of them is a mask.
What's he saying?
He's saying the mask is somewhere close to where the knife in the bag got hidden. It just, like all the ones you got is like his son's on.
Okay.
Yeah, but the mask that him and Roy used, like he said, it's just near that. He kept like beating around the bush, but he wouldn't tell me exactly
It's
where.
just kind of like what it was near the knife, is what
Yeah,
you're saying?
it's near the knife. So it's somewhere over there, man.
Okay.
And he's saying the shit got blood stains on it and shit. So
Is there anything else that he said?
I mean, he pointed everything at Roy. He's saying like. Y'all ain't gonna be able to, he said you ain't gonna be able to pin him because everything was a left hand stab. And he's saying like even though he did it, you ain't gonna be able to point it at him. He's saying Roy did it all. He's saying and so he said he's gonna say in court that it was a left hand stab. And the way it was stabbed, that Roy did it. I'm kind of thinking Roy didn't do it now. Now I mean he might have been there, but I don't think he stabbed him.
What makes you think that?
That's the way he said it. He said on the way he stabbed him, he stabbed him left hand. He said it was a quick thinking. So he kept stabbing with the left hand. So like Roy did, because Roy left-handed.
Good deal. Has he been saying anything else?
Nah, he gone now.
Yeah.
They took him out of the pod.
Yeah, he should be, well, once you go back, he should be showing back up.
Yeah.
All right, man.
But yeah, them masks is they're different places now, man. I'm pretty sure he said it was down about where y'all found the knife at, but it's just not in the same place.
Okay.
I think it was a drastic major move, like just threw him somewhere. But I can tell you the ones you got right now, ain't none of them got nothing on it.
All right. Is that it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna cut this off.
Yes.
This is Detective Matt Pitcher. It is August 30th, 2018 at 4:30 p.m. I'm with
Naeem Jackson.
Do you swear and affirm everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your ability?
Yes.
Best of your knowledge of me? All right, so I know we've talked before in the jail, and now you're out. Congratulations. We talked about the murder that occurred on Stock Island that was considered the treehouse.
Treehouse robbery.
Can you refresh my memory? I know it's been a little while since the first time we talked, but everything that you can remember that Tucker's told you since being in jail.
Well, the first time that I actually seen him, it was in G dorm. And the first day, like I was around him and his friends, but he didn't say nothing to me. But the second day is like he was trying to like be my friend, buddy was trying to impress me. Then he was telling me about how he stabbed the dude up, and they still ain't had no evidence. It was looking good for him, and he was gonna get out. At first I didn't believe him. And then he like every day he just kept telling me, he was like, yeah, man, how I stabbed him up, man, it was crazy, but I had to do it. He was like, dude came in and tried to rescue the other dude that was robbing. And he was saying something about it was supposed to be out of retribution, like it was a revenge robbery. But it wasn't really about the dude it was revenge on. It was the lady that he was with. And they saying another lady set it up. I forgot her name, but she's supposed to be been the one that set it up. But for some reason the girl's supposed to know about it. After that, like I ain't seen no more because I was only there 3 days, and then all of a sudden, like I said, I didn't believe him. But then I started talking to one of his co-defendants over in Edom, which was Rory Wilson. Okay. I started talking to him, and it came together, like the stuff he was telling me and the stuff that Franklin was telling me it matched up. Everything started to like come to pieces together, so I started believing it.
And what did Rory Wilson tell you?
Rory at first, Rory was saying it was all on Franklin Tucker. He said he said he wasn't there, but then he started contradicting himself. Like he was like, man, we fucked up, and we were supposed to do lights right here, and we were supposed to do lights right here, but we didn't, and we fucked up. So
he said we're supposed to do this like this or that.
Well, he was saying like how they were supposed to do the robbery. It wasn't supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be just them two. It's supposed to be a third dude that's going in with them, and then then they said they made him wait in the truck or whatever, and he said the way they did it, I guess either the girl had time to scream or whatever, and it looked bad because some dude came up there and tried to help him. Okay. You know what I'm saying? The dude that was robbing, or the dude that was robbing, they was robbing him, but one dude came up there and then they said they struggled with him, and I don't know exactly if he said he held him while Franklin stabbed him up, or they was wrestling him down and Franklin was stabbing him up then. But but then he started trying to. He was telling me pieces and pieces of it every day. Like then I started believing it. Like it was true. Like it can't be lying. Then Rory left the cell and Franklin came back and like he lit me up with it. He just started talking about everything. Every night it was he said the dude got stabbed left-handed. He said it was a left-hand stab, so all the blame was gonna be on Rory anyway, because he said Rory a left-handed person. He said all the stab wounds and he got stabbed with the left hand. And like he was saying about the mask. One thing.
Okay, so this is the last interview with this guy, and then we're gonna go check out Paula's, and then yeah, we'll take it from there. I do want to show every one of Paula's interviews because they interviewed her so many times, and I don't think she would lie about. I don't think she would stick up for Ty. Because all these people knew each other from the sounds of it. But wouldn't you think you'd be afraid of the predator out there that, you know,
on the border.
All right. So he started hitting you up every night and telling you a little bit.
Yeah, he started telling me bits and pieces, especially with the like what he said about the mask. He was like, y'all had several masks, but you ain't got the right one.
Where did he say the right one was? You remember?
Well, he didn't say what the right one was. He ain't never tell me that. I don't think he never got that far to tell me that. He just saying they ain't got the right mask. He was like, I don't know if he say he threw it or whatever, but I don't think he really explained to me what he did with the right mask that was supposed
Did
to
he
be.
say something about like having thrown a knife and a mask, or that they're close together type thing?
No, that's what he said. He said he dropped one. That's right. That's right. He said he dropped one off one place with the knife in the book bag, and he dropped the mask off somewhere else. He said the mask wasn't gonna be found.
Okay.
He said the mask is not gonna be found. But he said Rory is the one that got rid of the clothes. He was supposed to get rid of the clothes and make it look good. So I guess they split up after that or whatever. But that's what he said. He's like Rory got the clothes and everything, so everything should have been good.
Okay.
But he say the dude he say the only thing that's really fucking him up is what his name, John Johnson.
Okay.
He said John Johnson threw him right up under the bus. Like he said he went to tell him everything that they did. So that made me believe it was true too, because he was like, man, he started telling everything that we did. And that's the only thing that got me fucked up is his word against mine. But he said they ain't gonna believe a word of a dude that did it, or that did it, and then he just trying to get himself out of trouble and throw me up under the bus. But he was like, he the only one holding him back.
Okay. Did he describe the person that he or Rory stabbed at all? What they look like, anything like that, or where he stabbed them, or
no? All he did tell me was he said they put him in a room with this dude named Hollywood, and he said Hollywood when he talked to Hollywood, he said Hollywood told him everything was great. He kept his name up out of it. He was like, man, I kept your name up out of it.
Okay. So
you know what I'm saying, you should be straight. But they ain't never described what the dude looked like or nothing like that.
Okay. I know you said that it was a revenge.
He said it was a revenge, but the girl, they say the girl, I can think of her name. What's her name? I can't really think of her name, but she was the one that set her up. It was supposed to be a sweet little robbery. The dude was supposed to get a whole lot of dope, and he's supposed to have money. And the girl that shot her up was beefing with the other girl that was already at the house. So it was supposed to be a retribution off of her anyway. It was supposed to be a revenge.
Gotcha.
You know, so but it wasn't supposed to go bad. It was supposed to just get it all and get out the way.
Right. Did they say what they were robbing them for? Was it just money, or?
But it was supposed to be crack. It was supposed to be a whole bunch of crack coming in. But Tyrone said they only got a cookie of crack.
Okay.
He said, man, we only got a cookie out the whole deal. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it was no money involved, or I don't remember him saying anything about money. But I'm pretty sure he said it was they only got a cookie of crack out the whole deal.
Gotcha. Did he ever talk about how he felt bad that what happened to the guy that got stabbed and the fact that he died and he wasn't even supposed to be part of it? Did he ever? Or is it just the cost of business?
I don't really think he ain't really expressed no. Nah, no. See, this the thing with him, because he used to tell me, like, he used to rob people all the time. He was like, man, just go ahead and do it and get it over with. He was like, don't ever have no feelings for nobody, nothing like that. He was like, just go ahead and do it. So when he was talking about the dude, he was like, man, it was done. We couldn't change it. You know what I'm saying? It was just a robbery gone bad. He was like, we had to kill him. We was gonna end up going to jail.
Gotcha. All right. Did he ever describe the mask, what it looked like, or talk about it in any sort of way?
All I know was he said he had a whole bunch of different masks, and he was like, the ones that y'all got is not the right mask. He never tell me what the other one looked like. I don't know if it was black, white, or whatever. But he said it was on his son's Facebook. Something like that.
Son's Facebook?
Yeah, on his Facebook it's supposed to be his son's mask. That's what it was. It's supposed to be all his son's masks. But he said he had the mask that was on Facebook.
Okay, and that's the one that.
Yeah, I guess that's the one, wherever that looked like.
Okay.
That was the one he used. I guess that's the way he described it.
Gotcha. And did he ever describe the knife in any sort of way or anything like that?
Nah, he just said he got stabbed up with a knife. Like I guess it was, I don't know, if it was long, big, or whatever. Just stabbed the dude to death with a knife.
And I think before you told me that the book bag itself, he said had gone into an air conditioner. Or
Yeah, he said he put it in air conditioning vent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where at? Like
all I know, I think I remember him saying somewhere in Big Carpet. I think it was something like Big Carpet or something like that.
Big Pine or
Big one of them. Big something. I can tell you that it's big something. I don't know if it's Big Carpet, Big Pine, or whatever. But I know he said he hit it in an air vent there. He said it was never gonna be found.
Okay. Did he ever talk about anybody besides the 3 people that we've talked about? Did he ever talk about anybody else, and actually 4 people being involved in it, or was it just those?
It was them and that girl. I know for sure. The girl was the one that started up from the get go, and he was just saying the dude Hollywood was like, he said the dude Hollywood say that he told the police he wasn't there.
Gotcha.
So he was good on that part.
Okay.
But that's the only ones I know that was involved in it.
Did he ever talk about any other evidence that we have that was good or bad for him, or he said we don't have?
Well, he said the clothes y'all got is, he said you can only blame that on Rory because he said y'all caught Rory red-handed with the clothes, him and his wife. And he was like, that's the only one you got evidence on is Rory. He was like, y'all caught Rory with the bloody clothes or whatever, and that was it. So it shouldn't be nothing against him.
All right.
The only thing that he said y'all got against him is that John Johnson dude. But he said it specifically. He's like, man, only thing holding me back is this dude threw me right up under the bus as soon as the police asked him what time it was. He was like, he told everything, but he was like, they ain't gonna be able to hold up because they know he did it. So all he doing is trying to throw the blame on him. He said it's gonna look bad for him in court.
Okay. Is there anything I haven't asked you so far that I'm forgetting that you can think of?
Let me see.
Did you ever mention anything about the shoes? What he did with those? Or
no, I never said anything about shoes.
And did he tell you whether we have the knife or not?
No. Well, I don't. He just said he hid the knife. He said he pretty sure y'all wasn't gonna find a knife, the book bag, none of that. He said he didn't think y'all was gonna find none of that.
Okay. And so it wasn't necessarily that the knife and the book bag were together, just that both were hidden where we
both were hidden and y'all weren't gonna find them.
Gotcha.
I forgot where he said hit the knife. I just know everything went in different directions. The book bag or wherever it was went in the air vent. The mask he threw somewhere, and the knife was different too. Everything was in different places.
Okay.
I thought at first that he said the knife was in the book bag.
Okay. But you're not sure about that part?
I'm not sure about that part, but I know everything's supposed to be gone.
Oh, or everything's supposed to be in different places.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I got you. Just a misunderstanding then. All right. And Rory, you don't remember him saying anything else? That was pretty much it with him?
No, he was like I say, at first he kept proclaiming his innocence. But then he started, I don't know, it's like he was start breaking down. Every time he get in an argument with this certain dude, he go telling me stuff. And he started telling me about like, man, we fucked up. It was supposed to be done one way and it's done another way, and we ended up having to kill somebody. Like, but the whole time he proclaimed his innocence till he said that. But then he started trying to show me his evidence. It's on camera in the jail. He started going through packets trying to show me his evidence. And he was like, the only thing y'all got is his phone. That's what it was. I think it's a blue phone.
Okay.
He said the only thing y'all got on him is that damn phone.
What did he say specific about that phone that was?
It was left somewhere. I just don't know where. Or either something, either left somewhere, but something text on it. Or something like that, man. I just know that phone he said the phone had a big part in that.
Okay. You said a blue phone?
He said it was I think it was a blue cover on the phone.
Okay. Anything else you can think of?
As I recall.
All right, and You understand doing this statement and everything else, it could result in having to testify in court and everything like that.
I understand that.
And you're fine testifying in court?
I'm fine. I do it around in space. The only thing about that is that, like, he really done it, like, self-destructive. Like, he didn't give a damn about killing the dude or nothing. Like, he wanted crack. Crack, you can't kill nobody with no crack. Right. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like he didn't even care at all. Like, the way he said it, he didn't even care. Roy had more feelings about it than he did. Like, the dude, he blatantly didn't care. He was like, man, it's a job. Job got to be done.
Perfect. Appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this off if you don't have anything else.
All right. All right. So now we're gonna go and look at hold on. Paula's interview that she had. Not with the PD. Hold on. There it is. Found it. All right. Okay, this is Paula. What was this interview? Oh, in 2021. My bad. I thought it was 2019.
Doc Justice here with True Homestead. Today we're sitting down with Paula Belmont. Miss Belmont is the surviving victim of the Treehouse murder story that we've been covering a while here at True Homestead. Miss Belmont, thank you so much for sitting down with us today to give us your time and tell us a little bit about your story.
You're very welcome.
Miss Belmont, just because of some of the issues that have gone on in this case, I want to make sure that we're clear here. You're here of your own free will, and you haven't been threatened or coerced in any way or offered any compensation for your interview today, have you?
Yes, I'm here on my own free will because no, I haven't been offered anything.
Okay. And you're just here because you want to be able to tell your story in your words for what you believe to be the truth, and you want people to be able to hear that?
Yes, I want justice for Tyrone.
Absolutely. Miss Belmont, being the surviving victim of this case, would you like to recount a little for us your recollection of the night that the murder occurred and that you were attacked?
Okay. I was up the stairs with my friends in the treehouse, which is more like a triple tiered deck with a little overhang, and we were hanging out when two people came barreling up the stairs. One jumped on me immediately, slit my neck, telling me that if I didn't give him the money, he was going to kill me. As he was beating me, I was kicking on the floorboards, yelling for help, and continue to yell for help. And as the two people that were there, the one I didn't really get to see because this other person was at my friend, holding a knife to my friend's throat, doing this to him to be quiet. As these two people were going down the stairs, my landlord Matthew came up the stairs, and Rory Detroit Wilson, the one who slit my neck, started to take off his mask, and Matthew saw it, and that's when he got stabbed and murdered.
Okay, so before Matthew approached and there was an incident with Matthew, Detroit or Rory Wilson is holding you down and had cut you.
Yes. Cut me with his left hand and was beating me with his right hand, punching the hell out of me.
And there's a second assailant that's there, and he's holding a knife to your friend. And that friend is
Yes.
Roger?
Yes. No, I didn't know this. I didn't know this at the time because I really couldn't see much past Detroit because he's a very big man.
Okay, so there were two assailants. One of them, you know for a fact, is Detroit. And he is attacking you. And then the other assailant is kind of dealing with your friend Roger and telling him to be quiet.
Didn't tell him, but shushed him like that. He didn't speak while he was up top of the stairs.
Okay. And then your landlord Matthew starts coming towards up the stairs.
Yes.
And at that point, both assailants leave you.
No, one was already going down, and like Matthew walked past him to come up. That was the person. I guess he had his head turned or whatever. I'm not sure because I couldn't see that. But as Rory was the one facing Matt when Matt was turning the corner to come up to me. So there was essentially one in front of Matthew, one behind Matthew.
And is Detroit or Rory? Is he the one who attacked Matthew?
Yes.
So Detroit attacked both you and Matthew.
Yes.
Okay. And the second assailant, the first assailant, Rory Detroit, you know it was Rory Detroit, and he's a black man,
Yes.
correct?
Yes. Yes.
And Tyrone Tucker's a white man.
Yes.
Different body plan, different body build, different locomotion, everything.
Width-wise, height-wise, walking-wise, everything.
In the second assailant, I'm not sure that he's been 100% positively identified. Some people think it might be this guy, Travis. Some people are claiming it's Tyrone. But you know Tyrone, correct?
The police are the ones that claim it's Tyrone.
Okay.
And other idiots in the street. But, well, Detroit and Travis say it's Tyrone. After they used Tyrone as an alibi, and both of them were arrested, then they made Tyrone an accomplice. Originally, Tyrone was their alibi.
Originally, they said Tyrone was their alibi. Tyrone's not there. We were with Tyrone to give themselves cover for not being there.
Each one of them separately said that until they both got caught, and then they turned Tyrone into the next assailant when there was only two people there.
Okay, so the second assailant will assume or say for right now that it's likely Travis, but it could be Tyrone. How do you know that the second assailant was not Tyrone?
No, it's not Tyrone. It didn't match Tyrone's height or frame. I saw half of his body from the back. It's not him width-wise, it's not him height-wise. When Matthew went tumbling down the stairs, I heard the other person say, I think he's dead, or I think we killed him. It was not Tyrone's voice. I know Tyrone's voice.
Yeah, I was gonna say Tyrone has a very, very distinctive voice. I've spoken with him several times. And you might not have been very closely associated with Tyrone before this, but you knew Tyrone enough to recognize his voice.
Exactly. Correct. Exactly.
In your recollection,
I actually didn't even remember his name. Was Tyrone? I don't think that's how I met him. But I know him enough that no, it was not his voice. It was not his size. Like I said, even though I only saw the back part of this person,
and you feel
that it wasn't.
And you feel confident that it was not Tyrone.
Yes, absolutely. And I have said that from day one or night one, however you want to phrase it.
So after the incident, the police interviewed you. How did the interview go?
Pretty much the way they decided they wanted it to go.
Did you feel they tried to influence your testimony or get you to change your testimony or add something to your testimony?
Like every time I tried to stick up for Tyrone, I was just shushed aside. The subject would be changed. Oh no, Paul, it didn't happen like this. You don't know Tyrone. Like we know Tyrone. He's manipulative. He's evil. They tell me he's got this really bad criminal record. As far as I know of, I don't even think he has a criminal record prior. But every time I tried to stick up for him, the more I stood up for him, the more I got kicked to the curb, I guess you would say.
Did you feel that the way they were interrogating you in their investigation was improper, as if they weren't listening to what you were telling them, but were trying to insert their own facts that they wanted into the case?
Well, yes, even down to day one, a drug deal gone bad. That was a crock of shit. There was never no prior drug deal that day gone bad. I don't know where all that came from. The same place everything else that their lies have come from. Tyrone happened to be staying in that warehouse that night, and that's how he got roped into it.
I read the transcripts in a lot, and there's so much going on, and it seems very clear for me there's a lot of improper things happening. I'd like to assume that it was malicious, but I don't know that, but it seems very clear that it's improper. So I want to ask you another question. When the police, so Matthew's been killed, you've been cut,
yes.
There's a robbery, and there's people injured. The police come to the scene that night, and it's a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Do you think Do you think that they properly collected all the evidence that was there?
Oh, hell no. The blanket that I was attacked on wasn't even taken, for starters. There was blood everywhere all over that blanket. I was sliced on that blanket. I was beaten on that blanket. It was still on the bed, covered in blood the next day.
So you've been following this case quite intently, correct?
Oh, you're breaking up.
I'm sorry. I said you've been following this case since the beginning very intently, correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, do you feel that there's been other mishandling of evidence or improper collection of evidence or gathering of evidence?
Of course there has. In the real world, it wouldn't happen like this.
I agree. I noticed in the deposition transcript, the lead detective picture, he admitted that he had a sustained IA against him for, I believe it was 178 counts of mishandling evidence in this case. I'm not even sure how you have 178 pieces of evidence if you're saying they didn't collect the evidence, but that's what he admitted to. I don't know if it was several counts per piece or what, but that just seemed absolutely just unfathomable to me that it would go that way.
And it made no sense.
Did you hear that? Actually, it's 208 mishandling. Poor Paula.
Paul, is there anything else that you would like to say about this case, or that you feel in your heart that you want people to know?
I want people to know that I feel that Penny Phillips, Colleen Dunn, all of them that are lying and try to frame Tyrone, I feel that they should go to jail for the same amount of time that Tyrone sat in jail. So
you're the surviving victim. You're alleging and basically telling me you swear that, I know you're not under oath here, but I think when we spoke before, you said that you swear on your life that it was not Tyrone.
Yes, on my life, which I almost lost. No, it was not.
And as you said before, your big motivation here is that you know Tyrone is innocent and you want that to be heard. So
yes, and if Matthew was alive, he would fight for Tyrone too, because that's the type of person that Matthew was. I don't want to see anyone in jail that doesn't belong in jail.
And being that you're so adamant that Tyrone was innocent, and you're so adamant that you want it to be heard that Tyrone was innocent, have you and Tyrone spoken recently?
No, we're not allowed to. I had tried to reach out to Tyrone and reached out to Lauren, who I didn't know, for the plain and simple fact that once Tyrone was let out on bond at that ridiculous price, I was worried that Tyrone was getting in trouble for me being the person who he got charged with for tampering with a witness, because inadvertently me and Tyrone accidentally had lunch together. Like, we met up at McDonald's before Tyrone was arrested. Rory had already been arrested and Tyrone hadn't. And I happened to walk into McDonald's and he was in the back corner because he had just been released from being questioned. And he came up to me, and I mean, literally, we went outside because I was bawling, telling my story, crying on his shoulder. Oh, I got sidetracked.
It's okay. We're talking about the no contact order, and you meet up with Tyrone.
Okay, yes. So then later on, when I find out that Tyrone got arrested, it said for witness tampering, and I was upset, thinking that he was in trouble for talking to me. So I reached out to Lauren, reached out to Tyrone, the Free Franklin Tucker page. I did get a response from Lauren on Facebook. I called. Now at this point, Colleen Dunn had been kicked to the curb like she belonged, and the new prosecutor. I contacted the prosecutor and said, I want to be able to Facebook and message back and forth with Lauren. Judge Jones issued a no contact order, which I'm trying to get lifted. I wrote a letter. Apparently you have to have a motion filed, but I now have a lawyer to help me so I don't get railroaded for doing things like what I'm doing now, talking to you, because that frame everybody down here as far as this case is concerned.
I'm sure of that, but I want you to know, I strongly believe, I'm not an attorney, I cannot give legal advice, but you have a First Amendment right to speak. I'm the media. You have a right to speech, press, and petition. If anything happens to you, if you have any retaliation or anything negative, please let me know immediately. You have all my contact information. I will find attorneys to hop on this if your attorney needs help.
Thank you.
So you said the judge had issued the no contact order. Do you know if the
Yes.
state had requested that?
No, I don't know. The only reason I found out about it was because Lauren told me. Lauren was worried that they were going to get in trouble for me trying to reach out to them through Facebook, which is why I got in touch with the state attorney, the new state attorney. So I don't know the details of it. I do know I'm trying to get it dropped because I would like to talk to Tyrone. Basically, I would tell Tyrone I'm sorry for everything he's been through.
So you know the judge issued the order, but you don't know if the judge did that on his own or somebody had requested it.
I think he did it on his own because it's not just Tyrone. It's also against the other two.
Okay.
It's all three of them.
And
Detroit.
You didn't want this contact order, correct? And you did not want this contact order, and you've hired an attorney to get it removed. Is that correct?
Well, I actually got an attorney, a pro bono attorney.
Oh, God bless.
That would help me. I didn't ask for it. I wanted. I mean, the other two were in prison jail where they need to be. I don't want nothing to do with them. But like I said, Tyrone was my friend. Tyrone still is my friend, even though we're not allowed to speak. But I want to be able to speak to him. I want to be actually able to speak to Lauren instead of just, I'm going to meet him. I want to meet Lauren. I would like to go out and give Tyrone a hug and just literally, like I said, apologize to him for the nightmare that he's been going through.
Lauren's an angel, and Ty has been put through a nightmare. I just wish all of us that go through these nightmares could have angels like Lauren. She's a force of nature I have absolute respect for.
Without Lauren, Tyrone would probably die in jail, in prison, because.
Ms. Belmont, before I hop off here, I want to ask you one more thing. Now, you mentioned the witness tampering or witness intimidation. I know witness tampering or tampering with a witness was one of the charges levied against Tyrone. But
yeah, and that proved to be bullshit also.
Now, I agree it's likely bovine excrement. Where I'm trying to go at with this, though, is whether Tyrone, if somehow or another he did tamper with another witness, it was another witness. It absolutely was not you. Is that correct?
Absolutely no, not me. It was supposedly Rory's Detroit's wife.
Okay, but Tyrone or Lauren or nobody other than police have ever asked you to change your testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct. The police never really asked me to change my testimony. They just tried to sway me. Like at one point, Matt Pitcher almost had me questioning, like, well, could this really have been? But no, there was nothing that would make me say it was Tyrone. And I'm in a weird situation because two of them I'm going against and the one I'm sticking up for. So it's kind of confusing for the defense attorney. Yes, but that's the way it is.
So you're not just somebody who doesn't want anybody to ever be punished. People who are guilty and committed murder or robbery, you absolutely believe should be sitting in jail.
Oh, yeah.
But you believe an innocent man should never sit in jail the same way I do.
If I thought Tyrone did it, he can rot in hell like the other two, as far as I'm concerned. But Tyrone didn't do it.
Miss Belmont,
and I'm going to fight just as much as I can for him because he deserves to have somebody stick up for him instead of the crooked Bubba system down here.
Miss Belmont, I really want to thank you so much. I can't thank you enough with words for sitting down and speaking with me and speaking with my audience. We've been following this case for a while, and there's hundreds, if not thousands of pages. And when you go through it, it's beyond obvious of the issues, but it's hard to describe or get anybody to follow reading 500 pages. I think your words will really help a lot of readers understand what's going on and how egregious the conduct or misconduct of the state's attorney's office and the sheriff's office has been in this case.
Yes, sir. And I certainly hope it helps Tyrone.
Again, we thank you so much. If you need anything from me or you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. If there's any retaliation, I would want to know about it immediately. And again, God bless you. I'm praying for you. And I hope I get to meet you soon and buy you dinner.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
You're so welcome. God bless.
Ain't she sweet? All right. Now we're going to watch April's. Let's see here. April. Now, this April interview, which you guys, I find it interesting. You want to know why I find it interesting? Because she was able to get it where they don't record it or anything like that. Check it out. I can't wait for a discovery for this. Oh, I should explain. This is April. This is a lady that it doesn't matter who any of these people are talking, it all comes back to her. The setup. Even people that aren't involved in the case.
April, is it okay if Matt sits in with us? Is that okay? Okay, good deal.
I'm sorry, really quickly, just want to volunteer if I need to tell.
Go
It
ahead.
was must have done. And the other day I was with my lawyer, and because this lady is putting everything on the internet, I don't want to be video recorded. Hi, Don, it's Anna. How are you, sweetie? I just wanted to let you know the cats at the spot are done. And there should be plenty of water at the fire station. The cats at the spot are already done. And I washed your dishes for you too. But I unfortunately I left them home, and I won't be home for probably an hour or so. Okay. I just wanted to, all right, let you know. No, you're all set. Well, I contacted a blind cat sanctuary in Virginia, and they emailed me back. So I sent them pictures, and we're trying to talk about it. First, we have to have her assessed by a veterinarian, though. She's not completely blind, and Boxer's got her, so she'll be okay. Boxer's taking care of her. Boxer, you know, the big orange and white one with all the fingers? Yeah. So somehow she's made friends with him.
Don't worry about
I know. John, can we talk about this in a little while? I'm in the middle of just arriving at an appointment. Can I call you back? All right. No, I'll call you. No, thanks, sweetie. Sorry, he texted me and didn't know where he's supposed to go tonight and volunteer. He's new and he's really good.
That's good. Well, you want to hear from them. You want to hang on to them. April, you need to know that it's not the state putting anything out on the internet. Okay, that's the first thing.
So how are these things right?
Because what happens is, under discovery, the state is obligated to give the other attorneys, the defense attorneys.
And so before trial, I mean, I really think she's jeopardizing people's lives here.
And I would not disagree with that. Right now, we are being video recorded and audio recorded.
I don't want to
Okay,
do any interviews on a video, because what I'm going to tell you, I'm going to drop some names.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the video running just for a minute, leave Matt here with
All
you,
right.
and call the state attorney's office and get some guidance.
Did you hear that? She doesn't want to be recorded because she's talking. And they do end up shutting it off. That's why I can't wait for discovery, because I want to know what she said. All right.
On this, so I'll just be back with you in a minute, okay? All right, I'll be right back. Have fun talking to Matt.
That, we can't do it that way. My lawyer said that we have to wait.
Okay, not a problem. I'll talk.
This isn't on, just so you know. Right,
No,
on, this is not recording.
That's fine. It's
Okay.
not me.
Just letting you
It's
know.
just because,
I hear you.
you know, what I know about what happened has only come up on one of the interviews.
Oh, okay.
And I do not believe that person had anything to do with actually killing the man, but I believe he's the one that said, go get my money back from my girl, to these people. I'll be honest with you, those two white guys, I've never seen either one of them in my life. Never. I thought, does one have a lame hand?
I don't know.
Tyrone, the Franklin Tucker. Does he have a lame hand?
I don't know, to be honest with you, when this happened.
Aren't you a detective?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm Detective Corey.
You're 6'4".
Yeah,
What is his name?
yeah. So when this happened, I was working on patrol in Marathon, so I know nothing about this at all. So names and all that stuff.
Because if it is one person when I look at the face, I think that's, I mean, almost 20 years ago that I knew of him downtown. You know what I mean? Like I see him, he'd be at the corner store and stuff.
How long have
And
you been in
then
the Keys?
89.
Oh, okay.
I left in, came in 89. I left in 99, went upstate New York and went to college. Went to Virginia to college. Transferred from community to another community. And then came back in 2005.
What was your degree in?
Science. I didn't finish.
Oh, okay.
I didn't finish. It wasn't I didn't want to finish. When I went to Virginia, it was because my mom was having surgery. And so I thought I would only be gone for the Christmas break. Well, the surgery turned out to be a lot more expensive than we thought, and she needed like 10 weeks recovery time. So I paid out of state tuition and continued at community college there. And
Gotcha.
my mom and I have issues.
I got you. And you came back.
Yeah, but all the schooling did pay off, and all the experience did pay off. And
Good.
a lot.
Good. Yeah, I've got a lot of credits as well that didn't formulate into a degree, but still have the knowledge. So I know what you mean.
Experiences I've learned a lot more working in veterinary hospitals. When I went first upstate New York, I was working as a receptionist job in a veterinary hospital. I was so excited. Because ever since I was a little kid, it's not like I look for them. I walk outside and trip over them.
Right.
Somehow or another.
Yeah.
They find me. I can't escape it. I mean, boyfriend after boyfriend, husband, mother, sister, grandmother, everybody. If you stop, you can't save the world. I'm not trying to, because the ones that are right in front of me, I can't ignore.
Right.
You know? Some of the police officers and the fire stations laugh at me. They're like, you could stay home, because I can't leave my house. I mean, they'll hear me shut my door. They hear my voice. They follow me.
Wow.
I don't know exactly what it is, but when I started working at the veterinary hospital upstate, one of the doctors, she's an internist from Cornell. She asked me if I could fill in some extra hours at the emergency clinic on the weekends. I was like, sure. She's trying to buy money to buy a car, because in upstate New York, it's fixing the snow. And I guess the emergency hospital, and people would bring their animals in, they run in with their animals lateral down, unconscious, things like that, hit by a car, or poisoning, all kinds of stuff. And I just had this second thought for what was wrong. And they're like, how do you know? Because I brought this cat back. I'm like, I think we need a BG. And they're like, you're a receptionist, or how do you know this? I'm like, I don't know. And then I started having these dreams, and I would have dreams, and I would talk in Latin in my dreams. So I'd write things down as soon as I woke up. So they actually paid for my first semester of college. And yeah, because I don't know, it's weird.
Interesting.
I brought everything, old stuff, as you can see, real old stuff.
Lots of goodies.
Well, unfortunately, lots of them. You know what? When everything started to go bad at the house, I probably shouldn't get emotional, but the whole thing is really emotional for me, because I was just trying to fight for our house, our space. Before she came there, everything was nice there.
Who's saying she?
Paula.
Oh, okay.
And then she was only supposed to stay for 2 weeks, I know Paula. I've known Paula 20 years. I had my issues with drugs. Unfortunately, when I was 12 years old, I started selling drugs to pay our bills. I was 14, I had to leave home. And then eventually became an addict.
Yeah.
April, I just talked with the state attorney, and they completely understand that you don't want to be videotaped. What they want to know is if you're willing to tell me what about the videotape that you're really concerned about.
Like being on the internet.
Okay, and you completely understand it's not the state attorney that's been putting it on the internet.
I understand this woman's deny lady.
Okay, and what's your concern about it being on the internet?
Well, because she's making these little, I don't know, she thinks she's, like a lawyer now.
Okay.
Because she's making these little PowerPoint presentations where she's Have you seen it?
No, I haven't been on the internet, so I
Okay,
haven't seen it.
just in a couple days, she's making these little PowerPoint presentations now of the framing of Franklin Tyrone stuff. And she's putting my phone records on the internet.
Okay.
She's saying that I caused, Stacey Medina, I didn't call Stacey Medina. Stevie Jones lives in the complex right next to me.
Okay.
A couple weeks before that, him and Robbie Nevis had come, I was hiding in the shower, how afraid I was of the people that were in my back room.
Okay.
Paula kept sending people down there, you know. Robert Frost had called me and said, Paula's got it in for you. I told Matt, I'm not paying you rent. I'm paying rent, I owe you, or the rent, because I was going to see my mom for the first time in 10 years.
Okay.
For Thanksgiving. So I just wanted to make sure everything in my house was secure. My room had gotten broken into twice. You know, it changed our, with quarters in it up to here. You know, my keyboards were stolen. I would keep coming home and finding my room broken into. Okay?
So,
wait,
oh, no, I'm sorry, Anna, go ahead.
Paula was supposed to take her 2 weeks. You know, I've known her 25 years, known her for everything. Y'all know I've always struggled with my addiction. Yeah. Okay, I started selling drugs when I was 12 years old. I didn't have a choice. You know, my dad was giving me some help. And then eventually caught up with me, I became an addict. But I also learned that at some point I came to this decision that I can't live like this. I don't live in chaos. You know, she's saying I brought people's house. No, I don't want nobody to know where I live. I don't want anybody to knock on my door. You know? So
April,
when it became chaotic, and then the first time I got assaulted because someone was looking for her, I got really upset.
Looking for her, looking for Paula? Okay.
First one on the phone was Janine Green. I said, Matt, that's it. I'm not paying you any rent that I owe you.
Okay.
Because I'm paying rent at 2 places now. Now I'm working at my work to stay there for free, which I have all the receipts of.
Okay.
And I'm going to pay your rent too? No, she's got to go. Okay? Dan and I pay rent here. Okay? You're going to lose your property if you don't get her out.
Okay.
Okay? So they're going to raid the place, then code enforcement will come, they're going to shut the whole place down. You know, we have tomato plants growing. In fact, he reduced my rent because I was doing so much work around the property.
Okay.
I mean, everything in the back was a mess. I couldn't do anything about, you know, carpentry. But tore all the vines down. I got everything cleared out. The whole yard was clear. She even put the bathroom in a bucket beside her bed. She couldn't even walk downstairs to this, right? And then she would throw it out this right outside my window.
Oh, wow, okay.
I would clean up the yard. She would clean her deck off pieces of chore boy, razor blades. I mean, all kinds of things right onto the ground. You know, I'm not walking in flip-flops to the property to go to the shower. Right? We have 3 puppies on the property. And we got, sorry, I'm a bit of a redneck. I'm getting niggers kicking the door in. Okay. All right, we got niggers kicking the gate in. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say that. But that's how I felt about it. Because I'm not talking about black people, whether it was a Puerto Rican person, a white person, whatever. I'm talking about a drug dealing person that's coming like a gangster to come look for her.
Okay.
Right? And it was a pregnant lady. She was big, and she's screaming and yelling at me at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm in a towel coming out of the shower. And I'm like, she was up there. And I'm trying to go to my room. She's like, go get her. And I'm like, right? So I go up the stairs, just pull her crouch down, you know. I said, there's nobody up here. You want to come up? You know, meanwhile, she's sweating, huffing and puffing, and she's big all around. And I'm like, you want to come up and look? And she's like, you tell that. Give us her money. Okay. I don't believe it's the same lady that you interviewed, named.
Okay.
I do not believe that's her.
Okay.
Just by what I saw on the internet.
So April, before we go any further, because what I want to do is, I'm going to let you know that I would like to have this interview videotape, but if you don't want to.
I just don't want to, I'm not going to use
Okay.
it. I don't want this much involvement in it.
Okay.
And not only that, the fact of the matter is, do you remember everyone's talking about the first thing that everyone was there for was to put a door up for Paul?
Right.
Paul knew that she owed a lot of money.
Okay.
Or something. And Paul was scared of that. I did not have anything to do with setting up a robbery to get back at her or any of that kind of craziness that they're talking about. I absolutely did not. In fact, Melissa Thomas was very angry with her. They kept calling me, asking me, is she home? I don't want any trouble at my house. But someone said, don't call me.
April, can I audio tape it so it's not, so the video's not on the internet? Because what you said to me.
See, if I'm going to tell you the name, if I'm going to tell you the names, Do you remember the first interviews that Paula told you there's black people that did this?
Yeah, right.
Right? And if I say your names and it never comes to fruition,
So if
you
I,
can't guarantee my safety,
so if
but
I,
you've heard the name before.
okay, but if I'm hearing you correctly, your concern about stuff being on the internet is because you're afraid.
Well, you know, I mean, I have a son, I have a sister who's a very prominent lawyer. You know, they don't want to have anything to do with me having things like this
Right.
popping up every time they go on YouTube and they're connected to me.
Because if I understand you correctly, what you are seeing on YouTube isn't accurate. It's not the truth. What they're saying about you is not the truth.
Not only what they're saying about me, other things they're saying are not the truth. They're straight up, especially Todd of Quinn, who I didn't even know his name, but I wrote it all down.
Okay.
He's changed the story in every interview he's got. And the fact of the matter is, I believe that he had a whole lot to do with what happened.
Okay. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go turn the video off, okay? So you're not gonna be on YouTube. So if I won't put you in any harm's way. And if you're
If you
uncomfortable.
put my name attached to anything, and I tell you,
Okay. April here mentions Todd. That part, I do agree with her. I think Todd has more to do with this than what he's saying.
who all this money to,
Okay. We're gonna do,
she's protecting them right now.
Paula is protecting everybody?
Paula knows what she did.
Okay.
Paula's supposed, yeah, so
So I'm gonna go turn the videotape off, okay?
it's testing all be off.
Okay. Let me go take care of that.
Audio
okay?
and video.
All right, let me go take care of that.
But I'll put it in writing,
Okay.
as long as I'm guaranteed it's never gonna get in their hands, because, you know, I might not even be right. To be honest with you, I was so distant from her. I wanted her to go on off the property. I wanted to just live in peace.
April, let me explain to you.
So I might not know all the circumstances correctly, but from what I do know,
Before I turn the video off, let me tell you what having the video on is gonna help you with. Because there are two sides to the story, we only have one side. And we have everybody's side but your side.
why? Why?
Well, let me ask you this, how long have you been hiding from the police?
I have not been hiding from
Okay, that's good, I'm glad to hear that.
Ow.
Okay, so putting your side of the story on video
Why
allows,
would you ask me if I was hiding?
I didn't know, we couldn't find you. We didn't know where to look for you.
How did you not find me? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so when all this stuff happened and everything, it was really bad. And Corey and I, you know, Corey was coming and spending 3 days with me, and he was working in Marathon. Corey has a really bad heroin problem,
Okay.
so he couldn't stay here much more. So our goal was to move to Marathon. And all this stuff happened. We moved to Marathon. We stayed in this custom trailer for about a month, and then we got a nice apartment. So I got a job in Marathon Veterinary Hospital. He got a really good job, and I would still come down and work at Chicago Cat Chargers, where I was working when I lived in Mass.
Okay.
About twice a week, or whenever they would call me, like, you know, we got overbooked and we don't have anything clean, and can you come get the stuff? As long as I wasn't working, they knew my days off at the veterinary hospital. Okay. Sure enough, every single time I would come down to went to work, Corey would relapse because he knew I wasn't home.
Oh, so you weren't there to.
And then he overdosed and died.
Oh, I did not know that, sorry, very sorry.
Thank you. And that was last May. And then I got injured. And I was in the hospital. I mean, I wasn't hiding. I was in the hospital for almost 4 months straight.
What happened?
Well, different David, he's like, you're gonna stop your job. And my landlord in Marathon and all the people in my church in Marathon, they're like, you can't shuffle around the house and you're found for the rest of your life. Which is what it is.
It's true. Yeah, well, that's grieving. You're grieving a loss. It was really hard.
So I went offshore, I went fishing, which is a commercial fish for years.
Okay.
So I went fishing, and I got injured on the boat, and I caused me to have this surgery. And then what happened was I split the back of my head open, so I got a strep infection that went down.
Oh.
So I had huge abscess under my brain. I didn't even know it. I thought I had a pulled muscle.
That's because you stayed at the Holiday Inn Express one day. You thought you were a doctor.
No,
Okay.
didn't get to stay an holiday and expense.
No.
I was still in the boat working. And then when we got on shore and I, had a fever and everything. But when I got up and went forward, I ruptured my gallbladder. Well,
You were a mess.
they saw this and ambulanced me. And then my son-in-law came in afterwards. So it wasn't until actually I got all the way back to Key West. I'm like, I think I got poop. And I can't. And they're like, oh my God, you've had a ruptured gallbladder this whole time. So went to my liver, my spleen, 4 surgeries. I have A negative blood. They can only give me O negative, which I had a reaction to. And one thing after another just snowballed. So I spent, 6 months in the hospital, but I certainly have not been hiding. I didn't think I was going to make it.
Congratulations on surviving all
I
that.
promise you, I didn't think I was going to.
It doesn't sound like it.
I really didn't think I was going to. I didn't think I was ever going to be strong again. And I'm just starting to get my strength again. They certainly have been hiding. In fact, when I called my lawyer, I'm like, what should I do? Should I call them? I'm like, I'm expecting my friends, all these things that these people are telling are lies. A lot of them, anyway. Not all of them, but a lot of the things I'm hearing are lies.
What, do you remember the guy that came and served you the paper? The guy that, Charles, you talked to Charles? Because Charles said that you told him you'd been hiding from the police and staying inside the house most of the time.
No, not hiding from the police.
Yeah.
Not hiding from the police at all.
Okay.
He's mistaken in that statement.
Okay.
I actually not hiding from the police.
No, you went to
I told
Marathon
him
with Corey.
Well, we planned to go to Marathon.
Right,
That was
but I
the
mean,
plan in the beginning.
But you just moved up there. You were.
I had nowhere else to live.
Yep.
I was told by you that I could take one trip to get my stuff out.
Yep.
You remember telling me that?
Yep.
And then I was now trespassing if I was returning the property.
Yep.
Right? So I prepaid my rent, I have receipts to prove it,
I know that.
and now I'm kicked out.
Okay.
So I ended up living in a trailer with no electric, no water, no nothing for months. I absolutely was not hiding from police. What I told Charles Meyer was that on a daily basis, before I walk out the door, I think, what's going to happen? I mean, I don't know all these people that Paula knows.
Okay.
And I don't know who she's really protecting and what they're going to do because Crystal Dinklacker told me, she said, don't go nowhere by yourself. She's really got an interview with Robert Frost 2 weeks before this happened. Told me, Paula said she's going to get you. Now, everybody wants to take Paula as this